And another welcome.
Oh, hiya.
Oh, at least this one talks. The last one didn't.
You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Alright, lovely.
You got any? You got any proof of curvature?
Oh, no. I'm the
Uh,
Earther from last time. We were talking about what we think would be out there, whether it's the dome or the ice wall or it's anything else, you know?
Science
So,
fiction.
I mean, what could it be, though? What do you guys think?
Could be literally anything.
I'm thinking about the ice wall, right? Like, it's where the sun doesn't reach, like, the Earth. Maybe there's different suns out there. I don't really know. But it makes sense that there'd be ice, like a lot of ice, going on for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the reasons why I tend to shy away from this is because too many people rely on using the Gleason's map when we know that that is most definitely not the case. The whole Gleason's map is basically flat Earth society nonsense. It's a nonsense because what you're staring at is a globe that's been projected flat. I mean, it's probably one of the greatest trolls that Globers ever propagated was to present this as a possible flat Earth configuration. And what's funny is for the last, I don't know, 10 years, you still have Globers and flat Earthers arguing over it when neither side understands what they're even looking at. But it's that depiction that gave people the idea that there could be a ring of ice surrounding the outermost perimeter of our world. Whether that is or isn't the case is left to be seen. But I do know that if you take a globe and project it flat, that the globe is not true. So the globe that's projected flat is not true. Yeah, and so I just distanced myself from all that. So people say, but what about the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Yeah, great. What about it? Where were they? Suppose they actually went. Where were they? How do you verify that they went where they said they were and where even they thought where they were? And so what if the sun does seem to behave in that way, even if you were to assume that they were where they thought they were? What is the sun? You can't triangulate its height above the surface, globe or flat. You can't triangulate it. Now the globers, right, they'll have the explanation handy. They'll say, well, you can't triangulate it because it's so big and so far in outer space that all the light rays are parallel. So you can't really triangulate it because of that. What's your explanation, Flurf? Flurf, meanwhile, says, I'm not going to invoke magical space rays. That's for sure. I'm not going to come up with a story that I can't verify like you did. So I'm just going to leave it open-ended for now. And you know what? That's perfectly fine to do. Because at this point, we both agree that you can't triangulate the height of the sun or any object, a celestial object above the surface. So explanations be damned. What do you have left? Well, we got the measurements of the surface. And if I measure the surface to be flat, then I'm going to have a hard time accepting that light rays from the sun are parallel. So what is it? What even is it? How does it manifest? Well, it seems to be observer dependent. And it seems to be observer dependent in a very consistent way, meaning you could go to some location on Earth and you can see the sun rise and set at an appointed time. Multiple observers then on Earth would be able to see the sun rise and set at their own observer-centric point of time. And the sun will not triangulate in 3D space above each of the observers, as far as we know. And we know that they can't do this if Earth is a globe either, hence the parallel rays. So then, the globers will try to model this for us, right? And they'll show the sun how it seems to rise and fall on the z-axis, on the vertical axis, with respect to the observer, and how it's not at any determined position in 3D space for all observers at the same time. It tends to float up and float down, they say. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I mean, fine, if you want to put that forth as an explanation, great. I mean, how is that any more ridiculous than magical space rays, magical space geometry? Which, by the way, has its own set of problems. If you have ray parallelism from the sun in the manner that they described, of the sun that's so enormous and so far away, then how is it you're seeing anything if when looking at it and looking around, you have nothing but parallel rays coming into your eyes? How do you see a point? I mean, there's like a contradiction here. How do you get the parallax effect you need? How do you get angle convergence and change of angles over time in order to discern distance or to discern object relationships? I mean, if you don't have that, you've got nothing but ray parallelism everywhere, then that's an inherent contradiction based off of how we actually see. But we can accept their explanation for the sake of moving the discussion forward, and then just chastise it for being magical space geometry and space rays. If they want to chastise us for having like a magical floating position of a sun that's not triangulatable in 3D space, well, then they've got the same problem. Sure, they're loaded with an explanation that came from 500 years of mathematicians coming up with good explanations. Doesn't make it real. And it doesn't mean that we need to be sitting around coming up with explanations too for 500 years so that we can have a cool story as well. Because the truth of what this thing really is and what it's actually doing lies well beyond outside anybody's realm of capability to actually investigate. So that's why I tend to shy away from this idea that the Gleason's map is a representation of our world, why I shy away from notions of an ice wall surrounding our known world, and why I shy away from using the dome or some kind of spherical sky geometry as an assumption, as a foregone conclusion, even. I don't trust any of those explanations. And they don't seem to comport logically. So I see our friend left who is asking that question. Wonder why he left. You know, some people, some flurfs want to keep their space pizza with the dome on top. They love the Walter Bislin rolling hamster ball around a Gleason's map. Sorry, you can't have that. If you're in this discussion and you're going to claim to be one of us, you literally cannot have that. It's just loaded with unverifiable assumptions and incoherent geometry.
Call them map tards.
Yep. I mean, there's a
My
whole side to
opinion
this
of a
community
map.
that seems to be afflicted with this, right?
Yeah, there's some. Well, my opinion of the maps are tools. If you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, well, you're not going to get the job done. It's going to fail.
Yeah, and maps can be good enough, no matter how actually inaccurate they are.
The map and the model. Some of these globalists are still stuck in 2016. Oh, the Earth is flat? Can I see a map or a model of that? No map, no model, then no flat Earth.
Yeah.
Like, really? How'd you do that? How does that make sense to you? That you had to completely eliminate reality from the conversation and dive headfirst into some complete abstraction and then say that is reality while not having any map or model yourself. You know, that's the best part. Then just start saying physics and stuff over and over again. Volcanoes, acid rain, just words, and then think that then they've won the debate. And then come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Like 10 years now. Like Brenda was just here yesterday. Oh, yeah, I heard you reading about this the other day.
have to go. I'll be back in like 5.
I love it. It's just one of my favorite quotes of all time in the space race. Charlie Wilson calls Sputnik a neat scientific trick. I just can't get over that. It's so deliciously appropriate, especially for us and our objectives in exposing sense. I'm pretty sure they thought this quote would haunt. This quote is buried in time. So, But it takes folks like us to unearth it. It takes folks like us to rub their faces in this. They probably didn't know what direction they'd be going with the space program back then. I mean, the idea of a self-sustaining satellite orbit was talked about long before 1958, 1957. Talked about in the 40s and 30s and 20s. Arthur Clarke, right? I think what really stunned the world, Sputnik, was the game itself. Russians. Scientific trick going. What will they do? And the rest is history. I mean, we saw what they were capable of doing. Movie tricks. I'm being told that I'm roboting real hard.
Yep.
Mic check. Good. Okay. Just monologuing a bit, I guess. Filling some dead air, but what a bold claim, though. Like, the Russians were the first to lie to the world about an achievement that wasn't really accomplished. And I would say that you could be a glober today, still be skeptical of this claim. Still be skeptical that there's actually anything orbiting a globe Earth. You could still be a glober today. You could still be a glober working at NASA today. You could be read into the highest levels of national security at NASA. Perhaps at some point, you're told that we never actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit for anything, but neither had the Russians and neither has anybody. And here's how we're doing this neat scientific trick. But damn it, we're still going to try because we know it's a globe and it's theoretically possible. So brand new satellite engineer. So Josh Ingersoll, why don't you go work on that? Why don't you go work on actually trying to get a real, true, self-sustaining gravity well-driven orbit? 2026. Meanwhile, we'll continue with our neat scientific tricks. We'll continue to use the program, meanwhile, for international security. Because everybody that we invite into this program will have to lie to their constituents, to their populace, about the same achievements that we lied about. And if we're all lying to each other, we can all trust each other for fear of mutually assured destruction. Wouldn't that be interesting if truly the mutually assured destruction was not over some doomsday weapon, whether or not it exists, but rather over the destruction of credibility, over these fake space achievements that also involve the use of such weapons. Mutually assured destruction means this mutual lie that we've all formed into a compact with in order to deceive the world and our respective constituents that vote for us year after year is something that we're using to make sure that all of our policies internationally are duly coordinated. If any member breaks from this pact, we will expose the lie and we all go down. Too big to fail. Too big to tell the truth. That's what they've done with with the space program. It's become too big to tell the truth and too big to fail. Its failure would mean mutually assured destruction, would mean the instant loss of credibility of all these famed institutions that people put their trust and hope into, the American dream. Can't have that. Can't have mutually assured destruction. So we can't tell the truth either. So we're all kind of stuck with this. Maybe we can try to pivot away from it gradually over time. Maybe that's the goal. So we will make space seem much more difficult than what we did 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. We'll make achieving space to be dangerous, more dangerous than it was. And we will offer another solution, right? I remember reading in satellite industry magazines and publications how they're going to pivot away from self-orbiting space junk and go back to the future, back to where they were using balloons and trillions of dollars of commerce can be made and achieved in a much cheaper fashion, more expeditious fashion, using more conventional means. We can use balloon technology, high altitude balloons, and can move away from these claims of self-orbiting space junk. We could pivot away from that story. That's what I kept reading in these magazines. And that's what we're reading about today, the commercialization of space. I think we're living through a transitionary period. We're moving away from space being what it was in the Cold War to what space will be for the future, which incorporates more conventional technologies, which is really what it was all along. And it's a brilliant way to pivot. It's going to be expensive. It's going to take multiple generations. But it's going to become even more expensive to keep up the lie as technology matures, as people get better cameras and better means of transportation on the ground. They won't be able to keep up the lie of space, and probably the globe too at some point. Maybe that's why we exist. Maybe we're fulfilling a greater objective. Transform people's cosmogonies from this outer space Big Bang mythos to something also more conventional, like the fact the Earth's really flat and space is mysterious, just as humans have always known since antiquity. That's kind of what I think is going on. You know, am I crazy for thinking this?
No, I agree. Kind of seems obvious, doesn't it? So what happens? What happens when you move from being read into some of the highest levels of national security at NASA, where they're like, "Yeah, guys, it was balloons and scientific trick. Nobody's actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit even to this day." But hey, newly hired NASA engineer intern, we still want you to work on this problem because we think it'd be great if we could actually, for real, get a self-sustaining satellite orbit up in place. You work on that. What if there's a level higher than that? The level higher is we know that won't ever be achieved either. You've basically got, ironically, Russian nesting dolls of lies and misinformation. So you can have multiple levels, right? At the very bottom level, 98% of people at NASA, at NOAA, other places, right? They think that self-orbiting space junk is real and the globe is real. That's like level 3. And then level 2 is, no, none of that was real, but the globe is still real. And then level 1 is, no, neither of those things are real. And amazingly, what you could do with that knowledge, I think, is quite powerful, right? Because now you can build true coordinate reference systems that actually work for more precise targeting, for more precise asset tracking. You can sell the globe crap to other countries and make a killing. It works good enough, but you're going to keep the other stuff for yourself. You're going to watch as like Saddam Hussein uses stolen guidance technology that operates on a globe and misses its targets. And you're going to laugh because you know the stuff you kept for them yourself doesn't operate under such an assumption. You might even go so far as to build in globes to everything that's used conventionally by the masses. And there's maybe a secret switch that gets flipped underneath that layer of abstraction, underneath that screen that depicts a spherical coordinate system. When the switch is flipped, the user still gets to monitor stuff on that spinning ball on the screen. But the mathematics behind the scenes are taking on a whole different kind of geometry. That's kind of what I think might be happening. I wish I could take credit for that idea. I've heard in very few instances people in our community suggest the same. Jay Tolan, for example.
Hello?
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
All right, what do we have here? Some space news from Crit. Scientists found 5,000-year-old frozen bacteria. It may be the blueprint for new antibiotics. How about that? How about that? You know what I was thinking, folks, along these lines? Since there are still so many parts of this world that are isolated and walled off and you can't access them without being a special person. One such place being Lake Vostok in Antarctica. There are creatures, by their accounts, living in this lake that bear little resemblance to anything else on the earth. It's because this lake is completely isolated. It's a massive lake, sixth biggest, largest lake in the world, they say. Super deep with lava vents. Teeming with organisms. Now, what's to say that if they need to produce evidence of aliens, what's to say that they couldn't go grab a gravy ladle, pull up some very strange phytoplankton from this lake, and then present that as exoorganisms? A frozen lake? Well, it's actually not frozen. Even though it is at like 87 degrees south, right? There's a Russian research base there, Vostok base. It's quite famous. I actually knew two people, one person who went 2 times over there for work. No, he didn't tell me anything. Of course, I didn't really ask. Yeah, so they could just grab a gravy ladle, present phytoplankton that don't exist in any form of its kind anywhere else on Earth, and say, there's your space bacteria. That came from a meteorite. Or that there is what the Mars rover picked up and sent back home. It's Martian. They could say they found this on Mars, and you would have no way to verify it, just like everything else, right? Just have to trust. So they're absolutely loaded for the next phase of whatever this is, if they want to take it there. But will they go in that direction? I mean, they probably could, but it might come down to cost. You know, baking stuff is expensive and risky.
Yo,
What's up?
what's up? Am I understand right that this VC is for like flat Earth supporters?
Yeah, you got it. We've been around
Oh.
about 10 years. We record all of our conversations. We have 2 YouTube live streams. We have a live stream on Rumble and X, and a podcast on, was it Spotify? Yeah, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Well, flat Earth, right?
Just Earth, man.
Just Earth. Okay.
It's Earth. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah. What's on your mind?
You know, uh, I know about like classic, you know, uh, model of Earth in the world or something. You know, position of Earth, and I know that we have a planets. You know, solar system. We have this shit universe, and how how I know what I know, and with my feelings, I see it, and I think that I heard, and I think sounds like logically, like possible, crazy but possible. And when I see and hear about flat Earth arguments, or I do not accept it, but I don't know why, and because maybe because like it is not something like um, you know I do not see it as possible, you know. So can you maybe explain it to me personally how it works?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it might help to begin with how we came to this idea. About 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, it started basically with a camera. Here's a camera made by Nikon, the P900. Legendary, absolute legendary camera. They were able to achieve a 2000 millimeter zoom. Optical zoom, not digital. Using a cool trick, they used basically a really teeny tiny sensor. This allowed them to get a very long focal length in a relatively small camera. A 2000 millimeter zoom on this small sensor, they marketed it as an 83x, 83 times optical zoom capability. Really, for the first time in history, the average person could afford to get a camera that could zoom in at extremely long ranges and see things from a distance that they'd never seen before. So people were buying these cameras and they were taking them on vacation to a beach. And they were zooming in on boats. They were zooming in on oil rigs, lighthouses. They were zooming in on the far side of a bay, on islands. And before long, people started asking themselves, and asking the internet. They were posting these pictures and videos on the internet. They were saying, wait a second. If Earth is a globe, how is it I'm seeing this stuff? Because all of these things should be below the curvature of the Earth. But there it is. So people would work out the math. They would take the globe, they'd work out the math, and they'd say, yeah, well, this doesn't make sense. And so the imagery, the videos just kept pouring in. People were trying to come up with explanations for this. Well, maybe it's terrestrial refraction. Maybe it's a mirage. And so this, of course, led to debates and led to people asking themselves, well, what if this is true and what we're seeing is actually flat Earth evidence? That's how this started. That's really how this whole conversation in this community got itself going. So then this led to people doing other things, potentially more extreme, right? So they would take their cameras.
Oh, what's up, ladies?
They would modify them. So you had then the P900s with infrared optics. And then you had people taking P900s with infrared optics to see through the haze, to see through the refraction, right? They would go up on airplanes. So now they're way up high in an airplane where the air is thin to begin with and doesn't distort that much. And then they're zooming in, hyper zooming in on the horizon. And they're seeing things well beyond the range of what the globe should predict in infrared. One guy even brought in a weather balloon and took his infrared converted camera and attached it to his weather balloon, sent it up to like 120, 130,000 feet. Was able to zoom in on the horizon that way. I mean, just absolutely amazing footage. And before long, I mean, people were basically saying, well, I mean, Earth can't possibly be what we're told. If we're able to see these things quite simply, we see too far for it to be a globe. And that's how this started.
Pot pie, bro.
About 10 years later, here we are. We're still asking the same questions. How can we see too far? We're also asking who measured it, who measured the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Given that we can see too far, that there's no evidence of globe curvature that we can ever see anywhere, how was it ever supposedly measured to have curvature in the first place? People are asking that question today, and we don't have answers. Instead, we get excuses. So you're asking, where we are with this, how we got here. You want the explanation? That's kind of how it happened in a nutshell.
Okay, understandably, but right now you said that how people begin to believe in it, but like my question is, why? Why is Earth is not globe? Is flat? That's my question. Can you explain me if you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is the Earth? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the floor to our existence. You walk upon it, but what is it? Because it's not a planet in outer space.
So humanity is like do not know about Earth the truth, right?
Yeah, it's not a globe in outer space, and we know that that's the case. So our ancestors, they didn't believe in a globe in outer space either. So we are reconnecting with our past. We're reconnecting with how our ancestors understood the world to be. I think that's kind of cool.
Okay, so if Earth it is not like globe, there is a question. I think that like logically, why people think that it is not like
I see.
flat. It is that it is a globe. Why? Well, like why?
Well, yeah, why do people think it's a globe?
Yep.
Because of philosophical interpretation. Some of the ancient Greeks,
They looked up at the night sky. They saw a black void. They saw the stars, the starlight. They wondered what it could be, but they concluded that the geometry of the night sky was like a ball, like a gigantic black ball, with holes poked in the ball and the light of God shining through the holes. They call this the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere. They teach this in astronomy today. From your observation standpoint, you look at the night sky, you can imagine a dome over your head and all the stars and all the planets and everything. They're inside of this celestial sphere. The Greeks reasoned that, well, if the heavens are a sphere, then below must be a sphere too. Something like it. Yeah. Because, and they had all kinds of metaphysical explanations for this. To some of them, a sphere represented the perfect ideal shape, the ideal form. A sphere has one side in 3 dimensions. Amazing. It's got one face.
Mm-hmm.
A tetrahedron would have like 4 faces, right? It's like 3 sides of a triangle in the base.
Mhm.
But the sphere, sphere had one face. A cylinder has like 2 faces, or 3 rather. A dome has 2. But they figured if we can imagine the sky as a sphere, then the Earth is likely a sphere too. And that's really how it started. People started to use the stars to map the Earth. And they mapped it under the same assumption that the celestial sphere matches a terrestrial sphere. And as they used the stars deep in the ocean, with no other landmarks in sight, no object markers to get your reference from, except for the stars, they used the celestial sphere model, and they used it in conformal to a terrestrial sphere. The simple mapping idea, not so simple actually, but this idea is simple, became reified into existence. People started to believe that this model accurately reflected reality itself. So people started to believe the map preceded the territory, that the map of the sphere is the sphere in reality. And so how this got started, I think, had to do with navigation and then later some surveying methods based on how people perceive the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are the stars at night really inside a celestial sphere? Whether you think the Earth is flat or not, the answer is no. It's a concept, though. It's a model that can be useful in many situations for practical purposes. But is that truly what it is? I mean, no, of course not. If you believe in the Big Bang Theory, the cosmos of outer space, of course, there is no celestial sphere. It's just a way to conceptualize it. Same thing for flat earthers. Flat earthers know that what they imagine the heavens to be is not necessarily really what the heavens actually are. Yeah, I mean, it started off as a concept. People imagined it so vividly that they started to believe that it was true. And here we are, it's 2026.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It sounds like possibly, but why the big guys as government, as big companies, as scientists or something, talking that about the globe Earth, not flat, and they're throwing rockets to space, filming something, sending people to moon, wants to send to Mars, and why?
Yeah, well, most scientists don't really know anything about this. They believe in the globe like everybody else does, and they take their measurements and their data and they cram it into the globe as much as they can, and it doesn't work, but they do their best. Now, as for all the people involved in the space program, well, that's a whole different conversation. We need to be specific who in the space program is lying about this and who would actually be in a position to know. I don't accept that the Apollo missions were real. I don't accept that they landed on the moon with men who played golf on the moon. I don't believe men played golf on the moon one bit. Nope. Now, those astronauts, they know that they didn't go to the moon, but that doesn't mean that they know the Earth is flat. They could still believe the Earth is a globe. The purpose of the moon mission was to project scientific and technological achievements that didn't exist, that were unattainable. Those scientists involved in that hoax can still believe Earth is a globe. They're not necessarily in a position to know that the Earth is flat.
Do you using any how it's like moons, or I don't know how to say it, people made moons, something like that. I don't know, like Starlink, is it you know what I mean?
Yeah, what about Starlink, right?
Yeah, why Starlink is exist? They're like just flying around the Earth or around the planet or something. So why they're in zero gravity and just they just exist and works.
Well, I mean, how do you know what Starlink is?
Huh?
Sorry, Yoder.
How do you know what Starlink is? Who is in a position to really know what it is, what it's actually doing? I don't know.
Just big guys just saying that this is a low orbital things that just flying around the Earth and sending and receiving, like information, and just walking. So why is it walking? That's my question. And or
I mean, this assumes you know how it is working.
Huh?
Nobody knows. Nobody's able to demonstrate or validate how it's working.
Oh. So.
Right?
Yep. So you want to say, or you think that Elon Musk is like something like a villain that just doing crazy things.
I can prove to you
crazy-
right now,
Yo.
I can prove to you
Let's go.
by their own admission, Elon Musk is not in charge of SpaceX.
Oh.
In
And-
fact, SpaceX is operated by the president, Gwynne Shotwell,
mm,
and her
okay.
husband is in charge of is like the chief of security for SpaceX.
So
And working there requires an above top secret clearance
mhm.
at that level. So, I mean, this means by default, by deduction,
Mhm.
you can't independently verify what they're doing.
Mhm.
They will not let you. Yeah, what is SpaceX? I mean, what's funny, this was in the news a long time ago, like back in 2012. Google had a balloon project, a communication balloon project, using what they call satelloons. These are satellite balloons. The project was called Google Loon, Loon, Loon. And Google sold it to SpaceX. So, what happened to all that technology? I don't know, man. Maybe SpaceX is on balloons or something. Who freaking knows? It'd be nice if we would actually be able to know, but it's not like if you're working there, you can tell us.
Uh, So, uh, so why are they, wait a sec. Why they are sending rockets something to to space, or for what, if it is walking on balloons, for what, why?
Maybe because it's impossible to orbit something around a globe.
Mm. So why they're sending it? Okay, if it is walking on balloons, maybe, but why are they sending rockets, or filming how they walk, opens their
I don't know.
satellites?
I don't know.
Is
I
it
can
big
I can
lie
guess. I
or
can
something?
speculate. Maybe the rockets. Maybe they're testing nuclear weapons
Oh.
under. Yeah, except they're pretending that it's for scientific and space endeavors. Who knows? If you take a nuclear missile and you put a NASA logo on it, everybody sees NASA on the missile and doesn't think anything of it. That's just my speculation. But, you're asking me to speculate, and I don't like to do that very much.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, okay, how can I prove personally that I live in flat Earth, not globe?
Water. Use water. The physics of water will never lie to you.
What?
The physics, the raw power in physics, objective reality will not lie to you. People will. People will lie to you, especially people in government especially people in government of the executive branch, especially executive branch at the federal level. Those people will lie to you all day, every day, and there's very little accountability or oversight for when they do wrong. What you can do is use you and water and measure, observe, and practically use the surface of the earth and get repeatable, observable, and testable results over and over and over again. This will demonstrate without a doubt there is no curvature whatsoever. The surface of the earth has no detectable curvature at all. Zero.
So, wait, how how can I pass, like personally, and I don't know, like what I should to do to see that Earth is actually flat.
Yeah, what did I just say? What did you just say and what did you just hear?
I hear that something about physics, about
Yeah,
what,
physics. Water.
that
You
you
can use water.
how can I use it? How?
Which way does water flow? Does it flow up? Does it flow
which way?
down? Yeah.
It flows down.
Okay, so if you don't have water flowing, what does that mean?
Zero gravity.
Zero gravity.
Maybe, I don't know. No, do not flow. Oh, it means that it is like there is no
Level?
way.
Is it level?
Level, yeah, level.
Okay. So if you found that the Earth is completely level, completely sea level, what would that make the Earth?
Oh, remember that. So the globe concept
Yeah, you don't need
So
to worry
that-
about a globe concept. Your question was how can you test the Earth? You don't need concepts for that. All
No.
you need is water, the physics of water, and then use the Earth. That's it. You don't need concepts. You don't need imagination. You don't need hallucinations.
You mean that if Earth was a globe, the water
It'd be
just
curved, right? If Earth was a globe, hey, hold on.
just
If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
what?
If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
Right now, maybe curved. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd have to be. It'd have to be curved. If Earth is a globe, it would have to be curved.
So
There's no curvature. What is it?
I don't know.
It's flat.
Right. So physics in my school education said to me that the something is that like I don't know, like turning around them, as our planet, globe planet, globe Earth. So there, like I don't know. Wait a sec.
So I think what you're trying to say is like when you have a lot of mass gather together, you have a stronger gravity pull.
They like attracting something that have lower mass. So it means that we have a gravity in this globe concept. It means that any other thing, that less mass of than Earth will like attract to Earth, and as if we talk about water, it means that this water just attracting to center of Earth, globe Earth, and they just do not fly.
We understand. Okay, that's great.
Thanks.
It's a great hypothesis, but hypotheses need to be tested in the natural world. Right, so we can go out into the natural world and we can see if the water of the earth actually is curving into a ball, and it's not. That's what we're trying to tell you. That idea that they teach you in school it's not supported by the evidence.
Would
You
you
can go out
care
and verify
to-
this yourself.
Would you care to elaborate on like the gravity then? Because if what they're saying, if this theory is wrong, and if it's not like a
Not
lot of
even a
men,
theory, it's a hypothesis.
all right. So if this hypothesis is indeed incorrect, so what would be a more plausible explanation for
We
the
don't need a
gravity?
more plausible explanation. We know theirs is wrong.
So it's just
Look,
wrong. but there's
it's
not
like
a
this. If I
counter
look up into a
explanation.
tree, right, and I see a furry animal, I don't need to know what kind of furry animal it is. I know it's not a fish.
Do you see gravity?
Okay?
do
I
you
don't-
see gravity?
It has nothing to do with it. But we should see the effect of gravity, right? Forming water into a ball. Okay? So we should be able to
Right.
go to the water and measure the surface of the earth to be curving. We don't.
Yeah, but you're not. So you're saying that it doesn't matter, like what gravity is and why it works like this.
Well, there's two ideas. Well, we don't know. Well, I mean, gravity is a whole nother thing. Newton himself didn't even believe in it. So I don't even want to get into that. Okay, so it's real simple. There's two ideas of gravity. There's little g, which we know empirically from dropping something. But there's the other idea that big G, right, the universal law of gravitation, which doesn't come from experiment. It came from a geometric relationship to the Kepler's second law of motion. Okay? You can go on, it is in my opinion, you can go on YouTube and watch Richard Feynman, PhD, Nobel laureate, explain how Newton came up with his universal law of gravitation. Had nothing to do with anything falling. Newton's apple is just horseshit. Never happened. Anyway, the point is that even if you have some crazy hypothesis that gravity does these things, science is an empirical human activity. We would need to go out into nature and test and measure to see if gravity is actually doing that thing, right? We need to test it and check. Or we don't check. We just go with the textbook and don't check.
No, everything has to be tested.
Okay. So what
Also-
we're telling you is we've gone out and tested it, and the surface of water does not curve. It lies flat and level. You can test it. What Crit was explaining to Mike here is that this can be tested. You can test this yourself. It's a simple test.
So what happens when like a boat leaves China and passes through United States and then it goes back to China again? So at a certain point it does like a 180 turn and then goes back?
Yeah, it goes in a circle. East and western circles.
I see.
Yo, guys.
Right? They circle around, underneath really the Polaris, right? The North Star. And if you want the real actual rendition is the whole entire latitude longitude coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere model. It actually has nothing to do with the Earth. What people have done is they've said the celestial sphere is because the Earth is a sphere. Okay, they've just made this leap of logic. Okay, well, great hypothesis. Okay, let's see if the Earth actually is a sphere and measure a sphere Earth, which no one's actually ever done. See, that's the great thing they say about science, right? Testable, repeatable, verifiable. You can go out. I don't want you to believe a thing I said. I've gone and done my own tests, right? I've gone out and done my own observations. So, Mike, one way you could test this is you probably need a distance that's at least 10 kilometers to be safe.
Mhm.
Okay? So if you're 6 feet tall and you're standing at the ocean, the beach, a lake, whatever, the horizon should be, thinking kilometers, it's like 5.3 miles, 5.3 kilometers away. That's where it should be. So if you have a long view, like 10 kilometers, at 10 kilometers, some object out in the distance should be something like, I'd say, I'm guessing 10 meters under the horizon.
Mhm.
I'm guessing in kilometers because you use kilometers, right? I use empirical. I'm trying to do the conversion in my head. I'm probably
Oh, okay,
butchering it.
okay.
So it'll be 3 miles. At 10 miles, something should be 66 feet under the horizon. So 10 miles is about 15 kilometers. So 15 kilometers away, because of the curve of the Earth, you should not see a 6-story building. Yeah, that's how much curvature there is. See, they tell you the Earth is so big, you can't detect the curvature. But according to what they say, it should be easily detectable. But by the size of the Earth, they say it is. Should be easily detectable. Should be obvious, in fact. Super obvious. We should, like this channel, if you could actually detect this curvature, this channel shouldn't exist. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. Because it would be super obvious if we lived on a ball. It wouldn't have took until freaking 300 BC to figure it out. Freaking cavemen would have figured it out.
Mhm.
But one
Mhm.
test you can do is that you can get like a friend and like a mirror, and on the internet, it's a bunch of Earth curve calculators. You can calculate how much should be hidden at any distance, say 10 kilometers, say 10 meters is supposed to be hidden. You get a mirror on each shoreline and try to flash each other, right? And you'll see that you can see each other at distances that you're not supposed to see each other. But, you do it over the surface of water. I mean, people have done it over land, so it's been done on the Bolivian salt flats. So I'll give you an example. So they went to the Bonneville salt flats, which is in Utah, where they, where the land speed record is, where they race cars to get the fastest they can get a car to go.
Look,
Yeah, it's called a land speed record. It's the fastest. So the world record is like 800 miles per hour.
oh,
So this is the place they go to break those records. So it's really, really flat. They went there and they took a laser and they shined it 36 miles, which is probably about 55 kilometers. Right? They're just standing on the desert floor and beamed the laser 55 kilometers. Now, if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that's impossible. But it's not, which is why it happened. Now, I'm not going to tell you to believe us or believe what we're saying. This is the type of thing where You know, we've all been to school. Everybody in here that's a flat earther used to be globe earthers. This is something you got to do for yourself. The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it. And the only way you'll ever know one way or the other is to go test yourself. Otherwise, you'll either just believe us or believe them. You'll just always be a believer. You know, I believe the flat earthers. I believe the globe earthers, right? You don't have to be either one of those. You can be a person that knows one way or another. I know the earth's a globe. I know the earth is flat. I'm so confident. Like, why am I telling you to do this? Because I know what your result is going to be. I know what my result was. I know what everybody that's done tests in this chat, I know what their results were.
Okay.
That's why, like, when I don't know how long you've listened to us in here. That's why when we get in like discussions with people about this, the people that believe in the globe, what they talk about are planets, stars, sun, the moon. They don't talk about the earth. They talk about everything but the earth, right? They go, well, what about the sun? Well, what about the planets? What about black holes? What about this? None of that stuff has anything to do with the earth. That's why they talk about that. Because if you test the earth, you find out that it's flat. And there's nothing about the sun, stars, moon, planets that can actually prove that incorrect. The only thing that could prove that incorrect are observations of the earth that it's not flat, which nobody has. Crit, you in here?
Yep, I'm here.
So, Crit, you know how ballistic missiles work, right? Parabolic arc, all that.
Yeah.
So think about this. I was thinking about this morning. Iran shoots a missile 1,000 miles to, I don't know, Cyprus, Israel, wherever they're shooting it. Now, how does that actually work on a globe? Because the missile's going to have to rotate an extra 15 degrees just to come into the window sideways. Right? The parabolic arc is going to be like horizontal. At that point, you see what I'm saying? Because the surface of the earth is curving. Now, how do they plot? How are they calculating a ballistic trajectory over a curved surface? All the exercises I did in school, it was always a flat surface. We calculated the ballistic. We never calculated over a curved surface.
Yeah, it's like they try to say the missile goes off a curved surface, goes into the air, then teleports to a globe Earth. Then to come back down, it goes back to a flat surface again.
Yeah, it's 69 miles per degree, so it's like 14.92 degrees in 1,000 miles. So the missile, how is it going to come down? It's going to be flattened by 15 degrees. It's going to be like coming in sideways or some shit. They even have suppressed ballistic trajectories that would fit the bill, but they don't go as far as the distance. Yeah, I gotta look into this more. It don't make sense to me, especially when you're throwing them frickin' thousands of miles.
Hey, Crit, doesn't that mic sound like Russian mic from way back?
I don't think so.
He has a. Hey, Mike, are you from Russia?
Yep.
Did you used to have another account called Russian Mike?
No.
All right. You sound.
They closed Discord in Russia. The government said that it was subversive.
You
guys know that people in Russia can't. They lost the ability to.
Hey, Mike. Hey Mike, you
Yep.
sound exactly like this guy. He used to go by Russian Mike. The only difference is you sound like you speak better English now. So if you were him, just on a different account, perhaps I was gonna say, dude, your English got way better, but you still have the exact cadences, the like the multiple stutter, like all of your cadence and speech, like linguistically, like you would be him. If I was to play back an old, recording of him, you'd be like, hey, that guy, we talk just like each other. It might be, I don't know, maybe he's related. I don't know. But I'm just saying, you sound just like this guy that used to go by Russian Mike. So when I heard you, then I looked at the screen and I saw your name saying Mike. I was like, maybe that is him. But you just said you're not. So, oh well. You
Okay.
even laugh like him. That's amazing. It's all right. He's your doppelganger. That's what he is. He's your
He's my,
Yeah, man.
twin.
Yeah, I think so, man. I'm not joking. And you did say you're Russian too? You're Russian?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, how are you on Discord if you're Russian? Are you like out of Russia?
I just using, the DPI,
Oh my God.
like
That's exactly what he used to do too. Oh, this is crazy.
because in Russia, everyone who want to use Discord without using proxies, it is only DPI. Goodbye DPI.
Is DPI like a VPN? Is that like the equivalent?
It is not. It is like
What's the difference?
It is not. Look, when I connect to anything, I send and receive packets, and if DPI works, originally DPI works. It sends with wait a sec. I just translated. They were crushed in a big amount of packets or something, and just going to a server. So goodbye DPI programs like type.
Oh, okay.
They're just sending one packet that that can't be blocked or something.
Yeah,
And,
I get what you're saying. So that is the way you guys get around it.
What?
That's the way you get around like being blocked. You use DPIs.
Actually, it works only on Discord and YouTube. That's all. So, in Russia we have no officially banned.
So are you saying that like technically you have to allow them to use this like monitoring, filtering, like?
Yep.
Oh wow! So like, oh wow, that's interesting. So they'll let you get online and be in these like on YouTube, but as long as they're monitoring you, that's what it sounds like, right? Because it seems like So are you not able to use VPNs in Russia, or are you?
No, actually, if we talk about YouTube or Discord, we are not able to. But if we talk about like something like another band things like Facebook,
Then you can use a VPN for that.
Twitter. We need we need because there is different specifics of these types of programs or something else
That's really interesting.
And different types of trying to ban them. If we
Yeah.
ban YouTube, we need to slow down them. Russian government, I mean, needs to slow down them. How it works, I don't know. But anyway, they're just slowing him down.
They're throttling it. They're throttling YouTube. I know that. I don't know about the Discord. Facebook, I think they blocked because of the Skittles shit. Skittles, LGBTQ plus. That's what I thought. Russia. That's what I'm talking about. I thought because they promote that on Facebook that Russia blocked it. That's what I thought. I try to keep up on that, but to be fair, it's better than what the UK does, because United Kingdom, they'll let you say whatever and then arrest you. So, like, we're not going to block you. We're just going to sit here and wait so we can arrest you.
Yeah, we're going to give you enough rope to hang yourself. And then they do. So then what about like platforms like X? Do you guys have X? Because that has all kinds of stuff that Russia doesn't allow into your...
we have it, but our,
does that run through DPI as well?
No, DPI, goodbye DPI, I can just read how it works from...
No, I know how it works. No, I know how it works. I get what the...
I don't know how it works. I want to hear it.
It's just a monitoring, but yeah, go ahead. It's just like a... Go ahead.
Main techniques include fragmentation of TCP packets, modification of HTTP headers, SNI obfuscation in TLS sessions, and the insertion of non-standard TCP flags, something like that.
Is that what it does, or is that what it prevents?
That's what it does. So in other words, Indio, like we can use a VPN, and then it's like it just makes it seem like you're not even in the state, right? Like it bounces off of another modem to another network. But what they have using a DPI, they're literally just watching everything that's coming in and going out. And so like it doesn't matter if you have a VPN, because it's going specifically on your equipment, and they'll know like what is being sent out by the packets, by the data.
Oh, they're doing packet inspection.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, it works not only only on YouTube or in Discord or maybe something else, but not on every banned platform or social media.
It's anything that... Okay, so look at, if you go online, you're saying that it's only for Discord and YouTube. That's why I was like, whoa, that's weird, because I don't know how they can differentiate that. But technically, this is a security where they are just monitoring. Once you go online, if you just go like to Google or whatever you guys have over there that's equivalent, then like they're going to watch everything that you're sending and receiving. It's just like it's no different than software that companies use to monitor their employees. Same thing.
Dude, your router at your house does DPI, bro. Everything does it. Every router does it all the time.
Exactly.
Like to act like at least Russia's telling you about it. Like, give them some credit.
Exactly.
Because for certain, I know for 100% certain that a lot of the stuff they do, because they can't capture all this data in real time. Me and Yoda were actually talking about this 2 days ago in here. A lot of this is retrospective, is that they just record everything, and then when something happens, they go back and look at it. Because if you have 1 million hours of video uploaded to YouTube, now you need 1 million man hours to watch all that, right? It's fucking impossible, right? You can't actually comb through all the data. So it's more like they're trying to leave it. They use it as like an evidence trail, as opposed to crime prevention. You know what I mean? They're not trying to prevent anything from happening. If something happens, they go back and go, okay, this person did it.
Yeah, well, the only difference I would say, Indio, is that true, they're not going to watch like every single like. Yeah, you're right, but they do have this technology that it triggered words, like certain words, phrases.
Oh yeah, that's been around for a long time.
Yeah, that's been
Echelon. Did you ever hear of that?
Yeah.
That was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
So like there was an Echelon day when that shit went live. It was a thing to like show that they had like a keyword list, all the words it was keyworded to, and it was to spam emails with all the keywords in it to like flood the system.
Yeah, it's actually Bluefin, I believe, was the name of the company that he speaks about. He's the one that created it. The owner of that company. He's the one that created the software that in real time they can monitor all traffic via. And here's the crazy part: it's all communications via satellite. Let's say landline, or radio or internet. So or TV broadcast. But all forms of communication, this Bluefin company is the one that invented or designed the software where they can capture everything in real time, from the computer to the telephone to even TV, what's being said over TV. But that's crazy. It's the company's called Bluefin Group.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I'm sure it's way beyond that. Like you've
point,
heard me say it. I just assume I'm being recorded at all times. Like,
yeah, that's a good.
There's just devices everywhere with microphones in them. You might as well just assume they're being recorded.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So they're getting flat smacked right now. Listen, CIA, they're just flat.
Hey, dude. Hey, I'm not lying, dude. Every now and then I'll be talking to my girl, and she'll be like, "Should you even be talking about that?" And she'll be like, they must love listening to our conversations. Because I'm always like, hey, by the way, fuck you guys. Hey, can you help me out with my payment? I always talk shit to them.
Your girlfriend's like, why are you talking into the plant?
I'm like, I know they're listening. I think somewhere, they are somewhere at some point in time. Especially if you talk about certain things. Those trigger words, they activate. That it's almost like this is what I envision. I envision like a call center of like a bunch of like just people just going to their job. They have a very classified job, and like almost like they're just sitting at their computer, and then bing, someone pops up because they triggered like the system because they said a certain phrase or a word, and in all languages, by the way. And then it just comes up like no different than like someone that works for a customer service for a bank. Like the call comes in, you handle the call. You know what I mean? Like that's why I always vision them. That's that must be how they're doing it.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. You got a wired phone line?
Yeah.
You got a wired one?
Yeah. Old landline. That's why earlier I said landline because they
can't tap wireless phone calls can't be tapped or don't have. If the signal's in the air, dude, it's anyone's signal, so they don't need a warrant to listen in on that.
Right. Oh yeah. When it's analog like that.
The wired, they do. I'll tell you the little key thing about the wired phone call. That this is like a little trick. That they can't listen in on just like mundane shit. You have to be talking about the thing that they're looking for, like drugs or weapons or whatever, right? So if for the first 30 seconds you talk about stupid shit like doing your laundry, or they have to hang up after 30 seconds.
Yeah, matter of fact, they talked about that. What wasn't that a movie? They showed that. Remember, he's like, yeah. He's like, hey, they're surrounding me. What movie was that? That was a good movie.
I don't know.
And they talk. They let the wives talk at first.
Yeah, so it was the to do with Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Goodfellas or whatever.
Not Goodfellas. It's with Robert De Niro. And Joe
Casino.
Yeah, Joe.
Casino. That's it.
Casino. There
Casino.
we go. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then remember, he's like, they make a phone call, but they let the wives talk because then the FBI is like, we gotta hang up. And then once they, once they time it, like, all right, then they start like saying their plans. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I know this from dude that was an undercover cop. He
But
was
do you think
involved in
that?
a big DEA bust. Big, not that big. Couple.
But do
They
you
ended up
think-
wrapping up 100 people or something. But he told me that they have a computer software system. That everybody that ends up in their little grasp, they have a piece of software that like connects all the phone calls, right? So they see.
Oh yeah.
So it has like on their computer just like a web of everybody that talked to everybody else. It's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they bring that out when they're gonna slap the RICO Act on somebody. They're probably like, yeah, we got them. we got them all connected. That's
When he
probably how
stopped
they do
doing
it.
undercover, he showed me in his cop car that like he could run a plate and every single time that person was ever pulled over, it popped up. Every time
Yeah.
that plate was running and every time they were pulled over.
Yeah, it's a database.
Not just arrested, just pulled over, right?
Yeah.
So crazy, dude. Like every interaction, they're tracking every interaction every time they come in contact with you,
Yeah.
which is
That's
great
why-
until they beat you up, then they lose all that shit.
Yeah, then they're like, we don't know who that guy is. We never met him in our life. Yeah, but I was gonna say I would imagine though that in the early 2000s under the Patriot Act, not one but two, when I would think that when Patriot Act 2 came out, they really I feel like they might have they might say this is how we do things or this, but there's got to be this. They have this complete, authorization. Like there's got to be somewhere written in there, like by a law. Like even though on the face of it, they're like, oh no, yeah, we can't spy on you guys, and even though Obama did it, and even though all the other, even though they've been doing it.
No, they have the Five Eyes is where they have a foreign intelligence agency spy on you and then get the information that way.
There you go. What's that called? Clean hands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other thing they had was if in any way your communication with another person contacts what's called a foreign person, right? So if your internet call goes out to some out of the country or to some foreign national, some foreign agent, anyone that has any contact that has in any way non-domestic, right?
Yeah.
That authorizes foreign intelligence taps.
Yeah, which makes sense because
Edward Snowden was like that. He was talking about the software, how they had a computerized form they had to fill out. And the first thing was foreign person or non-foreign person. And if it was non-foreign, none of the other boxes would highlight. They couldn't do anything. But as soon as, because any of the, in any way that person contacted it or if the call was routed through or the internet went out to a foreign router, right? So say where I'm connected to Discord, say the packet went out to fucking a Canadian fucking router because that's how the shit works, right? It's packet
like a
switching.
VPN.
Any individual packet could go out of the country and come back in, right? So that's enough. Just that alone is enough to get a foreign intelligence warrant.
Yeah.
Or not a foreign intelligence warrant to start snooping. They don't have to do the foreign intelligence under the Patriot Act.
Yeah. Back when I used to play like on Xbox and stuff, and you got people DDoSing and doxing people as well, and good. Like I had this one buddy, he actually did federal time, because he was like a really really good up there hacker where he actually got offered a job from the government type of guy. But he used to tell me, like these guys, they think they're protected because they have a VPN. And I'm like, well, is that the point? He's like, yeah, but they're still physical. They still are connected. He's like, it's a false security. And he goes, he said, I really think that the government wants the people to think that. Oh, you want to be
Goddamn
sneaky?
right. Did you know that? Did you know that Tor is a DARPA project?
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Fuck, dude.
Exactly.
People like, I'll use Tor. No one can find me. Like, dude, it's a DARPA project. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? It's like
Exactly.
literally run by the government.
Isn't that funny, dude? Like the amount
It
of
is.
false like security we have, right? Unless you know. I mean, if you know, you know. But if you don't,
How
you're
about
like,
Silk Road where they got that Albrecht guy? Every single person except for him was an FBI informant. Like,
he's like, what's going on, guys? It's like it reminds me of Will Ferrell. Hey, we're all going streaking. Wait, where are you at?
dude, the poor
man.
guy.
Yeah, dude, it's one of those things where like if you've been around long enough as we have, right? You learn some things, you pick up some things, especially if if you had interest in certain things and like in computers and just technology and networking and just stuff like that. Then you learn these things, and then like it's funny because now years later, here I am talking about it with you, right now at this moment to think like, dude, that's something that I experienced 20 years ago, and it's funny to like remember those days.
Yeah, the good old days.
Exactly. People thought they're like hiding behind, and so going back to Xbox, right? So so people are like like getting DDoS and stuff, and then or they're messing with your account, they'll hack your account, and like wipe out everything that you had, that you built up and saved, and that was very, very common in lobbies. So I always contact my buddy, like, hey Robert, like this dude fucked up my account. So I'll just jump in his lobby, he'd fix everything. Okay, cool. And then he was cool though. He was like, "Hey, I'll give you like $5 for every person you bring, and I'll mod their shit. Like I'll hack them, like give them everything, like level 80, every equipment, every unlock everything. And they'll pay me $20. I'll give you $5." So I used to do that with that dude a lot, and he would just do that. But going back to the DDoSing part of it, or DDoSing part of it, guys would talk mad shit because they can DDoS you, and then they would feel like they're invisible and no one could find them because they had a VPN. But not with my buddy Robert. Like I'll be like, hey, he'll be like, just invite me. When they're in there, just invite me. All right, he'll jump in, boom, grab their shit. They won't get online for a week or two. He'll fuck them up.
Yeah, I don't know if botnets is still a thing. I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I haven't played online for shit over 10 years now. But
yeah, I don't do any of that stuff anymore. Good thing.
Well, wait, since I think the last time I played was actually no, it hasn't been that long. I played like maybe in 2015.
There's too many normies now. Too many people play video games. Back in the day, it was more. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people played but people that played online on on PC where it's totally different.
Yeah,
different environment. Was more exclusive, man.
Yeah,
the real true story, man. Like in '93, I used to play on. This is before they had any type of graphical shit. So I used to play it used to be called a multi-user dungeon. So it's basically like a text-based advanced Dungeons and Dragons written in C code. They were pretty popular, I guess. Back then, there wasn't a lot of people on the internet.
Yeah.
So dude came into the server. It's multiplayer, so it's basically like massively. You used to play them, bro?
Yeah, I used to play hack and slash on Amiga BBS.
You're an old fuck.
I know you.
I know. Dude comes in. He's like, I just hacked into DOD. Blah blah blah. I'd never seen the dude before, but apparently he used to come in with an alias, so some of the other people knew him because you could chat like if you were standing in a room, you could see what everybody else says, right? So they're just like having an open conversation in like the main room where you enter the game in.
Yeah.
And next day, dude, I read in the paper some 15-year-old got arrested for hacking into DOD. It's pretty crazy, man. Yeah.
That's funny.
Pretty crazy.
So we were poor growing up, so we didn't have a computer, but the only guy who had a computer in the 80s was my buddy Clifford. And his dad actually had the computer, and he worked for the government. So it was for like his work computer. So, but what he would do though is he would let me and his son, because we were best friends, he would let us play on that computer, even though it was a government computer. But it wasn't like that back then. It wasn't, you didn't have to worry about hackers and all that shit back then. Well, the way we do nowadays, should I say? But his older brother Jess, we played. He played Doom a lot, I believe. That was not till later though. That was like his favorite game though. But we were playing, what was that one game? The most lamest. It was like Wagon Trail or something like that. I forgot.
Oh, Oregon Trail, dude.
Oregon Trail. That was what
Fucking, you died of dysentery.
Yeah. That's what we used to play way back in the day. And then other games too. But I remember going on the AOL chats, bro, like through, I think it was Netscape Navigator. That's what you dial up through.
Oh, yeah, Netscape Navigator. That actually was a pretty good browser, man.
It was actually, and then you had I think it was like 56K though. Like that was the upgrade. I remember like the day his dad upgraded the computer. He's like, here is a big old chip, right? And he's like, we're gonna upgrade the computer today, and then like it jumped up to like it was like 56.4K or something like that, like 66.8K. I was like, wow, this is fast. Imagine 56K being fast.
Bro, I paid like $150. We're talking like early 90s dollars for 2 megabytes of RAM.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's the equivalent of like $600 today. Dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy to spend that much back then. Yeah,
and it didn't really do anything. You know what I mean? The improvement is so minuscule that like...
Dude, that's funny. It just allowed you to like open up more like AOL chats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all it did.
This is actually before... I think... Was AOL out? I don't even think AOL was out then. This is like 92
AOL came out
or something. I think AOL was around... AOL... I'm trying to think the timeline of AOL.
It was let me see. Let me try to do the math, because when I was going to his house, it had to be like right before the 90s, because
because they were small at one point, right? So like obviously they grew to they become like AOL.
Right.
They might have been around, but I don't think I had heard of them. I'd heard of CompuServe.
CompuServe, I remember too. Yeah. Dude, that's old.
Yeah, the three I remember, the big ones are CompuServe, Prodigy, and AOL.
Yeah. But they had like proprietary internal networks, and AOL at first wouldn't even let you connect to the internet. They wanted to be like a central, make their own network and basically lock you into it, right? So that they can sell products and advertisement and all that crap, right?
Yeah, they were like their own. Like I thought they were their own like phone company at one point. I'm like, because it was just like you had to go through them to connect. I was like that. I was like, what? You have their service to connect to it.
The trendiest too, right? I mean, that's like where everybody wanted to hang out was AOL.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, dude?
I never had AOL.
You know what's crazy?
Fucking normie NPCs.
when I first heard of Discord, and then I was like, what is that? Like, and then I joined. I'm like, this reminds me of way back in the day. It was just all like text though. They were called ICQR or ICRQ.
IRC, dude.
Yeah, IRC. Yeah, IRC. That's
first
what
thing I thought of too. This is basically IRC with graphical interface.
Exactly. That's what I was like, dude, this totally reminds me of like way back in the day in the fucking that was the late 80s, early 90s. We would join IRCs and talk to people, like, you know, and I remember like you could search like what you want to talk about, and you join these groups, and like there's these like, it was amazing, dude, to be talking to people and you don't even know who they are.
What's the command to download Terminator 2?
Oh man,
dude, I downloaded so much shit off IRC.
Man,
there were so many different file sharing stuff back then.
The only thing though is that I remember Cliff's dad, he was like, "Hey, don't be going on that stuff no more." Like we couldn't go on to stuff that was like connecting with other people. I remember he got in trouble for that. We were little, dude. We're young guys. Well, not little, but
Yeah.
we were teenagers.
For a while, ICQ became popular.
I had
ICQ.
I had a 5-digit ICQ number, man.
Whoa.
Yeah. And then I lost it somehow. I can't remember the password.
Yeah.
I could probably sell that for like $1,000.
That's pretty crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's like the early days. That's like 90.
Yeah,
Like
and what was
98 or
great, it
something
linked
like that.
together. Yeah. You could have people linking up together on that one platform from like AOL and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what was so great about it. MS Messenger. It was like it was like a unified messaging, which is why I had to die.
So we've had a guy come in here a few times, and he's legit. He actually was in Cult of the Dead Cow and wrote Wind Nuke.
No way.
Yeah, he's been in here. He goes by Colonel Lingus.
Colonel Lingus.
Oh yeah. I know
What
that
a
guy.
name.
It's actually him. He's legit, and he does he does tech writing, I think, for some tech magazines and publications. But he was in here. And he's a total troll, but I mean that actually is him. He's got a pretty cool story. He's like, yeah, here's why I'm not the one that ended up in jail.
Snitch.
Wow.
That's pretty funny. I know that you
Yeah.
guys had some connection there.
Yeah,
Fucking Wind
he's from
Nuke.
Northern
Jesus
Virginia, where I was
Christ.
at the time, and I think we knew a couple of the same people.
Crazy, dude.
I want to find the dude that wrote the first Z-bot. That's who the first aimbot for fucking Quake. Kick his fucking ass. You ruin video games forever.
Oh, dude.
I was playing like Quake 2 Capture the Flag, dude. First time I seen that shit. Dude railgunned someone literally out his ass. I was like, how the fuck did you do that? The person was behind him. He was like capture the flag, right? So they're like going in one direction. He's running in one direction. I see the railgun come out, just shoot out the dude's ass and kill somebody. I'm like, no.
It's hilarious.
It must
Yeah.
have been lag or something. You're thinking like what? Like what is that? Like how did that happen?
No, because it didn't stop. He was just like sniping everybody. Just like, pew, 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 pew.
I never got into the hackings of it, like in that sense, like for aimbots and for all the different, like shoot through walls and everything like that, or see through walls. But what I did used to do though, I used to hack the Xboxes themselves and reroute the motherboard so that way it would be able to play games that I would burn on a blank DVD disc, and I'd sell them. I'd sell like the games like $60, in the store. But I used to sell them for like $5, but I would have to like get your Xbox, and then I reroute from on the motherboard and all it does is it goes around their security patch. So when you turn on the Xbox, it literally does like a check, and as long as everything checks and is green, like in their algorithm, like then then it'll start, right? Because it's like good, we could do this. But if you reroute it, then that way it can play the games that you're burning onto DVDs and or blank DVDs. And I used to do that for a while, dude. That was fun. I used to hook up my friends all the time. Like the new game would come out, I already have it, download it, and sell it to them for $5. That was good times. Dude, time flew, bro.
Yeah,
That's
like
crazy.
that concept now where they say if buying isn't owning, then how is piracy stealing? Like with modern video games, like they say, like you just basically get a license. You're just licensing the use
Right.
of the game, and at any time they can withdraw that license.
Right.
It's like some big controversy right now going some first-person shooter, like Condor or something, maybe. Or I'm trying to think what it. I can't think of it right now. I just read it in the the news pop up, like social justice stuff, because they added a lot of Skittle characters and whatnot.
Yeah, I used to use this thing. It was called the Scorpion. It was a little device that you would use when you open up the Xbox, and using a Scorpion, that's what allows you to download the software into your into the machine. But also, you gotta sod some wires in there to connect them. Just, I don't remember when exactly I learned that or how I did, but I remember just somebody teaching me that, and I was like, "Oh hell yeah, I'm gonna make a lot of money off this." And the guy, and then check this out. So in order to get the games, to download the file to burn onto a blank DVD, you had to be a part of a community online, and that's where they had anything, dude. Anything and everything was on that community, and in that community. And then but the guy who was like, I guess, hacking Microsoft, Xbox security key, he lived somewhere in Europe. And I remember, like, every so many months, Xbox would send out what they call a spike. DirecTV and Dish Network, they would do that too. They sent out spikes because you remember how, like, people had black boxes, like, where you could see every channel. It's the same concept. It's the same thing. You're just going around the security patch. Anyways, there's this guy in Europe. So what would happen was when the spike would go out, everybody in the community would just be waiting for that guy to release the updated file, or hack, shall we say? And he would figure out the algorithm. He usually had it within 48 hours. He had to have worked for Microsoft or something, and it must have been an inside job. And he was just making a shitload of money off of it. And then once he would release that patch, we'd all get the patch, we'd download it, and then run it, and then boom, all the games can be played again. You got to just reburn them. But it was good times.
Well, this news just dropped just mere moments ago. Like, ousted Secretary of Defense Christine Nolan is now in charge of a new initiative called
the Western Hemisphere.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, the Western Hemisphere.
Did you guys? Oh, you heard about this already?
Yeah, she's now the main. This is crazy, bro. Like, I was just talking to my girl last night about, this morning, 1 a.m. I still say last night. So like 6 hours ago, we were talking about it, and I was saying this is weird because now she's like, Trump created this Western, all of the Western Hemisphere position. Like, she's in charge of everything on the Western Hemisphere. I'm like, dude, this dude's like, he thinks he's in control of South America or something. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a Marvel comic villain. The
Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And so at first they were like, "Oh, dude, they fired her, they demoted her," and it's like, "No, dude, she got a promotion.
Oh, promotion, yeah.
She's now running. She's like, I'm not just gonna be in charge of America. I'm in charge of like everything on the Western Hemisphere." That is crazy, dude. Yeah,
That's what they do, though. Like, a lot of like people who fuck up in government, they never get demoted. It's always promoted. They become someone else's problem.
Right? They just shift them.
Yeah,
Yep,
just like
they
the
do.
one up and out.
The old Texas shuffle.
Yeah, the old "it takes a literal act of Congress to get me fired" thing. After a
Right.
6-month probationary period or something.
Right. That's
How
what a
great is
union
that?
is, right? Yeah, that's what unions are like. That they say, dude, it'll take an act of Congress to lose your job now, because once you're in, you're in. Yeah.
But there's something to be said for the feeling that can bring you that kind of stability and assurance, especially when the job market is so cutthroat in some industries.
Right. People are like still looking for jobs, and it's been like a year, and they still can't find a job. It's like, wow, that's crazy. I'm actually. It's funny you say that. I actually might go back to work. I know I retired for a little bit, but I might.
Well, you're convalescing. You weren't technically retired.
Yeah, I'm dying slowly here. No, I'm just kidding.
You gonna start pimping again?
Yeah, pimping ain't easy. No, I actually, I'm gonna wait. They're supposed to call me today. She was gonna talk to the president of the union, but I might be going back to do iron work, but with some restrictions, obviously, because I got hurt, and so I can't do the same thing. I'm not my full capacity, but there's other shit we can do, But they just renewed their package, or they just upped the package now, so it's even more money now. So I don't know. I might go back though. I'm gonna find out today. Most likely, right? Yeah. They just have to reinstate my book number.
Hey, do you think it takes an act of Congress to get you fired if you're pimping? I mean, look at Epstein.
Dude, they send you over to Israel and you chill, and they just tell people you're dead. You don't get fired. You get protected.
Oh God, that's probably exactly what happened. All we can pray for now is that where he's hiding, he gets hit by an Iranian missile and they accidentally get a photo of him in the wreckage.
Exactly.
Like, ain't Jeffrey Epstein down there?
Exactly.
That would be so funny, dude.
Right. Just recently, somebody thought they caught him, or had him. They had a photo of some dude that looked like him. And then there's also that woman, Maxwell. They said they found her. I forgot what country it was, in Denmark, or I forgot what country, Iceland, some country over there in Northern Europe. And this guy walked up to her like, "Hey, aren't you?"
That's right.
She's like, "No." I'm like, "Bitch, that is you."
People claim that turned out to be completely AI generated, but that's a likely story. That seems to be the excuse of the future for all of these types of things.
Exactly. On both sides of that's a double-edged sword, but it's going to be used on both sides for sure. Like, oh, that's just AI. When it's in their benefit and when it's not, either way, AI is going to be the excuse for a lot of things. They've been making movies about that too for the past, several years, 5-6 years. They've been making movies how things can be fake. Deep fakes. Yep.
Yeah, like most of the coverage of Iran is like we're being lied to about even that, and I don't know about what exactly about it, but Trump just now demanded unconditional surrender. And it's like, how are you doing that without boots on the ground? What's really going on?
Right.
Getting whomped, dude. That's what's going on. It was a bad fucking idea. Look, you couldn't invade Iran from the sea. You would need a fucking ground force of like 5 million people, dude. Like, for real. I'm just being like for real. And it would take you probably at least a year of military buildup to get the necessary equipment over there. And logistics supply chain. How are you going to do that under fire?
Oh, you hire Bechtel or Halliburton.
There you go.
Value-added contract. That's right.
Yeah. There you go.
No questions asked.
I wonder if that's why he keeps saying, "Hey, you guys, you'll have full immunity if you just put your guns down." Like, it's like he keeps trying, like, to get them to not fight back because he just
Why?
wants
Why would they surrender? It's pointless.
I feel like when they say you're in over your head because you thought that it was going to be easy and it's not going to be easy now. Kind of like you miscalculated.
Okay, so Iran. If you just think about it, let's just do the numbers. Iran is 1.5 times the size of Ukraine. Russia has been shooting missiles at Ukraine for 3 years. I think they've shot over, I don't know, it's probably like in the 40,000 missiles. Never mind the drones and all the other stuff. So if 40,000 missiles can't get someone to surrender, what is a couple thousand going to do for a country that's even larger? Like you don't have enough missiles to make them surrender.
You know what's going to win that?
I thought there was only like 4,000 Tomahawks in the U.S. inventory. I mean, that's fucking.
Yeah.
Even if they shot off every single one, you're still like, that's not going to do it.
What's going to win that is not by just bombing them. What's going to end up winning that or being successful? Should I say?
There is no winning.
Exactly. But what's going to be more successful is just propaganda and getting its own nation to go against itself. Kind of like what they've been doing to America to destroy it slowly but surely.
That ain't gonna happen. That's a fucking pipe dream, dude.
Yeah, I know, but but again, propaganda does work. It is a very, very powerful tool that all governments utilize.
I was listening to an Iranian academic. He teaches English at the University of Tehran. Mm-hmm. He said that there's more channels being broadcast into Iran of propaganda than there are in Iran itself.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe that's why.
Easy to spot.
Maybe that's
because he was asked. Listen, he was asked. He said, are Iranians aware of what the first day when it happened? Are they aware of what President Trump said in his speech? So of course we're aware. We have more TV stations broadcasting into Iran than we have. They're fully aware of everything that happens, like outside. The idea that like it's hidden, that like it's some oppressed regime where they don't have no idea what's happening outside the country. It's just idiotic. The United States paints these other countries as these like cartoonish caricatures, like these people are like insulated from the rest of the world. They're not in any way.
Yeah, but it makes me think though, is that why they say 70 to 80% of the population of Iran is against the Ayatollah? Like,
They're not, dude.
That's what I mean. Makes me think the propaganda would.
Why would they be against them? He's a religious leader. Okay.
Right. Yeah, but he does oppress.
All governments oppress, dude. That's their job.
True, but I mean, yeah, very true. But I mean, in the sense of like the way they're not. Put it this way, they're not living like the way we live here in America. And you can't.
Yeah, but they don't want to. That's what people don't get. They don't want to. They don't.
Well,
there might be some people that do. When they look at the West and they see how we live, they don't want that.
Yeah.
See, from our viewpoint, we're like, how can you not have your tits hanging out and your ass hanging out, man? How, like, you want to be free? They don't think like that.
Yeah.
They see it as degenerate. Like they're not wanting this. And we're just like, yes, everybody wants this. No, everybody does not want this.
Oh. Well,
that's from our view. Everybody wants to be like America, right? And that, like, they're sitting in Iran, just like, we could just get rid of these guys. We could be just like America.
One thing that I do know, my personal buddy, who's Persian, he is actually his dad was kind of a famous actor. He died though, like about 20 years ago. But his dad was famous there, kind of like how America we had like Bob Hope. Like how he wasn't like famous, but he was famous. Like
Yeah.
as far as like everyone in America knew him, but maybe other countries. Well, no, actually, he did go to wars and stuff. And anyways, so his dad was like that, but over there in Iran. And so he came to America like in the 90s or the late 80s, early 90s. And he was saying how like back home in Iran, he goes, man, that place is so fucked. You know, like he's like, I feel bad for all my family that's over there. So from his own words, he was like, yeah, that place is screwed up. It's just there's tyrants over there. And that's why he's like, a lot of people are coming to America and even other places, even just even going north to Europe, because they people do flee that country because
Yeah, I
there was a lot
understand.
of
Not
people
everybody
over
has the same goals, though. You know what I mean?
there. True.
If you're just like a religious person, you're devout. But this is the thing that I think gets lost in the sauce. They're Muslims, but they're not Arabs. They're Persians. Completely fucking different culture.
Right.
It's completely different culture. Tehran is on the Caspian fucking Sea. It's probably, I don't know, 1,500 miles from the Arabian Desert. They're far away. They're not
Yeah.
close. It's a totally different freaking. They're closer to Afghanistan than they are Iraqis in culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They look like white people, like many of them.
Yeah, they have white. They're
Well,
like
yeah,
white
they
people
interbred with the
noses.
Greeks for fucking probably
Yeah.
centuries.
Yeah, they have like big, like their features. They're like they have big noses, almost like like you know, even some look a little like part black. To be honest, like some
Well,
of them are
culturally,
really-
they have a long culture, right? They have the Persian Empire, Darius the Great, Xerxes, all that. And if you think of the historical record of when's the last person to conquer Persia, it was like fucking the Mongols. Okay, so like, and they didn't have an easy time either, and that there was a lot of treachery involved in that. So the Mongol Empire and Alexander the Great, right? So you think the U.S. is going to do it with a bunch of fucking missiles? Come on, man.
yeah. Well, yeah. I don't.
You know what I mean? Like you have to look at like the history and like people are tribal to a degree.
I
So
feel like it's gonna
they're
take
getting
a-
blown up. You think they're going to be like, oh, we want to be like America and abandon their 2,000 or what they perceive as 2,000 years of their legacy, right?
Hmm.
Because the United States killed the leader. I mean,
Yeah.
it's cartoonish.
Yeah, the I guess the overall is will eventually. I feel like it's just going to come down to us just making business deals again. It always ends up to that. Like they kill people back and forth. Like even like with Russia and Ukraine, it's going to be a business deal. Like, all right, we'll give you this land and we'll take that land and you
Goddamn
get
right.
these minerals.
This
That's all it ends up ever being.
yeah,
like.
this war is just another resource
repeats
war. It's
itself.
just like all of them. Every war is a resource
Exactly.
war. Don't let anybody lie to you.
Exactly. It's 100% for the oil, for sure. The control of it, at least. But here's the thing, though. The fact that we are establishing this dominance, you know, quote unquote, and then we're like, oh, yeah, we're going to take over this and this, that, like using the power that we have. Of course, a lot of people are like, you shouldn't do that. And I don't agree with it. And they're like, yeah, I don't agree with it either. But the point being is that when you have Iran feeding China oil, and we are pretty much like, that's probably going to be the main event right there, China versus America. And I feel like the move that he did on Venezuela was to chip away at China. The move he's doing to Iran is to chip away at China. And eventually it's going to be like a big, like, fuck you guys. Like you thought you were making moves because for the past, 15, 20 years, China's been making moves and been kind of, making deals with Iran, making deals with Venezuela and other countries to slowly kind of impose their way on us, where they were going to put us in a fuck us situation. But
They're making more moves. While we're dicking around doing that.
Yeah, true.
But this is the funny thing. Why we're dicking around trying to stop China from obtaining energy resources, from purchasing them by basically fucking with their supplier. China's already moved on, dude. They like generate more electricity than like Europe and the United States combined. It just like their increase in the last like decade has been more than the United States and Europe have combined. like I don't even know how to put it. Like their growth is like exponential in like every fucking sector you can think of. They're trying to get off of oil. They're also making the most solar plants. They're also making the most wind generation. They're also making the end.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Russia probably has like an infinite supply of natural gas, or nearly infinite. You know, like the writing's on the wall, dude. We need to start sucking ass before, you know. I feel
like I feel like first of all, you're absolutely right that they're
doubling down on stupid.
They've been focusing on other energies instead because of what's happening right now. I feel like they saw that writing on the wall years ago, and they're like, okay, yeah, clearly America's just like fucking. They're just going to dominate these resources, and they have the power, and they put all their money into their armed forces, into their, to be strong. But we'll put our money into advancing technology.
We don't have to take over these resources. We have to disrupt the supply. That's all we have to do.
True, which makes people then have to count on what we are dictating of what goes where and how, why, and when. But I was going to say though, it's funny though, because then, see again, these are just power players, pulling the strings on both sides. But it's interesting because, well, the step ahead on that, right? So they're not dumb. They know that China is really, switched gears, and they've been focusing on technologies to get away from oil and coal. But a step up on that is we've been putting in our money into technologies to disrupt their technologies that they're going to be creating. So like eventually, like let's say they do come out with, we have this new thing, it generates this, that, and the other, and guess what, we don't even need gas or coal or oil or whatever. We don't need that. We're fully dependent. Well, I feel like the powers that be are like, haha, you guys are funny. We'll just use this technology we created, knock out your grid completely. We're going to send you back to the days where you're going to be we will make you dependent on oil when we knock out your shit, and then you have to go back to your oil, infrastructures that you slowly let go away. I just feel like that the powers that be that are in this fight. Well, I guess at this point it's like the Lees versus the Rothschilds at this point. I feel like the Rothschilds have a leg up. Like they saw that coming from the Lees. They were doing that dynasty. They were doing what they're doing, and they did make smart moves. But I feel like the Rothschilds just have a one up on them. We'll see though. Time will tell.
Well, I mean, which fuck, dude. I don't know. All I know is someone's eventually going to get sick of our shit, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone is. They're just sick of how, like,
especially with the Epstein stuff, right? Like, okay, first of all, killing the religious leader of a country is a war crime. Killing the fucking civilian leader of a country is also a war crime.
Yeah.
The United States is openly bragging about committing war crimes. We killed the Khomeini, the leader of the country. You're not allowed to kill the civilian leadership. You can kill the military leadership. You can't kill the civilian leadership. You certainly can't kill the religious leader. You're not supposed to kill civilians in war.
Yeah.
There's the Rome Convention and the Geneva Convention that prohibit that. Okay? Trump's openly bragging about committing war crimes. Israel openly brags about committing war crimes. The so-called the post-World War II order where you didn't do certain things, that's gone. And when you go, okay, fuck the rules, everybody else is going to go, okay, fuck the rules.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The rules are what, they don't realize the rules are what protected them.
Yeah.
So for instance, the fucking, like, the NATO involvement in Kosovo. When that happened, Russia told the United States, don't do this. You're setting a bad precedent. decades later
He was right.
for the same excuse. So what the United States did was they had Kosovo declare itself as an independent country, and then under the mutual assistance charter or clause of the UN charter, they went and they quote unquote assisted Kosovo, but it wasn't a country before that.
Right.
It was part of Yugoslavia. So they decided they're going to create their own country, and then the United States helped them. So that's exactly what Russia did with the Donbass. Donbass declared themselves an independent country, and then the United States went, and then Russia went into mutual assistance. They used the same excuse that the United States used, and the Russians told them, "You're setting a bad precedent." Yeah,
Yeah, and they were right.
Yeah,
They were
because they're like, if you can do it, so can we, right? So, now, you want to kill the civilian leadership? Okay, now we're going to kill your civilian leadership. You see what I'm saying? Like, and we'll be up in arms. That's not right. You're mean.
I'm
You
telling
can't
you,
kill the civilians.
I'm telling you, I think it's just a huge, like all this nonsense is just huge power plays. It's the Lees and the Rothschilds, and you have the Colons and like Reynolds, like all these families, bro. Like there's definitely a huge rift right now of power and control right now, and I think Trump being in power for America has put a wedge in a lot of those families, and that's why they're not happy. He's fucking shit up.
I don't know enough about Asia to know how much control they have over that, but Asia is really where the game is right now, I guess.
Yeah, that's the Lee family. And now here's the thing, like the Lees were actually against like the Rothschilds, but that's why like Trump is supported by the Rothschilds, because obviously that's from Europe. But here in America, the DuPonts actually get along, and then I think it's the was it something with like Aster or Asor? I forgot how you say it, but they are also in the mix. Just if you look into the families, like the main families that like run this place, pretty much, you'll see like through business and just as they say, like follow the paper, follow the money, right? You'll see who's connected with who and who's against who. So like when the powers that be shift, like when it comes to like wars and stuff in the Middle East, most of that shit is the European families and the Eastern families. Well, in this case, just the Eastern family, because only the Lees represent the entire fucking Asia, and they're just going at it, dude. And they're fucking funding both sides. How do you think Israel's getting all the money? Everyone says it's America. No, it's actually not America, because there's families in Europe as well that's running everything. So it's not just America that's funding Israel. That fucking money comes because it's literally going against what the Lees are propping up. So it's a big fucking spider web.
What I'm not aware of is like, what's the crossover? You know what I mean? I mean, it's hard to imagine that the European power elite, I know they're involved in China, but they must have their tentacles in there in some way, dude. It's hard for me to think. I just don't know how.
It's like it's a web, bro. Like it's a crazy, the web that that we weave. It is
the Chinese equivalent of the Rothschild. Like who's the?
That's the Lees. They look them up. They're called Al-I, not L-E-E. It's Al-I. The Lees are the ones that are fucking like they're dominant in they run that shit. They represent Asia. And then you have fucking the people that like deal with like everybody. I think they're called the Onassis family. I've never met like this anybody with the last name of Onassis. I never met anybody with the well, I know I met Collins, but a Van Duyn. I never met a Van Duyn. Like all these names that are out there that are the ones fucking running shit. But if you look into it,
I like that picture, man. Elvis is fucking Jeffrey Epstein is Elvis.
Oh,
There's been an
No.
Elvis sighting, and it's actually Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Did you see that commercial during the Super Bowl when they showed all the dead people living on the island?
Oh yeah.
So they showed Elvis was out there with Marilyn Monroe and some others. It's weird though because when you think about like just the families in general, at the same time, bro, they're like they help each other. Like they're against each other, but they're not, because like let's say you and me are fighting, right? But at the same time, we're also making each other rich by fighting. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like there's so much money in war, and so they both fund it because they both get rich off of it. It's just it's weird. It's like it's almost like what's that called when companies do it so that way they don't have a monopoly. Like I remember when that happened to the Baby Bell system many years ago.
Yeah, that was a joke, man.
Yeah, remember they separated all of them, but only to like create competition. I feel like that's what the
And
family.
then they brought them all back together.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever seen the Stephen Colbert skit on that? It's actually pretty funny, dude.
I'm sorry, I was reading something. What'd you say?
It's like have you ever seen the Stephen Colbert? He does a skit on that when he was on Comedy Central. It's actually
on the Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, dude. But I agree with Kathos. Kathos in the side chat said right now. I kind of think of them as fighting over how to rule, not the question that they will rule. I 100% believe that to be true. I do think that. I'm literally just saying, like, they're not really like fighting each other to conquer, because at the same time they're still they're all getting rich off of it and keeping their families, you know, in the positions that they're at. But it's not necessarily that one's going to rule over the other, but because, like I said, they build up their own competition so that way they don't monopolize it, just like the Baby Bell stuff. It's all kind of weird though, but they are against each other though. But again, it's weird. They're against each other, but they're still for each other because they make each other rich. But I mean, technically, what do you think? Like the Lees would be the strongest though, because they don't have to share that Asia's wealth with anybody, like the way like the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. They have to share it, you know, in Europe and between Europe.
Well, you
and
know,
America.
Epstein. Did you see the Epstein and Rothschild connection?
Yeah.
So you saw the thing where he got him off of a fine by the Justice Department?
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
That's called being connected. It's like,
dude,
somebody...
like I want you to negotiate. You're not a lawyer, but I want you to negotiate with the Justice Department. Now I know the head prosecutor you had on a flight to Epstein Island, so I want you to go negotiate.
right
with that guy, because we're not going to be total assholes. We'll give the Justice Department $41 million, and you'll give them another plane ticket, and then we won't go to jail for tax evasion.
Right. Yeah, dude, talk about being connected. Isn't that weird though to think, like, imagine your
wrote that shit in their emails. Yeah, but they wrote it in, like, if that's the stuff they wrote in the email, what did they go like? Oh, I can't put this down in writing.
Right? You think they would have been smart?
Well, no, that means like they're so arrogant and lost. They're doing stuff that's so evil that just seemed like normal to them.
Yeah, and maybe because they're so untouchable, at least they think like they don't even care. Like in plain sight they do shit. Like they don't give a fuck. Like they're so arrogant and evil. Like like they don't care. That's why I mean they did kind of talk in code though and other stuff. Like they kept asking for beef jerky and stuff. But there is code that they still use now and then. But definitely to be conversating with, it's weird. I was just gonna say before I start saying that. Think about it. Like, imagine being a family so powerful. Your name itself is like, oh yeah, okay, whatever you say. Like that's crazy. Imagine if you were born as a Rothschild or a Rockefeller or a Van Doon or a DuPont. Imagine your life would be completely different because you'll have a name that you're set for life just by being born in the right family.
Or you have a name that sounds like a woman's part.
Nice.
Virginia?
Mulva?
Oh man, that scene is so funny. Like Dolores.
All right. I could talk forever about this stuff, dude. It's just old conversations, by the way.
Yeah.
Funny, dude. All these years later, we're still talking about old stuff.
Still the same problem, man.
Yeah, right? That's what's crazy. It's the same names, same problems. Fucking A. The only difference is they've only gotten richer. All of them. Gotta try to marry into one. Gotta find somebody with the last name Reynolds. Any relations by any chance? You want to get married? Might be your uncle. Your uncle might be a Reynolds, part of the main families. Just weird though. The way the structure is. Pretty sure they all know that the world isn't a globe either.
Do you think Trump was like a wild card, like that they didn't know about? Because like they genuinely like seemed shocked at his election, like at the polls. They seemed shocked when he won. Like
I think the left seemed
Everybody.
shocked.
everybody seems like no way. Like people that voted
Right.
for him went, he won. Like people, you know.
Yeah, but the Koch brothers are the ones that were behind him. That's what I remember. So they were saying that Hillary was going to win, like hands down. I remember talking to my buddy. He has a shop. I forgot what you call it, where you do like airbags and radios, like and detailing, and when you bring cars back from the dead, what's that called? When you refurbish them? No, that's not the call. Restore them. When you restore, anyways, he had a shop where it's like a one-stop shop. He does everything for cars. And anyways, I was talking to him. He's like, "Dude, you think Trump's going to win?" I go, "Dude." I want to say no, just because like all the polls, but I'm like, but at the same time though, Rick, like there's the Koch brothers are the ones that are funding him. And he's like, "Who the fuck are the Koch brothers?" I said, "You know who the Koch?" I'm all, dude. So I went off like on a long conversation with him, telling about the Koch brothers. And I'm like, dude, they get people like voted into president, bro. So they're behind him. So I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I can't say for certainty, but you got to look at who's behind who. I'm like, but the way it looked like it, though, like everyone is assuming that Hillary's going to win. So I would. There was a toss up. I didn't know if he was going to win or not. And then when he won, I was like, oh shit. So yeah. So it was because the Koch brothers was behind him. They're the ones fucking funding him, man. They have a lot of influence. They're just. I mean, I'm sure they got their cut. I'm sure they made their money for propping him into that position. But it's not like they didn't expect him because, I mean, he was. I don't know. At this point, it's more like just like a movie, dude. Like the rich billionaire gets in charge and starts fucking shit up, you know, like turning over the tables, like, nah, you guys can't do that. Nah, I'm tired of you doing this. We're exposing you fraud. Getting out of that. US aid, what the fuck was that about? Like, whoa, we found out they've been fucking ripping us off for like decades. Ever since before we were born, they've been ripping us off. Just through different channels, same ideology. A new corporation, pretty much. But yeah, that's interesting. All the fraud that they found within our government. I don't know. There's a lot though. A lot to it. Geopolitics is fun to talk about, but it's really interesting. Go either way.
One of Trump was like, "Wait, what? I won?"
Well, as arrogant as he is, probably because he's just a spoiled rich brat. I think he was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna do this unless I'm going to win," and then he won. He's like, "Yeah, I knew it." Like, he's probably so arrogant, dude. I'm pretty sure entitled rich people are like that. Just like he said way back in the 80s or 90s, he like literally said like, I wouldn't do it if I knew I'm not going to win. He's like, I don't do things to not win. That's interesting. He said that like fucking 20, 30 years ago, and then now he is winning, and he ends up winning. But if you look into like his past though, like it's almost like they were prepping him for that, to be president one day. His connections, his dealings, everyone he was talking to. He was heavily involved politically, but not. He just did it through his money. He used to fund all the different Democrats running. That's back when the Democrats liked him and everybody loved Trump. But then once he started going against them, he said he became a racist fascist.
Hey man, how's that Snake Eyes movie, bro? Like, have you seen it?
Snake Eyes?
Nicolas Cage.
I didn't even know there was a new movie with him.
Yeah, with Nick Cage.
He's still doing movies?
Oh, this is from the 90s, from 2000.
Oh, I thought you meant like something recent.
You haven't heard about it?
I don't remember that movie, no.
Alright, so in it, right, a prominent, like a senator or something like this, prominent political figure named Charles Kirkland.
Oh, Okay, I know what you're talking about.
gets assassinated at this boxing match. Right. Yeah.
Now I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But like, there's symbolism all through that, man. Like, there's this display thing, right? And like all behind the podium, right? There's this symbol with the world. It's like made out of blue and white stripes, but around it is like the pillars, like that look like fucking Epstein's building. I don't know. It's just with the blue and white stripes, you know, like that's just weird shit.
Like the Ellen DeGeneres set, the blue and white building.
Yeah, you see that everywhere. I'm seeing that everywhere now, man. Yeah, no, it's just coincidence. Fucking stop it.
Craziness, man. I never watched that movie, but about it was a couple months ago that someone was relating the movie to the Charlie Kirk thing, and I now I remember it was a Snake Eyes movie.
Yeah, Charles Kirkland.
I never watched that movie though. I wonder why. Maybe I should go check it out.
It's not bad. It's all right. Gary Sneezy, whatever however you say his name. Gary Snise. Can't remember the chick's name.
In the movie.
Yeah, that's not a bad movie. Sorry.
We've been talking for like 2 hours on not globe Earth. We should probably ask people if they want to get back on topic. I don't know, politics and stuff.
Anything but that movie's got pretty much got everything in it, right? It's got political wartime espionage. It's got like the assassination part. It's got fixed boxing. It's got everything in it.
They cover a lot of ground, huh?
Media, swindling and shit. Yeah, it's got it all in it, except it's got heaps of shit in it.
Makes sense why it's called Snake Eyes. What the hell was that?
Alright, his hand gesture on the cover. Is he doing the whole Illuminati thing? Like, freaking.
Who, Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, Platter's just put that in the side chat.
Oh, let me go
I
look.
think he is. He's doing something with his hand in his eyes or something like that. Like,
On the cover. The cover of the movie?
yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. He's doing a little triangle Illuminati hand gesture. The diamond? No, not diamond. The triangle. Remember Jim Carrey was making a joke about it? Triangle. On
Yeah.
on the Jimmy
Yeah,
Kimmel
come
show.
on. You know what that means.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel was like trying to play stupid. No, what does that mean? What are you talking about? Yeah. And if I remember correctly, shortly after his friend died or girlfriend or whatever. They killed her. Something like that. Apparently. I don't know. I don't know the validity of that. I just remember him pulling that stunt, and then a little bit later, he's all sad, crying because his friend somehow died. And everyone was like, oh, yep, saw that coming. That's what happens when you say the things out loud that you're supposed to keep to yourself. Ugh.
People are pointing out his looks now, like compared to a couple of years ago. Like he's looking really weird and like he's had plastic surgery or something.
Wasn't that Face Off? You talking about Face Off? I saw that one.
Face Off? Yeah.
Sorry, they changed faces. Oh,
talking about Jim Carrey.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, they're pointing out he looks heaps different now and acts different.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
dude, he
said
looks
that
way
if I ever,
different.
he said if I ever shave the beard, I've been replaced by like a, like a reptile or something.
Oh, really?
He does look weird. I mean, like he looks like he's had plastic surgery.
Yeah, he definitely does look different for sure. Does not look like himself.
There you go. Is that what he said, Crit? Holy shit! I think I remember saying something.
Yeah, I have to. I'll find it. I saw a clip of it.
But have you the way he did Man on the Moon, man? Like that was brilliant. Like I don't know if he won an award for that or not, but he should have. And like that whole movie is just about deception, basically, like just how easy it is to manipulate the minds of the masses, you know.
Yep.
People just believe what they want to believe, you know. I mean, why even call it that? Why even name the movie Man on the Moon?
Ain't that called In Plain Sight?
Right? And it's about Andy Kaufman, you know, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Plain sight, yeah.
In plain sight. It's just weird that he even like he was even talking different. Like I don't know. I don't. Is that what age does to you? Like it even changes the way you speak. Like I don't know. Something didn't line up. Maybe it was all just a performance. Friday's Friday. Why was I thinking it was Thursday?
Been pretty quiet in here then.
What's up? So, like, I just joined. What you guys are talking about? Am I being ignored? You guys are rude.
Would you ask? I'm not ignoring you. I can answer any question you have.
Are you vegan?
Yeah. Uh huh.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you choose to be a vegan?
I don't know. I like eating vegs and shit.
Shit.
Yeah. Is that it? Is that your best globe proof?
Like, I genuinely want to like know like what's the reason of like were you like vegan from the childhood, or like you just chose?
I think all people are cool. I like vegans. I like regular people. I like to eat cows. I'll eat them. I like a lot of times. I like to just walk up to a cow and take a bite out of them, and then they heal up. And you don't actually kill the cow; it grows back eventually, and then you take another bite out of them from the other side.
And again, like you just said, like, you like a regular human. You like a regular human. Do you eat humans?
No, I like
Well,
cows
I thought a vegan was someone from Vega.
and kangaroos. I eat kangaroos too when I'm in Australia. Walk right up to them, take a bite right out of their side, let them hop away, and then see them next year. Take another bite.
Okay.
I mean, what are we going to call people from Vega now?
Vegans. They're vegans. That's why they have that star named after them. Vegan. Vegans. Is that your best globe proof? Vegans?
Does that mean if I come to you, will you bite me?
Why are you a cow? Damn, dude.
Yes.
How
I
big are you?
identify myself as a cow.
You're 800 pounds? Yeah, I would call myself a
Yes.
cow too.
I'm 1,000 pounds. 200 more pounds. Oh, like what's your name? Like who were talking?
You know what a triangle is?
But you like yeah, I do know. It has four sides.
Oh, you failed.
Three? Three? Is it three sides?
Quick learner.
Will I get into the MIT?
Anybody can get into that place.
Like can gay go to MIT?
Yeah, you can go to MIT.
Even if you are gay?
Yes, you can go there. You don't have to be ashamed of yourself.
But like, yeah, I'm not gay now. I identify myself.
You're,
Yeah, come
why
in.
you're asking,
Come in.
you're asking because you are, and you want to know if you can go there. And I said, yes, you can.
Okay. Thank you a lot.
Sure.
You are really a nice guy.
Thank you very much.
You are a nice guy.
Yeah, I know I am.
I was just kidding.
No, you're not kidding.
I am. Where's the nice guy?
I'm right here.
I didn't talk about you. Where's the nice guy?
You only want to talk to guys?
There are only guys here. If there is a woman, there is a girl,
Oh,
anyone.
there's more than
then
just
you
guys
can.
here.
कितने टाइम से ऐसे चला रही हूँ
Bruh. Like you said, like you like cows, but you have a dog in your PFP. So
He likes eating sides of cows too.
what kind of? Oh,
It's a greyhound racing dog.
Timbo. He has a really nice profile. What's that? Why other guys are not like talking? Don't fart, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Who?
You.
Actually, I was recording a YouTube video.
Great.
And yeah.
Well,
and I
you're
was-
on here already. You can go back and just clip this if you need anything else, because you're streaming 2 times on here live right now.
I'm not sure. I didn't understand what you just said.
We're
Can you repeat
already
it? Like,
streaming you. Yeah, you don't have to worry about making videos. You can just clip all your stuff. Go back right now live, clip whatever you want.
where?
I'm not going to tell you
Where?
now.
So, am I gonna go to jail?
Yeah.
For this?
Yeah, for being a flat earther. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I know you guys are always sorry about everything.
Sorry, I'm crying.
They have such a mental breakdown, don't they?
Who you are asking to? There's no one
Relax.
who's talking.
We're not Chris
There's
Hansen.
all kinds of people listening, dude.
Okay, all kind of people.
Yeah.
What kind of people? Do you know I can speak in different voice?
Oh my God, who
Do you know?
the hell cares?
I'll just show my talent when I hear it.
No
Just
and
say
no.
yes,
No and no.
please.
No and
Listen
no.
to it.
No and
You are
no.
mean.
No and no.
You have to praise talent.
No and no.
Please, please, please.
No and no.
Um, I have no words.
No and no.
you.
Okay,
No,
gonna
Andino.
shut up.
No,
Shut up.
Andino.
You are not allowed
No,
to speak.
Andino.
Don't defy me.
Why don't what? Anon, why don't you go ahead and tell us why you think the Earth is a globe?
Okay, listen to it. Okay, I'm gonna speak in a girl's voice. Okay.
Everyone.
See, they like to be girls too. Globers. They don't know.
Yeah.
They don't know what they want to be.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. You can go ahead and pretend to be whatever you want, right? Just like tell us why the Earth's a
Yeah,
globe.
what were you saying?
My God.
What were you saying? T-Dub, T-Dub, what were you saying? Triangle guy, what happened to you? You were talking too much. What happened now?
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm from California, Microsoft. There is a virus in your computer, sir.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No, I'm John Paul from Microsoft, California.
Man, your
There is a
microphone
virus.
sounds like you're about to start singing Video Killed the Radio Star.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, because I am Indian.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to send me your credit card details.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Oh my god, bro. You're so boring, bro.
Okay. I got my credit card details. I'm back. What do you need now? Oh, he's gone? Damn it.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yo. Yo.
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Crimson Moon, can you join the VC and we can have a real discussion? I always wonder what the problem is as far as just joining the VC and having a discussion. It seems like you can at least type English pretty well, so I'm going to guess that you're fairly fluent. Walk outside and talk on the fucking VC. I doubt you teach science because you would understand that curvature, that's geometry, and it doesn't have anything to do with science. You pretty much told on yourself right there that you don't know the difference. If you teach science, Lord have mercy on those children. Besides, let's say for instance, this is the stupidest statement I've ever seen in my life. I teach science so I don't have to prove the curvature. Let's say in your science class, when you're teaching your kids about the globe, which is stupid because it's not a scientific topic, you actually did for some reason want to prove to them that they lived on a sphere. You wouldn't want to prove to those children by showing them the curvature of the earth that they lived on a sphere? I don't even care what you could have. PhD, doctorate in philosophy, right? Who cares? You're obviously stupid. You obviously don't know what you're talking about, and you apparently don't know how to prove that the earth is curved. And apparently, you don't care to teach your children or show them or prove to them that the earth is curved. Like a measurement, you know? And I find it interesting that Dunning-Kruger oftentimes is sort of a projection. Tell me, let's say your kids, that hop off the short bus and go into your classroom, since you're a teacher. How would you prove to them that the earth is curved? Well, it's sort of a fair statement. I teach science so I don't have to prove curvature. Yeah, they are not related. But let's say you were in geometry and you wanted to, show the kids, hey, this is how the earth is curved and this is how you measure it. Yeah, accidentally correct. I guess I should have thought about that a bit more. Yeah, you wouldn't be proving any curvature in science class. Good catch by Jedi.
Thanks, guys. Here all day.
Crimson Moon, proving, curvature at any time. Grab a globe and a flashlight. This is hilarious. So you grab a ball. Does it have to be a globe, or could it just be like a sphere, like a ball? Because we're talking about the surface of Earth. So, could you prove to them that the surface of Earth is curving? This sounds super scientific too.
Well, it is 5th grade, so it's not going to be that advanced.
Short bus 5th graders. Hard to decide at this point if he's a student or a teacher. But flashlight shining on a flat table lights up whole table at once, but flashlight shining on a ball only lights up one side.
Shit. He teaches science, this guy.
Yeah.
Then surely he must be aware of the inverse square law. That with distance, light diminishes. So across that table, with distance from that light is going to be, going to use bunny ears to keep it simple, 5th grade science, weaker. It's not going to be as bright as it is closer to the light. Now is it, science teacher?
You also have this problem of distance to deal with. Once again, I can tell that you have no idea about geometry. But anyways, so are you trying to create an equivalence of some kind between flashlights and tables and balls? Well, what we would need to do is figure out whether or not the Earth is a ball or is a table, in this case, a flat surface. So could we measure the surface of the Earth, please, and just get that out of the way? That way we don't have to have this, essentially false dichotomy that you're holding up, or begging the question fallacy. No, I think you've proved that you don't know what science is. Science is the adjudication. The scientific method adjudicates cause and effect in the physical and natural world. Meaning, you don't just grab balls and tables and flashlights and go, look at this false dichotomy that I've set up for everybody. You're a complete clown. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand geometry. You don't understand the scientific method.
I wonder if Crimson Moon will answer a straight question.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah, right, exactly. Is light brighter the closer I am to the source of light? Science teacher.
Okay, Crimson Moon, can you get me a sample of space-time, please? Can you show me what it looks like?
We literally use the curvature of space-time to calculate how black holes operate. No fucking shit. It's a consequence of the imaginary mathematics you're using.
Yeah, we can calculate all kinds of stuff in this fictitious math world that you've created.
But he's talking about calculations. I thought he was a science teacher. We do maths now.
And now we're to maths. Conceptual maths. Crimson Moon, you maybe just want to stop, embarrassing yourself at this point?
Oh, well.
No one said that we can't prove the shape of the dirt that we're standing on, although that's a really loaded statement. Shape of dirt. No one's talking about the shape of dirt. We're talking about the overall measurement and nature and descriptions of the surface of the Earth. Some of that is water. In fact, most of that is water. So we hear, but I'm sure as a science teacher, you would know that, right? That doesn't mean anything, Crimson Moon. Could you show me some space-time? Is it physical? Is it a real thing? Or is it conceptual? We'll see what kind of science teacher you are here. And, whether or not you even understand anything about math or science. Is space-time real or is it conceptual? Nobody here said anything about calculus being imaginary. It's an actual topic in school. Although, could you tell me, is calculus physical or not physical?
Ace, it says who? I'm going to need a 2 of a number 2.
2 of a number 2. Okay. If I put them in a box, does that make it any better? What if I cut out 2 pieces of paper that look like 2s? Is that 2 or is that paper? Crimson, you're not one of these complete idiots that thinks that math is reality. You're not one of those, are you? Oh my gosh, dude, everything that you say makes it worse for you. Okay, so the blue dot, what blue dot are you talking about? Only knows where you are because engineers accounted for the physical bending of time and space. That makes no sense. No sense. This is how we know people are complete frauds. You obviously don't deal with doctorate level stuff. You definitely would sound better than you sound right now. You obviously huff paint. Like, just give it up, bro. Yeah, nobody cares. Stop huffing paint, please. I know. Incoming scenario. Are you in the VC? Can you open your mic? What is it with you guys these days? You don't actually want to talk to people? Aperson, welcome.
Oh, man.
The earth is flat, bro. Don't make it weird.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Too bad, man. Not too bad.
Sweet. What do you think about this topic today?
Think about what topic?
The earth being flat.
I mean, it is just what it is, I guess.
That doesn't answer, or like that doesn't address anything, bro. It is what it is. What do you mean by that?
What do I think about the Earth being flat? I mean, it's what it is, bro. I don't know what else to say.
It is what does that mean? It is what it is. That's the most non-answer of all non-answers.
What do you want me to say? That it's great that it's flat. That like I don't have any positive or negatives about it.
Do you think it's a legitimate statement? Do you think it's a good claim? Do you think that you live on a ball and you can prove it? Do you think it's retarded? Not. It is what it is. Come on. What do you think about it?
I think that it's flat.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I don't know. I've been following it since 2016.
You've been following the topic. What do you think is the most convincing argument for Earth being flat?
Probably long distance observations are a good one. I don't know. The moon landing got me started on it, but because once I realized that the moon landing was fake, I was just like, shit, bro. Long distance observations are a good one. And I don't know, man, there's a lot to it. I'm trying to come in here. I just wanted to say hi and then take a nap if you guys were debating and stuff.
No, we're not debating. We just, it's fine. You can go ahead and, just listen. That's fine. I mean, I'm glad you came in. Obviously, we get mostly people that believe they live on a globe. So we're trying to get some feedback, some convo, some content. But if you're tired, don't worry about it. We'll talk to somebody else in here that is spurging out in the side chat. But I appreciate your time.
I'll do it. Get the side chatters, man, and make sure to give Aethergrass a really hard time, dude. He deserves it, 100%.
I completely believe you and agree with you.
And T-Dub and Timbo, especially Timbo, dude.
What do you got against the Australians, man?
Hey, what about me?
Yeah, Jedi too. I can't forget Jedi. Make sure to take him down.
No, thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
Oh man. Is it going to? Yeah, Aethergrass has been trolling all day, dude.
Crimson Moon, you haven't even put forth an argument yet. Why would you have to find some rhetorics? Don't you just have some kind of measurement of Earth curve? That would end the entire debate. It's not a debate. Crimson Moon, please understand this. The thing that would prove that the Earth is a ball is that it curves on the surface consistently everywhere from every point. It's the same as the globe dimensions that we've been given. That would do it. You don't even need rhetoric. You just need curvature in real life.
Crimson, one of the chat only posts.
Yeah, for whatever reason. And they make up, as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe him. He says he's going to wake his son up. It's like, dude, if you're in the room with your son in this crowded house that you live in, and you can't speak on voice, just go to bed. And by the way, trolling a flat Earth channel late at night, wherever you are, when your son's asleep, like, get a life, bro. Just, you know.
Do you think that it's like a fear thing? The reason he won't come on to voice? Do you think he's afraid?
Well, in this particular server, there's a lot of people that just aren't good at English, and so they choose to stay muted. It may not be fair. He's thinking, you know, in this case, he's saying his son is in the room and he can't wake him up. I'm like, well, go outside or go to a different room. Like, let's have a conversation. Not you just, you know, chat skanking. There's a lot of things that you could do to make this an efficient process. So I usually assume fear, even though I know that's not a good idea. I just assume they're afraid.
I think that's a likely assumption, man. I mean, I don't know. My guess is he's probably been around the chat for a while, and he knows that he's gonna be made to sound like a fool. And wait, while he's giggling, you know what I mean? And then won't have any response to certain things. He wants to have the response time and Google at his beckoning call. Isn't that right, Crimson? You need a little extra time.
Yeah, he does. He's looking for rhetorics with an S, you know. So,
Oh, Crimson. No. Crimson, just unmute, buddy. Come on. You can do it. He's not going to do it, Aethergrass. He's
no,
far
he's not
too
going to do it.
scared.
I'll tell you what, Crimson Moon. You know, from what you said earlier, I'm just going to give you some free advice. If you've got a son and he's in the room with you and he's asleep, when he grows up, don't tell him that the blue dot on his cell phone has anything to do with space time. Maybe hold off on that. You know, like maybe that's not a good idea to tell him something that ridiculous. Just saying. What's actually more likely is not that he's even afraid, but he's one of our frequent flyers or someone that we've spoken to before, and he's changed his profile or on a sock account or something like that, and doesn't want to be found out right away. But also, it looks like he's been on this server for quite a while, so I'm probably wrong about that. Anyway, you can unmute, Crimson. We'll have a convo.
Gravity is not a force.
Gravity is called a pseudo-force. It's not a real force.
Hey, Ethergrass, I got I got a soundboard thing for you to put on. I don't know if you're there.
I'm around, man.
The Reading Rainbow theme song. Whenever somebody comes in, have y'all ever read a book? Take a look. It's in a book.
I got you.
Yo, who was I talking to a minute ago? Hello? I was talking to somebody in here just a minute ago. I forgot who it was.
Probably says who, but it doesn't look like he's here. Do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to troll Crimson a little bit more.
That's all of them.
Hi, hi. Hello, hello.
But what's this process? Why is there a gradient that goes up? Why is there a gradient upwards? Why is the air up different than the air down?
Because you have
if
a
there is nothing
temperature
different in
gradient.
that axis. Yes, what
Because
causes
you have
that
a temperature
gradient?
gradient.
What causes the temperature gradient is the difference in density and pressure. And the difference in density and pressure.
What causes the temperature gradient is the fact that it's affected by an external source.
Temperature gradient.
Huh?
Hey, Faisal, does the sun produce energy and push energy out? Yes or no?
Of energy. Absolutely.
Excellent. Does it heat the ground up?
What?
Does it heat up the ground? Yes or no?
It does.
Excellent. So wouldn't that energy get imparted onto the air?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Now you know how come your system's changing. Good boy. Thanks for playing.
Okay. The air is getting hotter, therefore it will go up. So the air should keep getting hotter and go upwards. Why is it still down? Why is the air concentrated at the sea level and not up?
Because it's produced
What
at sea
cools it
level.
when it goes up?
It's getting further away from the heated ground.
Matter cannot be created.
I mean, if air is produced at sea level, if air is produced at sea level,
Okay,
it
Faisal,
should just go up and
Faisal, yeah,
to the
breathe,
sky.
bro, breathe. You can do this. The sun heats up the ground. Okay, why is
Yes,
this idiot
I
just keep
know.
saying maths cannot be created? Shut up. Right, the sun heats up the ground. We're all happy with that. The ground pushes that energy onto the air. The air rises, and as it gets further away from the ground, it cools off. You wanted to know how it cooled off? Very simple. Because it's further away from the ground. Don't believe me? Go and grab yourself a cigarette lighter. Light it, hold it 2 foot away from your left hand. Then put your left hand on top of it. Notice how it gets hotter as you get closer to it? And cooler as you get further away. Exactly the
Because the air is
same.
colder than it. Not because of the altitude.
No, because of the heat source.
No, look.
Yes. If you've got a heat source, it's highly probable that that's where the heat's coming from. As you get further away from your heat source, it is going to get cooler.
You will feel
If
less
you can't
heat,
see
but
that, you've got some major issues going on, bro.
No, you're not letting me continue. When you leave away from the heat source, you will feel less heat.
It gets
but the
cooler.
particles-
Exactly.
No, listen, for God's sake.
I am listening. It's you that's not understanding. You're repeating the same thing to me and then getting some other random idea out of it. You have a heat source, the sun. The sun heats up the ground heats up the air. Do you still follow?
Okay, so when he gets angry...
Excellent. So the air gets heated up by the ground. Excellent. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
What's your point?
My point is, you're the one that's fucked up. So the air gets heated up by the ground, yes? The hot air rises, goes up and up and up, gets further away from the ground, then goes cold again. That's
caused
it.
to go
There's
colder?
your...
Just because it got further away?
Because it's
Conservation
further
of
away from
energy.
the
Energy
ground.
doesn't just disappear.
It's further away from the ground.
Listen. Where did the energy go? It doesn't just
Air
disappear.
can't store it. Air can't store it.
Why? Air can't store it. Where did it go?
I don't know. Why is the sky blue? Who gives a fuck? It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I mean, you guys give a fuck. You guys keep coming up with stuff.
No. This is you coming up with stuff. All we can tell you is the ground is measured as flat. What you make of anything else outside of that, looking at the star, the moon, the suns, trying to prove gravity by proving air goes down when it's constructed and formed and everything at ground level, well, holy shit, it's going to be at the ground. I couldn't imagine why to be anywhere else.
I mean, I give you like 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a sphere, and then you give me one.
You haven't given anything. I can tell that, and I haven't even been here.
And then you just.
So your proofs are what? Let's just go through these. What's your best proof? The one that's going to the best one. I don't give a shit about all the other stuff. The very best one that I'd sit back and go, you know what? He's got me. What's your best one?
You can go out after sunset, and look at the sky, and you will see satellites.
And look at the sky. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Faisal, hold up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm going to go outside, I'm going to measure the ground. And my good friend here is telling me to look at the sky. That just shows the level of global we get to deal with.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me. Let me continue. When you go out after sunset or before sunrise, you will be able to see satellites. Now, how can satellites exist on a flat Earth? Meanwhile, I can fully explain how satellites work on a sphere, fully in detail.
Why do I have the necessity to explain how flying devices work over your straw man? The ground is measured with zero curvature. So I don't give a shit what your satellites do. Not a me problem.
Well, face
Okay,
it,
give
hang
me
on.
numbers.
No, wait,
Okay,
one
I'm
sec.
ready.
Explanations. Explanations are not evidence.
I'm ready for
the
some
explanation
numbers.
Is the explanation is the claim which requires evidence. If you don't have that, we're not required to give you an alternative explanation.
I've seen proofs
That's a
with
burden
my
of proof
own
reversal
very
fallacy.
eyes. I've seen proofs with my very
Yes,
own eyes
yeah,
that the Earth
cool,
is a
cool.
sphere.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
What?
are the satellites
What?
orbiting us, the television
that's the
dishes
claim.
capturing waves
You're just
from the
repeating
sky.
the claim. You're repeating the
You want
claim.
to see a video of satellites hovering above the sky?
No, I don't need a video. Okay, so something passed over your head at night, right? That's great.
It looks like a star, but isn't.
Okay. Yes, and then you're making a claim about it that goes beyond your observation.
It isn't a
You're
claim.
repeating the story that gives you a reason why that thing passed over your head and how it's doing it, and some sort of visualization or in your head, right? Not in reality, of its full length path, that being a full circle around a sphere.
This. When you really
I see
go
things
and
go over my
understand
head at night.
how
That doesn't
satellites
mean they're
work,
going around a
you will
ball.
know that they can
Okay,
never
tell us, how do
possibly
they
go
work then?
around a flat
How
Earth.
do they work? Well, tell us how they work.
They are. Okay, I'll tell you. It's no problem. But I need to explain with a hypothetical. Okay, if you shoot a
You're
cannonball,
going to tell us how they work for real.
Yes, I'm going to explain. Okay, give me a step by
Not
step. I just need to explain some
hypotheticals. I
fundamentals.
want actual, real stuff you're going to tell us that I can
I
go
need to
do
tie it
myself.
to an example that you'll be
not the
able to
story. Don't
understand.
repeat the story again. Give us the evidence.
Evidence. I'm telling you. You asked me to explain how they work, and when I start, you go tell me to shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're asking you to back up your claim. We already know the claims. You're not teaching us anything. We want you to demonstrate your claims because we
telling
claim that
you-
your claims are bullshit.
Okay, I want you
Just
to
like- just
explain
like
how
you-
do satellites work on a flat Earth, because I know how they work on a spherical Earth.
It's not our job. It's not our job.
Well,
know how they
your
work
flat Earth is complete.
Fasok, something for you to think about. You're told a story on how they work on a spherical Earth.
Not a
You're not
story,
told.
complete
No, why are you
logical
talking?
continuation.
You're told. There's no logic in it. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're going from point. Shut up. You're going from point A to point D, and you're not giving us the in between. So let's work this out. The satellites are up in the sky because they necessitate that it's a globe. When they launch rockets, does it matter a fuck what shape the ground is? Yes or no?
Yes, it absolutely does. They don't.
You're a
exist
liar.
unless it's a ghost.
Because the ground, listen, the ground makes no change to the ability to launch a rocket. You stand the bastard up, you light the fuse, foosh, off it goes. That's it.
No, this isn't about rockets. This is about satellites.
Okay. So wait for it. So what we're trying to get out of you is why it's a necessity for it to be a globe. Why must it necessitate a globe in order for your satellites to work?
Do you want me to say it, or are you just going to interrupt me again?
You're the one that seems to be interrupting everyone, and stop with your meta. Just get with the data.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Because satellites use the fact that the Earth is a sphere by rotating around it.
No, they don't use the
perpetually
fact.
falling.
That's the
They
story
do
again.
use the fact. Wait, what? Yes,
You
it
keep
does.
repeating the story. You don't understand. You're the one with faulty logic. We know the story. Satellites are in the sky. They're going around a globe. You keep repeating that. How do you know it's a globe? Oh, I see satellites in the sky.
Listen, satellites need to be
It's
ended
circular
in the
reasoning.
Earth
Satellites
there
because globe Earth because
without
satellites.
energy. Okay, you're going to spend heaps of energy to keep something in the air. Airplanes spend a ton of fuel to stay up in the air because they don't leave the atmosphere. but satellites who leave the atmosphere and are no longer
don't
under.
know what's
Don't
going on at the
interrupt me. Don't
apparatus
interrupt
of
me.
this construct.
You guys go on to explain
No,
with
you need to
buzzwords
listen,
what
Tate.
you believe.
You're
When I
just
go on to explain, you
blabbermouth.
keep interrupting
You're
me.
just going to go on endlessly. You need to listen. You don't actually know what's going on at the upper altitudes.
You
of
guys
this
aren't
Earth.
actually listening. I mean, I'm pretty
No,
sure
we
none of
are.
you have any
You're just bored
sense of
because you're
education
the
on
exact
science,
same
and
as
you
every other
pretend to be
blower
the
that comes
scientist.
in.
Dude, you're
I
the
mean,
one
this
that
isn't
came in
even
here and
Listening. You're
lied.
not here to
Dude,
learn. You're not here to
you
learn.
came
You're
in
just here.
here.
You're trying to preach your fucking cult belief, right?
You came
We all
in here
believe
and
in the
No,
blatantly
I'm
global
absolutely
lied,
not.
bro.
I'm absolutely
Understand
not.
that?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yes,
This guy
you are.
came
You've not
in.
listened to anything DJ's trying to teach you.
This is
This guy came in.
supposed
Hold
to
on.
be
Shut
a
the
debate,
fuck
isn't it?
up, dude. Hold on. Be quiet. No, it's not a debate, right? You've been getting wrecked for hours straight. Now you came in here and you should have been banned straight off because you bullshitted the whole room. Right, I'm going to post your bullshit in the side chat right here, and you admitted that it's bullshit. So don't come in here and tell us what our education level is when you just blatantly came in and lied your ass off about this.
Aerospace engineer.
Yeah, and then he admitted he's not an aerospace engineer.
I can tell by talking to him he doesn't know anything about, quote, aerospace.
Yeah, we don't really permit bullshit artists in here, bro. Right, so you're lucky that you're even allowed to talk in here after coming in and bullshitting about that.
DJ, check the coat. Man, I managed to rage bait the rage baiter. Hey kid, we're not rage baiting anyone. All we're informing people of is the fact that why did the fucking start of your sentence interrupt the middle of mine? All we're doing is informing people, all we're doing is informing people that the ground is measured as flat. If you want to go and cry about satellites or whatever, go and do it. No one is going to stop you. But go and check the ground out first before wishing and dreaming about things in the sky. Now, something to think about, Fazek. If I come over to your house to fit carpet to your lounge room or living room, I'm not going to be pointing to the light bulb. I'm going to be measuring the fucking floor.
Okay, I see what your point is. It's that you've measured the objects across oceans and seeing that they don't actually consistently go down the horizon. That's what I understand.
No, there is no geometric horizon. There is nothing to go behind, right? A horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. It's a product of perspective and the current atmospheric conditions that we have on the particular day. That's what a horizon is. Okay, it's not a byproduct of Earth curvature.
Okay, so you're saying that wait, what was it?
There's no curvature.
The experiment.
The surface of water isn't curving. Laser test?
I mean, if you've seen that guy in Egypt, when he did the experiment, he sent a guy from Alexandria to another city in Egypt because that city had an event where no one had a shadow.
Alrighty,
The
dude.
sun was completely
500
vertical.
500 years before
I
Jesus,
can
there
do
was
it
a
now.
mythical character named Eratosthenes who doesn't have any primary writings that lasted, and there's no proof that he actually did this. But if he did do it, he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, right? Just pre-assumed it, wasn't trying to test if it was flat or a globe, right? Then pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel. Okay. And then he just did, and then he measured no shadow, right, on one obelisk or stick or well, depending on which version of the story you want to believe. Okay, and then another guy at the same time, 800 kilometers or 500 miles away, or some certain amount of stadia away, right, he measured a 7.2 degree shadow, right? And then he did some math based on the pre-assumptions of the parallel sun rays and the spherical Earth that he pre-assumed, right? And he came up with 40,000 kilometers approximately, okay? And you think that that's measuring the Earth. No, even mainstream education says, even mainstream sources say if...
Why are his numbers consistent with modern experiments?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't give me a counter argument. You just said shut the fuck up. They are consistent.
Okay, so the Chinese did the same thing. The Chinese did the same thing.
The Indians did the same thing. The Arabs did the same thing. Modern humans did the same thing.
Bro.
I know a person personally who did the experiment.
I know someone personally. Affirmed the consequent. I got the same answer that they did. It's because you did the same thing. I'm going to post something in side chat for you, kid, and I want you to have a good think about it. Eratosthenes. Let's have a look here.
while Matrix is doing that, right, I'm gonna do a test a hypothetical test right now in my house that anyone can do. Okay, I have a flat floor. Okay, I have a light on my ceiling, and then I have a stick under the light, and it has no shadow. And then I put a stick over on the other side of the room, and it has a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing that Eratosthenes did. I'm going to assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel, and I'm going to assume that my floor is a sphere. Okay, now I'm going to do the exact same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and then I'm going to be able to work out the circumference of my flat floor.
Okay, I understand your logic. You know, that it might be that the sun is like, I don't know, 100 miles up. Like, how far does the sun need to be for that to be accurate? You can do the numbers, you can find the number, but you guys don't. You don't get numbers, you just live on sensationalism.
No, you're the one who's fucking brainwashed. Look inside chat, kid. 27 past the hour.
Side chat is open. I see chat.
Yeah, no, 27 past the hour.
Look, guys.
Flatman. Look at Flatman's meme. That's a good one.
The globe Earth, you know, the way that they prove the Earth is a globe is using numbers and experiments.
They assumed it.
But you guys just
basic. Yeah, that's great. You keep telling us to look, and you won't. Look in the fucking side chat. 27 minutes past the hour. According to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. Look at the fucking shadows. They're all different lengths.
Yes,
that's the same shit.
Yes.
Why?
Because the light bulb is right above them. You know.
What the fuck do you think the sun is? It's just a light bulb.
Work then.
No, the light bulb isn't.
It's a concession that it can work. All right.
Kilometers away.
Okay, now you've made another claim. Sorry, Tito. Now you've just made another claim. The sun is X distance away. How have you measured that to verify that it's true and correct?
The rays of the sun are parallel to the clouds.
Yep, that's something else. We're not talking about that. We just asked you how you got the distance to the sun.
You measure it from 2 points. They did it.
You measure it.
I really don't remember how they did it.
You don't know. It's okay. You don't know.
Nah, I don't remember.
So, but you do concede that it's. You can see that the concept works on a flat surface, right?
Yes, if the light of the source of light is near the surface.
If the light, so if you make assumptions about the light source, right, we got it. Okay, so it doesn't prove either.
How does night and day work?
By the way, you mentioned that they proved it lots of different ways, right? Do you know how they didn't prove it? They didn't prove it by measuring the surface. They didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving.
I mean, if I can ask you one thing, where are you from?
Why has that never been done?
It's related.
Why has that never been done, Faisal? Why has it never been done, Faisal?
From Spain. Can't you tell by his accent? Spanish.
No, I want to know, Faisal, why haven't they ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
They did.
No, they haven't. Give us an example of when they actually measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Being in an airplane, I guess.
No, give us the
when you fly an
method
airplane,
and
you
the
can no longer see
instance.
Paris.
Give us the people, give us the date, give us the details of how they measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. I don't have it on me right now. I mean, you're asking for proof, and I don't have it
because
on me.
it hasn't been done, Faisal.
It has been done
what we're
a
trying
million
to tell
times.
you.
Oh,
They
sorry,
haven't done it.
Hold on. Yes, they have a million times actually. Okay, could you just get us one of those million times? Being as you're so sure that the curvature of the Earth has been done so many times, could you just get us one out of those million, please?
Okay, I will just hold on for a second.
Thank you. And please, we're asking for direct measurements of a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth. Not getting in an aeroplane, right? Not Aristophanes backwards engineering, his presupposition. Direct measurement. You said it's been done millions of times.
It's been done actually a million times.
I'm going to challenge you to provide just one.
YouTube. A guy on YouTube does it.
What does he do?
If you mute him, we will kick you out. You will not be muting anybody.
Don't mute.
No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up, and you're going to get those measurements.
Okay, just can I say something?
No, you're not going to say anything. You're going to get us.
Dude, you're gonna get the stuff.
How does night and day work on the flat Earth?
Excuse me, sir. You need to get those measurements.
I sent the video. I'm not gonna make
one of the millions of times.
Okay, just so anyone knows, just so everyone knows, the video is called "Calculating the Circumference of Earth."
Oh no, I didn't want that.
Measuring?
Yeah, measuring, direct measurements. I don't want you, for example, to calculate my height. I want you to measure it. You understand the difference,
between
right?
calculating and measuring?
You understand the difference, right? And please don't speak over me because I want you to understand. You understand the difference between measurement and calculation, don't you?
Okay, here's another guy.
Now,
like
there was a
this. Here's
question there. Do you understand the difference between calculation and measurement, sir? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Can I?
Good.
For a
So
second?
I require measurements, not calculations, just so we're clear.
Here's a video.
Okay. In the video, can you explain what's done?
No, I haven't watched the video. You're so urgent.
Right, hold on a minute, right? I'm asking you for direct evidence and you're showing me videos that you haven't watched.
That's what you guys did. You keep showing me videos.
I'm asking you to provide the evidence of your claim, and now you're providing us with a video that you have not watched. If I was to question you on your evidence, you wouldn't be able to answer any questions, would you?
Show me evidence that your hand exists.
No, don't deflect
that's what you're asking
away from
for.
me.
That's
This
what you're
is
asking for.
dishonest. You made a
But
claim.
that's what you're asking for.
My friend.
You're telling me, show
please
me
don't
evidence.
Talk through me.
You do
made a
that to me,
claim.
though.
Hold on. You made a claim. Millions of times the curvature of the Earth has been measured. I asked you for just once, and every single time I've asked you to provide for that evidence, you've deflected away, and now you want to ask me a question. Just provide the evidence of your claim, sir.
I provided evidence.
No.
I didn't watch the video. It was explained to me in school, so I believed it. Then. And then I watched videos of debunking flat Earth, and I believed those too.
Okay.
So I don't have what you're
going to annoy
asking
me.
for.
You're going to annoy me. So in the video, what was done that you were explained to at school, and how is this measuring the surface of the Earth?
I didn't watch the video. You asked for a single.
Dude, you said it was explained to you at school.
If you didn't watch
Yes,
the
it was
video,
explained to me
face
at
off.
school, and I
If you didn't watch the video, how the hell do you know that there's even evidence in there or proof in there if you didn't watch it? Because the title said so. You looked at the title that says Measuring Earth's Curvature. How do you know at the end of it, it wasn't an absolute balls up event and he's gone, oh, well, that didn't work?
Actually, what happened is he admitted in the first, I would say, minute that we were measuring a flat Earth, and then he said we will be calculating. So it was a calculation, and he's measuring a flat Earth. You really hosed yourself there, Chief. Good job.
You're so scared of math, aren't you?
No, not scared of math. We're just understanding the difference. And you said you understood the difference between measurements and calculations. You provided us with a video that you haven't watched, and within the very first minute, he's talking about measuring a flat Earth and calculating a circumference. Please, sir, you're not doing very well, and I will lose my patience if you lie to us or are dishonest again.
I don't have an evidence in my pocket of what you're exactly demanding me. Show me evidence that the United States exists.
Excuse me.
What exactly are you asking for? No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. What is this? You can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you.
You said millions. I'm asking you for one, and you're failing.
I keep trying to make a point, but you just drag me into your swamp.
No, wrong. You're not trying to make a point. You made a very specific claim that there is millions of evidence. All Jedi wants is one, and you haven't even provided that. You keep providing calculations.
We've got another
So-
guest that's much more reasonable and calm than you are. So unless you are planning on conceding that, number one, you don't actually have access to any measurements of the surface curvature, and two, you don't know what you're talking about, we're just going to move on, because you're obviously a troll at this point. You came under here under false pretenses. You're obviously an idiot. So why don't you either make a concession or we're going to move on?
Look, I'm not a troll, but you're like asking me for some very specific stuff that I don't.
Yeah, right now I'm asking you for two very specific things. A concession that there are no measurements of the curvature of the Earth on the surface. Number two, you don't know what you're talking about, and you will sit down and listen instead of argue. That's what I want. Those are the two things that I want. Very specific.
I said multiple times, I don't have that stuff on me. You just want.
Okay, so you've ignored me completely. We will move on.
I don't know. I just know that things fall in a vacuum at 9.81 meters squared.
Dude,
on
you
average.
literally- Oh, we already told you about that, and then you agreed. Well, that's an average. They do not fall at the same rate. It's an average.
Because we can't create a perfect vacuum, but assuming we can, then yeah.
Oh, there
they
you
would
go.
be-
So you can't measure it then. There you go. Wah, 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 wah.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. What about objects in the same vacuum?
Yeah, exactly. Objects in the same vacuum will fall at different rates because of you can't create a perfect vacuum, meaning there are air particles in there. There are some air particles in there.
He's just gonna say it's not a perfect vacuum. So wah wah wah.
So one little air particle hits one of the objects and makes it fall a little slower. Is that what you're
Well,
trying to say?
not only that, one of those objects always attracts air particles towards it to make it slow down more than the others.
Okay, so the problem is in my example that I'm talking about, they dropped the vacuum chamber itself with the elements, objects separated by elements. So, for example, one object made of totally copper, one object made of lead, one object made of iron.
Yeah,
They
but
put
there's
them
no,
in a
there's no peer
vacuum chamber.
reviews of that experiment that you showed. That's like the only one, and it's
Let me explain it to you, friend. You know what happened? They blackballed him. They stopped letting him use the facility because he did a test that flew in the face of globe religious claims. Straight up cult behavior, brother. But yes, when a mainstream gets a counter result and then rather than repeatedly test it, they blackball the guy who got the result. I tend to believe what he did there because that's called religious zeal that they're treating him with. So why are they so scared of his results?
What was his name? Let me search him up.
His name? I don't remember off the top of my head. But he has a website and he explains everything. He also has his videos. See, the best part about science, brother, is you can reproduce it. You don't need peer review. You don't need a bunch of schmucks who believe the Earth is a globe to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You just need to repeat the test.
Yeah. So, what?
So let me be clear, friend. You have no test. You have no test that demonstrates things falling at the same rate. None. Zip, zilch. You have none. You could not give me one if your life depended on it within the next 20 minutes, dude.
Let me get back to you on that. I'm gonna find out how I can make a fucking vacuum chamber.
Okay, sure.
Just to be clear, before we go on,
I have a vacuum chamber. I have one. What do you want to know about it? I have a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, perfect. So
you guys have awakened something in me, and I'm gonna fucking buy a vacuum
This
chamber.
is easy, dude. Here's what's easy about this, brother. Homie just told you he has a chamber. He could vacuum it for you. You could then carry it up to a high building. And see, when they did this test, they put the camera attached to the chamber. Now, they had a rig which made the chamber stay straight up and down, so you may have to work on that. But you could do this, brother. You could do it.
I don't care if there's a variance in my. I just know that if it falls at basically it falls at about the same rate. Okay.
Now it's about the same rate again. Now it's kind of the same thing.
But you keep. I
thought it was about mass. Hey, why would things fall at a different rate if they're different elements? I thought it was about mass. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't subscribe to that experiment, as I've said before. So you can bring it up, but I'm not gonna.
So you just deny that it happened then?
I'm saying there's a probability that it isn't correct because it's not peer reviewed. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability.
Hey, listen, dude, find me the peer-reviewed paper that proves that peer review is an arbiter of whether something is better or not. And then after you don't find that paper, go read the paper called The Peer Review Crisis, and then get back to us.
Okay, then if you don't, okay, so we just need this guy to repeat his experiment.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Why is peer review add to the credibility of anything? Do you know why?
Because humans are fallible and we work better as a team.
No, I don't care about that. You're just telling me a truism. Why is the peer review process make it more credible? What about peer review makes it more credible?
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
Because humans are biased and biased.
Right, exactly. So girls cheat on guys. Therefore, if my friend tells me whether she's cheating, then it doesn't matter. Good grief, dude. We already know people do bad things, dude. What specifically about peer review eliminates the bad things that people do that makes it more credible?
I just told you. It doesn't.
No, but you didn't. All as you did was just repeat multiple times the flaw you're attempting to correct, but you didn't tell me the method that's going to correct that flaw.
We're all fallible, so we try our best to curb it.
Hey, thanks for repeating it again, dude. Thanks for repeating it for a fourth time, dude.
So do you have an answer?
The problem, now that we all know the problem and you've repeated it 4 times, what's the solution, dude?
I told you my solution, but you're not happy with it. So
you said peer review. Peer review is just a title of a process. What about that process makes it more credible?
Because there's more people involved, and so bias is.
Oh, so more people. So check this out. More flawed people involved equals a better result. How does that work?
Sounds like a conspiracy.
But how does it work your way? If we're flawed, it doesn't.
That sounds like it should be worse. That sounds like if you add the amount of flawed people, it'd be worse. So actually, sir, what happens is you have a method or a process that you follow.
Yeah.
It's not just a bunch of people get together and just spontaneously agree or disagree. So what about the process? What specifically about the process makes it more credible? The correct answer is you have no freaking clue what you're talking about. That's the correct answer, friend.
If it's repeatable across, if it's repeatable by many people, it's better than.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that repetition is better for making it more credible. But let's be clear, friend. Peer review is not repeating the experiment. In case you didn't know that.
Well, ideally, it is, right?
So listen, friend, we all know that you just got exposed, that you have no idea what you're talking about at all. None. Zilch. So why don't you go peer review your answer and come back and give us a better answer?
I was just exposed? Damn.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, bro. You said peer review is because humans are fallible, so we're going to get more humans?
No. I said that humans are fallible, so if you have more people checking your work.
Yeah, you get more fallible to verify the fallible. We get it.
But people are fallible at different degrees, right?
Right, yeah. Right. So look, if you get an electrician, right, and you say, no, I don't want to hire an electrician, I'm just going to hire Bob. And then Bob doesn't know how to do electrical. And so to make it better, you hire 5 people that don't know. Listen, you hire 5 people that don't know how to do electrical, then maybe it'll come out right.
But that's the point. You look at the credentials of these people, right?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. The point is you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Are you appealing to authority? I don't understand.
Bro,
you are. You are.
I'm not. I'm not.
Dude, I'm saying 50 people have to do it now. 50 scientists now have to go do it somewhere. You're appealing to authority.
You're a moron. Hey, and then he said he gave him the perfect example to understand what we were talking about. He said, "Oh well, we're gonna get this bad electrician named Bob, and then we're going to get 50 more bad electricians because Bob is not good enough." And he gonna say, "Yeah, that's right. That's how it's gonna go." Like, dude. You're not
when the electrical specter comes and fails you, you'd be like, dude, why did I fail? I had 5 bad electricians working on it.
It depends on the experiment, right? Some experiments can be done by the layman. Others, I mean, not so much, because if you don't understand like math,
So if I have a vacuum chamber, am I allowed to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
So why if my next door neighbor doesn't have a vacuum chamber, is he allowed to do it?
Okay. Oh, hey, Radwin, check this out. I think we all got to pause for a minute and just recognize something. This homie just said that if you reproduce it and scrutinize it through the reproduction process, right, that would be the best thing to do. Okay, great. So then ask yourself this question, Fred. Why did the people at the Bremen Drop Tower facility, why did they not work on his test more? Why did they stop it and tell him he could no longer use the facility? Why?
I don't know who this guy is.
Doesn't matter. His name could be Frankenstein. I'm just telling you what happened.
I mean, it kind of matters.
His last name was Hitler. Does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters because I want to learn about this guy. I want to know his story.
Why? What are you going to learn about him? What are you going to learn in his backstory that's going to help you make him drop things in a tower?
I just want to, because you guys are claiming that he got blackballed, right?
You should be focused on the experiment, not to him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber. I don't know.
People been focusing on the actual thing trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber.
It's not a love story. Tell us the whole story, man. I can't give it to you now because I'm trying not to die in the snowy road.
What are you going to do with the vacuum chamber when you get one?
I'm gonna drop shit in it, and I'm gonna film it in slow motion. Number one, to see that things actually fall in a vacuum at the same rate. That's number one.
Interesting. So you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. That's funny shit.
Yeah, I think it would be more important. I would think it would be more important to have a step-by-step process that any person, even a layman, could reproduce the process, right?
All right.
I think that's more important than a peer review of a bunch of people with degrees saying, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right."
You know what?
Never did the experiment whatsoever.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. To peer review, like to submit a white paper, you have to you have to describe what it is you're trying to prove and how you did it.
Yeah, and then the person that peer reviews it, they say, "Oh, that sounds about right. I approve." That's what they do, dude.
I mean, yeah, sure. Some of them, I'm not denying that some of them do, but you can't deny that some of them don't.
Yeah,
right?
well, dude, all of our flat Earth papers have been peer reviewed, and we said, yeah, we agree with them. So now, what's wrong with them?
Okay. So you've done the experiments.
No, we
went to the Bremen Drop Tower.
No, we peer reviewed it.
Yeah, we peer reviewed it and agreed with them because I own a vacuum chamber. I don't need to go do it because I already know how they work.
I just told you that that's not what a valid peer review is.
That's what a peer review is, man.
That's what you're saying.
They said, "Oh, that sounds about right," and then they agree with it.
Before I forget, when you go get your vacuum chamber, the first thing I want you to do with it is take like a shot glass, maybe a half a shot glass so it doesn't take you all day, full of water, and put that down in the bottom of your vacuum chamber and close it all up, and then pull the vacuum on it and see how long it takes for your vacuum chamber to dry out. Time it.
Sure, yeah. Once I get this fucking vacuum chamber, we can do whatever we want.
Oh, beautiful. So you haven't figured out what that means yet. Good.
I don't know. You're saying it's gonna freeze? What are you trying to say? Repeat it.
I said put the water in your vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum, and time how long to hit start. Hit a stopwatch and time how long it's going to take till your vacuum chamber is completely dry.
Okay. I let me think about that. So water in the vacuum chamber. What's gonna happen to the water? I don't know.
Well, since we're talking about this thing that you think is an experiment, let's talk about it for a second. Let's say you get yourself a vacuum. You got yourself a vacuum chamber, and you drop shit in it. Okay, great. What is that going to be proving? I'm just curious.
I just want to see if it falls at about the same rates, because I don't want to just believe what Google tells me, right? And since you don't believe the video I posted.
No, that's not what we're saying here. I'm just curious. This is not an experiment yet. You just made an observation. You observe. Let's even say that they all fall at the same rate, right? Let's say that for the moment. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
That this phenomenon exists, and we don't know why.
Okay, so we have a phenomenon.
Earth is a ball?
Huh?
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
The Earth is a ball.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking. Like, this is a problem in your guys' worldview, or in your model, in your framework. Yeah, it kind of is.
No, it's not.
No. We only bring this up to show you that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second per second. We hope that people will kind of acknowledge that this is not a phenomena that's observed. This is an average. But even if that does occur, what is it supposed to prove?
That things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Yes.
Right, okay, that's great. Let him answer. You said that's a problem for flat Earth. What's the problem?
Because you guys don't believe in gravity, and you can't give a better model. You can't give a better answer for.
Okay, when somebody says they don't quote unquote believe in gravity, what do you think they mean when they say that?
I'm guessing you don't believe in the warping of space-time, right?
So yeah, no, space-time warping shit happens on a flat. Dude, space-time warping shit happens on a flat Earth. That's why the Earth is flat, because of warping space-time. How do you like that?
Right, but
relativity works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great. Let's parse it out, friend. So what you noticed that you had to separate the two. You had to separate the phenomenon that we all observe from the cause. Okay, everybody observes things falling or things rising depending on their relative density to the medium that they're in. Okay, things fall down, things rise up. Everyone experiences that. Nobody's denying that.
I'm not denying.
Nobody in their right mind would ever deny that except Globers. Let me explain.
What?
Globers actually do deny that. Yeah, I said let me explain. So let me explain. I'll explain. See, all of us experience things fall down and things rise up. A Glober comes along and says, no, that's not falling down. It's actually falling at a diagonal to another radial towards the center of a giant ball that I can't see. So we, the flat earthers, are actually congruent with up and down. You think everything is in and out to a giant ball. So you're the one who actually denies what we experience, not us. Go ahead.
No, let's say I don't believe on the globe, right? This is still a problem because this phenomenon, it doesn't follow in your framework, because your framework relies on buoyancy and what's the other one? And down, I guess, right?
Hey, listen, yeah, fair enough, dude, but that's just what we observe, dude. That's just describing what we observe.
Yeah.
Right. So again, what we have is everybody agrees on the phenomenon, except Globers who lie to themselves and say they're observing something falling to the center of a giant ball, which they never see with their own eyes. So they've never seen that, they've never experienced that, and they're lying to themselves. Versus flat earthers who see things go up and down. So who's right? Who's more right?
So essentially, you're trying to say, even if this were the truth, yeah, I mean that's fair, right? But it does show that there's a hole in your understanding, right?
Oh, it doesn't at all.
How doesn't it? Even if you don't believe in the globe, even if
I
you don't
could
believe in the globe, at least
create any mathematical matrix I want to explain a phenomenon.
no, like listen, even if you don't believe in the globe, like there are tons of simulations that show that if this phenomenon is true, that it does. Have you played any like Galaxy game?
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
Well, you should, because math describes our world.
No, it doesn't, dude. Let me explain. It's very simple. I could disprove this so easy. So if I add $1 million and $1 million, that makes $2 million. But my bank account has a lot less than that in it. So I could make a statement: 1 million plus 1 million equals 2 million. Therefore, I have $2 million in my bank account. But the material fact that it's in my account isn't correct. So just because you have accurate mathematics doesn't mean you have reality, my friend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that, but it's better to have coherent
No. It's
math
not
than
about arguing it, dude. That is a fact. Just because you have accurate mathematics does not mean that is the case. That it corresponds with reality.
I agree with
it
you.
doesn't mean that you can create realities out of nothing. So, for example, I went to the bank to get a house, and they said you need $50,000 down payment. I said, well, I have $25,000. But I also have $25,000 of dark money. Now I have $50,000, and my math checks out. They said, well, dark money, that's retarded. I said, yeah, just like dark matter. You just make it up with math, brother.
I mean, sure, but if you plug in the numbers right based on what you observe, then your simulation is going to be close to what you observe. That's all I'm saying.
What? Okay, that's great and all. Let's say you have a simulation of a planet forming due to gravitational accretion. Let's say that's true, which it isn't. When they do a simulation trying to get a planet through gravitational accretion, they don't get a planet. In fact, they have to add extra math. They have to add extra numbers and fudge the numbers to get it to work. So nice try. Too bad. So sad. So they can't even model this dude. It's a joke. Not only is it not modeled, it's not witnessed. Nobody's ever witnessed it happen in the history of mankind.
I think I think there's a lot that isn't out there yet, right? I mean, because the government.
Oh, really? So it's not out yet. So that means nobody has the evidence.
No. That's not
so
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
admitting there's no evidence for it.
I don't know if there's evidence for it because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
what you're talking about is planets forming from gravitational accretion. So gravity causing planets to form. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's witnessed it, and you can't model it.
Gravitational excretion. Like it's excreting gravity. What are you saying?
No, it's called oh my dude. Do you want me to use dumber language? I thought you were like a peer-reviewed journal reader.
No, I'm not. So yeah,
that's what we have.
Why are you asking for peer-reviewed shit and asking for all this shit if you're not into it?
I know, bro.
What? How does reading a peer review paper make me a scholar or not?
You don't even know what you're going to be reading.
Yeah, but it's the starting point.
Yeah, but how about you start with just going and looking and see if water is flat?
Yeah, so to Radwin's point there, my friend, what he's trying to explain to you is that you don't possess the acumen, the ability, the skill, or the knowledge to be able to judge whether the critiques within a peer-reviewed paper are valid or not. So you wouldn't know what you're reading. It'd be Greek and Spanish to you, and you just trust whatever the doctor with a name doctor on the end of his name said. That's what he's trying to tell you, friend.
No, I might not have the acumen to do it, but I can at least try to, reproduce it if I can read. So if the instructions are
check
clear
this
enough.
out. When you go and buy that vacuum chamber and you put the water in it, you're going to prove that gravity is not holding water down in the shot glass, that it's actually air pressure. And when you remove the air pressure from around the water, it turns into a gas and also leaves your vacuum chamber. So that debunks your globe with air around it in outer space vacuum. So good luck when you buy that.
Well, not if you have gravity, right? That's the whole point.
You do have gravity. It's right underneath the vacuum chamber, and it didn't hold the water down. Bum, 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 bum.
I'll look into that. Yeah.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
I think.
Or can gravity exist with any surface?
I think they're interlocked, right? When this is according to, like, I don't know, like, this is what I saw. When the Earth formed, it was like very liquidy, and then it started to converge into this center of mass.
Whoa, bro. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not a religious channel. Now, there is a religious channel in the server. You can go talk about your creation story from your religion all you want, okay?
Oh no, I meant like when like an asteroid or whatever it was that hit our Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, bro, I just said stop talking about religion, dude. We don't want to hear your creation story. Otherwise, we just start talking about the Christian creation story, okay?
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You said unless it's about the Christian?
No, I said if you're going to talk about your creation story, I'm going to talk about mine. Okay?
So
because you're just talking about things that allegedly happened in the past that nobody's witnessed and nobody can reproduce, and you have to take it on faith. It's part of your religious creation mythos, okay? Sorry to break it to you. It's not science.
That's fair, but it is a valid simulation that gives an answer.
That's a valid simulation once of what my life would be like if I was married to Scarlett Johansson. Therefore, I am married to her. Wow, see how stupid that is?
A valid simulation of what? You don't have anything to simulate yet.
Exactly. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon of something happening. Like, you're basically just doing science fiction. Like, you might as well be making the Starship Enterprise.
You don't have anything to compare your simulation to make sure it's correct.
True.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct.
So when we simulate, well, I don't anymore. Our team is so big now. It's funny. I don't actually have to do anything now. It's just weird. It's weird feeling at work. Anyway, so when we simulate a machine, we clone a machine or we make its digital twin, it's called, and we simulate that thing making a part. It actually, when we make the part, will make the exact same thing. You know why? Because we programmed our digital twin to be exactly the same with measurements and numbers and everything else. So we had to model it to be exactly the same. And it works because it's exactly the same. But you don't have anything to model.
So in other words, you have direct validated process, right? The end result is the validation.
Yeah, but you can't do that in math, right? That's how equations work. You can start with variables and an answer.
You can have all the math you want, but when your robot goes through a machine door and it's $150,000 to repair it, you're going to be like, "Oh, that was the math's fault."
Hey, Radwin, you're not getting it, Radwin. I'm sorry, but you're about to be so rich. What you're going to do is you're going to walk into your boss's room and you say, "Listen, bro, we don't even need the robots. All we need to do is do the math, and then the result will come."
No, we just have to make the digital twin and just run that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we already proved if you make a digital twin of the actual machine, and then you start making parts on the digital twin, the machine will also be able to make those parts. So just throw out the machine and we'll just put digital twins everywhere and we'll make digital parts.
Yeah, so somebody orders like this somebody orders like this pneumatic actuator cogwheel, and it's like 57 pounds normally. Then they get this box in the mail and it's super light. They're like, "What's this?" And they take it out. It's a USB stick. It's just plug this in.
No, it's just a thin. It's a thin, one of those really thin Manila envelopes, padded though. And then you pull out the card, and on the card it says what it is.
Yeah.
So you work with CAD, huh?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have to do that anymore. AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I have SolidWorks installed on this and AutoCAD installed on this computer.
Now, don't get me wrong. We're busting your chops, bro.
Huh?
We're busting your chops, but we're busting your chops, but we're doing it in good fun because what you're being told here is that a lot of the things you think you know. Yeah, I know. I could tell. But I'm just saying a lot of things you think you know that you were told are correct. They're just based on fantasy. There's no real world application or proof.
I'm not saying to just believe it, right? I'm just saying that there's a reason that it's the consensus, and I don't know. It points to. I'm not saying it points to the truth, but it points to a better likelihood of the truth because more eyes have looked at it. Just like you guys here, there's an echo chamber
that's
here.
Great. That's great. I would agree with you. So are you a Christian?
Nope.
Or a Hindu or Muslim? One of those? Are you one of those religions?
No, I'm just agnostic.
Why not? Why aren't you one of those? Because there's billions of people in those religions, dude. So how could they all be wrong? So many people, dude. They agree on the same thing. How could they be wrong? And if you add Christians and Muslims together because they allegedly have the same monotheistic root, now you have the majority of people on the earth believe the same religion. Why don't you?
So that's a good question, and yeah, and let me think about that. It's probably it probably has to do with the human condition. I'm gonna give you an answer here. Like I'm gonna think about this. It probably has to do with the human condition. For we want meaning, and being agnostic does not give you meaning. Humans.
So you don't want me. So you don't want meaning. Then you came in here because you don't want meaning. You're agnostic.
Oh, am I gonna get shat on for being agnostic?
That's awesome, dude. You came in here because you don't want to know anything. I love it. You're just punching yourself in the face over and over again. It's wonderful.
It's the way I cope. We all cope though.
No, dude, people don't punch themselves in the face live on the air over and over.
Hi, Mom.
We're clipping it and sending it to her. It's going to play on her car when she starts it.
Oh, she's going to be so... I don't know. Might be disappointed.
So is your stance that because there is a large amount of people adopting an idea that because of that there must be some kind of merit to the claim?
It depends. It depends. If you're claiming something that no one has ever saw or has ever seen, then it's less likely. And if it has to do with like religion, then it's, I'm not going to put the same weight on it. But if you're talking about like,
well, brother, let me help you out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad what you just said. So let me help you out, dude. How many people in the history of mankind have seen the Earth as a globe with their own eyes? Do you think?
Probably not a lot.
Less than 30. Okay, less than 30 people claim to have seen the globe with their own eyes. How many people claim to have seen Jesus Christ with their own eyes? Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. Same with Bigfoot, by the way. There's more people that saw Bigfoot with their own eyes than saw the Earth as a globe, brother.
See, the thing about that is all we know is we found some books that were, that we dug up from the ground. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just proof that the book was written, not that any of it's true.
What?
The only thing that
we're not trying to divert away to religious texts at this point, but what would be, numerically. So you admitted this. So very few people, in fact, fewer people have seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, than people that have seen Bigfoot or Jesus Christ in the flesh. So according to the consensus, your standard, by the way, what is the likelihood that the Earth is a globe?
Based on the sheer number of countries that, okay, maybe not the sheer number.
People. You said people.
Yeah, but politics matters, right? And
no, it doesn't. We're talking about seeing the Earth as a globe with your own eyes. We're not going to divert from that. That was your standard.
Wait, okay.
What is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
Do we have footage of Bigfoot?
Holy cow, it doesn't matter. Just by the allegations, right?
I have footage of the Loch Ness Monster.
Do you?
I've got an image of Elvis and Bigfoot riding the Loch Ness Monster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that's got me.
But we're not going to divert. What is the likelihood, because of the eyewitness, the alleged eyewitness testimony, whatever?
I'm not saying, but you're misrepresenting me. I'm not saying.
You said earlier it's because that there's a reason for this many people, this consensus, which, as far as the Western nations are concerned, most of them, in fact, probably most of the world, is under the impression that they live on a sphere. You think that there's a reason for that, right?
Yes, there isn't a consensus on Bigfoot. Yeah, there is, that he doesn't exist.
Fine. We're talking about the globe now. So who has seen the globe in its totality? Less than 30.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
That's just you're just like strawmanning what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, so fine, I'm fine. So you don't actually care about the consensus or the reason for the consensus. We should just be sticking to empiricism then, right? I agree. So if there's no curvature to the Earth, gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. There's no detectable motion measurably with any method that we can find, even according to Einstein, optically, that the Earth is in motion. Then we'll just go empiricism based, right? So everybody's empirical judgment call here is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
You know what, says who? What I just realized?
What's that?
It's actually logically possible, statistically, that there are more people who believe in the Abrahamic God than believe in the globe. Because there's 4.5 to 5 billion Abrahamic religion adherents. That's greater than half of the entire world's population. And keep in mind, the whole world's population includes elderly, young people in all kinds of third world countries, right?
Yep.
So I could actually make an argument that the Abrahamic God is more believed in than the globe.
I think you might have something there. Yeah.
Yeah, it points to definitely points to something.
So what are you going to do with that? I mean, if you don't have any evidence and the consensus apparently is no good, like that's a straw man or something, right? I've misrepresented your position. You don't think consensus has anything to do with it. According to the measurements and what we can actually experience, the globe is a silly proposition.
No, I think I said the consensus does point to something. It points to a higher likelihood of it being the truth because more people have had the opportunity to test it for themselves.
So
that doesn't.
Wow.
That's not what consensus means, brother.
No, I know it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying that to have a consensus means that the majority agrees on it. Now, whether or not the majority have tested this individually, I don't know, but it does mean that they now have the knowledge to do it, right? And that means something to me. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me. It's better than like only.
Is it possible? So, is it possible that the consensus? You think it means something? I agree with you. I think it means that most people have heard the same rhetoric and believe the same rhetoric without ever having tested it on their own. In fact, without testing it and even their experience defying what they've been told. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it facilitates this defiance better than if no one has heard of it.
Facilitates. Hold on a second. What facilitates the defiance? Their experience?
No, I'm saying that the more number of people there are that are involved, the higher likelihood that if there were something to defy, that it would happen, right? It's a higher likelihood.
Involved with what? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Involved with what?
In whatever we're talking about, and whatever the consensus is.
Well, we're just talking about people. So most people believe a thing. That's what we're talking about. The consensus believes an idea. That means that they've all been given the same idea to believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
Sure, but within this population, there's going to be people who test it for themselves, like I am about to.
Who would they be?
Vacuum chamber.
Right. Well, who would they be? Because you don't actually know of anybody that's tested this for themselves, other than the people that you're talking to, by the way.
Yeah, but I can say that about anything.
So when you prove that it's air pressure that's holding that water down in the cup, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. That's a good question. I don't know yet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So more people believe it. You don't know anybody of this group that believes it has tested it. You don't know their names. You don't know what they did. You hope that they exist. But the people that you are talking to right now have challenged all of the claims made. And we were the people that you're talking to, by the way, at one time were part of that consensus. And we have then now changed our minds because what we have tested has shown that the claim is false.
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I have to test it for myself.
Yes, you will. I mean, that's the ultimate, goal here is not for you to take our word for it, but for you to go ahead and test it. See what happens with the moisture inside that vacuum chamber. See if you can find any measurable curvature. And between those two things, I mean, the stationary Earth thing is basically a given. But
where did you do your laser test for curvature?
Oh, I didn't do a laser test. I did a long distance observation.
Let me ask you something, Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if you go out and do an observation with a form of measurement, right, over long distances, and you discover that the Earth is flat, what does that mean that gravity is? When you say gravity is something falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if the Earth is no longer a ball, what does that mean gravity is?
I don't know. It means, yeah, I don't know. Because if it doesn't tell me the shape of, or your question is, if I found that the world was flat, what does that say about gravity? Yeah?
Yeah, we still see things in a vacuum falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? We're not denying that.
Things. Could mean a few things.
What now is in contention is that R value that they like to throw into those math equations.
It could mean a few things. Either the radius of the Earth isn't correct, which I doubt, but
it can't be that. You want to know why?
Why?
Because if that's wrong, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, the orbits are wrong. Everything's wrong if the radius value is not what they say it is.
No, I know. That's why that's like not likely.
Satellites are no longer orbiting Earth.
The thing is,
You get what I'm saying?
When I go to the Great Salt Lake, this year. I'm going to do the laser test and see it for myself. I'll give it to you. It's sus. I don't know why we don't see a curvature at that distance, but I'm not just going to trust this guy. I'm going to go do it. So if I really see this fucking laser from that point to the other point, yeah, I don't know, man.
What does that mean about gravity then? What does that mean about gravity?
It doesn't say much about gravity. No, it doesn't say much.
Does it mean that gravity makes the Earth a ball, or does it just mean that things
No, it means gravity pulls light around the ball. That's why he sees it.
No, I don't think that at this distance it's going to be. I'm not sure.
At what distance does gravity pull light around the ball?
And that's a good question. Let me not just spout bullshit. Maybe it does mean that. But I know that I've seen videos of like horizontal, like they were filming it horizontally and the light seemed straight.
Like
have fun with your vacuum chamber.
I mean, you should be encouraging them that he's going to go do a test.
I said have fun with your vacuum chamber. Like,
that
when
test?
when you do that one, you're going to figure out you can do all kinds of fun shit with that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when you go out there and you do that laser test over Great Salt Lake, that you come back in here after you prove the Earth is flat.
I will, bro. If okay, like I said, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because it's very uncontrolled. It's not a controlled experiment, right? There's like I know we can't see refraction.
Yeah, but you can control it by timing the time where you go make the observation so that the ground and air temperature are the same. That's how you can control it.
How can
that's usually like right before the sun rises, or it'll be like right after sunset, like within an hour. It means the air will be mixed together so that there won't be like a gradient of temperature, because the gradient of temperature is the problem. So you want the air like well mixed.
I have to, but that's just another point of contention, right? It's going to be like, oh, how can I be sure? How can I trust the sensors? How can I trust the data?
What are you talking about?
It's such a vast distance of.
Dude, you need the temperatures to be the same. You just do it in the morning or you do it in the evening. That's it. That's all you have to know.
You got to remember, refraction is in.
Are you saying that the temperature gradient is only vertical? I don't think that's true.
No, it's not only vertical, but this is the thing. You're shooting a laser through a single medium. Differences in the refractive index are in the 5th decimal place. You understand? Like the difference between say 30 degrees Celsius air and 31 degrees Celsius air is like 0.000024. It's such a minuscule difference.
What's the farthest distance you've tested? Like
30 miles.
30 miles? Where?
Boston Harbor, Revere Beach. I did one recently, but it isn't 30 miles. Yeah, so what I did was I got an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It shows where the ships are. I sat there, I picked out a big ass ship and just watched it for 3.5 hours and tracked it on their tracking app. And the max distance away was 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
Wait, so how did you do it? You had two people doing this? I
filmed it with an iPhone.
No, I know, but like
an iPhone at 30 miles, I could see this shit.
So you went 30 miles away and you placed the laser.
I was on the beach and the ship went 30 miles away from me.
Oh.
There's an app called marinetraffic.com which will tell you the position of a ship.
Right.
And these ships are tracked by marine radar out of a radar station that's in Gloucester.
On a system that they pay for that's very accurate because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Marine radar is accurate to 5 meters maybe.
Yeah, so you don't run into other ships. That's why it's so accurate. So at night you don't run into people. And there you go.
you were exactly sea level.
I was 15 feet above sea level. They got tide markers. So at that distance from that height, the globe prediction is that the ship is 420 feet, 5 feet, blocked by the Earth curve.
Oh, that's a 40-story building.
Yeah, and the tallest ship in the world is like 280 feet tall or something. So it wasn't that. It wasn't just a really tall boat.
Does the sea have to be flat? Do we know that for a fact?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Does the sea have to be flat?
Let's say there is some
The ocean
fucking
is flat.
spooky fucking magic, right? Let's say there
Not
is some spooky magic that's making it look flat.
You're
Okay,
weird, dude.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being weird because you think
How do we know?
looking flat is the spooky magic, but imagining it's a ball is not the spooky magic.
No.
Yeah, imagining that it's not flat is normal.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Doing.
No, I'm just saying. How do we know? Okay, so basically, yeah, that's just something we can't measure, right? It's just okay.
I'll tell you
looks flat.
one way we can know. Okay, you have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are like a 40,000 square mile salt flat that's salt, like Great Salt Lake, right? It's bigger than that though. It's the largest salt flat in the world. Unlike Salt Lake, this first of all, it's like white salt, so it fills up with rainwater every once in a while, like 3 to 4 inches, 2 to 3, 4 inches, whatever, and it forms a gigantic mirror. Gigantic. Like the mirror goes all the way to the horizon, so it's called the world's largest mirror. Okay? The reflection of the sky. So the sky and the reflection of the sky in the water are perfectly symmetrical as if it's reflecting off of a flat mirror. Now, if the Earth was curved, that would be a convex mirror, right? And it would be distorted relative to what you're looking at. So if you're looking at the clouds in the sky, the reflection of the clouds would be distorted if they're being reflected off of a curved surface. And Earth is too big that actually doesn't work for this because of the divergence amplifies the visible curvature. So like if the sun was setting and you were at like 6 feet above the surface of the water, the sun in the reflection of the sun would be 10% smaller than the actual sun that you're looking at. They would be squished. And in fact, if you can do the calculation, if you go up to 75 meters and watch the sunset, you would see the sun set, but you would actually never see the reflection of the sun in the water because of it's beyond that curve, right? The light that would reflect off of it would be on the other side of the horizon, and it would never be able to reflect to your eye. You'd never see it. So you would see a sunset as if it was a mountain, even though you're looking at a perfectly reflecting surface. That's what would happen if it was a ball, but that's not what we see. We see a perfect reflection of the sky that's symmetrical.
Just play devil's advocate with me for 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Let's forget empirical observations of the natural world and watch TV more. Let's just do that.
What if the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is?
No,
then maybe yes, but we only got the numbers they told us, right? That's all we can do is test what they said. You can't test every fucking iteration. Every possible freaking imagined Earth. Yeah, did you see what AI Overlord posted in the chat? Did you see the image there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's just one sample image. Remember I was telling you about the sun? That the sun would look 10% smaller at the horizon? Now, these calculations, and I actually have a Globe Earther actually made a simulator. In a simulator, and it's to scale, it's a 2-scale simulator. The simulator also shows that the reflections are not symmetrical. It's a simulator of the globe. It was made by a Globe Earther, not a flat earther. And I'll post that in the chat. So the thing is, if you had a curved surface, right? If this surface was curving down, then it would be shortened relative to your viewpoint, and everything as you get as like the reflection got close to the horizon would appear compressed. Okay, so everything toward the horizon should get squished and squished and squished and more squished. But I actually have another image which shows the exact opposite of that. It's actually stretched.
Who is the flat earther and who is the round earther?
Joe Mama.
You're the flat earther, and the ground earther is the other guy with the beard.
Oh,
Yeah, because the guy with the beard is gonna. Yeah, because you're gonna teach him about the globe because he don't know shit.
Oh God, yeah. Here we go again. I've been doing this all day, as a matter of fact, on frickin' X. Okay, come on, globe earthers, debate me so I can do your globe lesson. Fuck, dude, I'm getting sick of that.
Are you from Texas? No.
No,
because
all my exes are from Texas, but I'm not.
Then I really don't.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, ride 'em, cowboy.
No, wait. Mass.
Why are you deflecting, though? We were having a conversation with Sauce here, and you're
Oh, yeah,
changing the
sorry.
topic.
Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm done. There's nothing else to say here. I just gotta go.
Okay, so Sauce, don't believe a fucking word we're saying. Consider us all a bunch of liars. Consider everybody in here liars, and everybody on TV liars, and on the internet, everybody's liars. And the only truth you can find in knowledge, absolute knowledge, it comes from you. Now do what you said. Go to the salt flats and do the test. Like, we're not afraid of the tests. We want people to do the tests. The only people that are going to stop you from trying to do tests are globe earthers. Isn't that strange?
No one's gonna fucking like. Okay,
They'll tell you why your test is not good enough. That's what they'll say. That's all they'll do is poo-poo whatever you're doing to tell you whatever you're doing is not good enough. Whatever your result is, if it disproves a globe, you did it wrong.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. I mean, there's a flat earther named Dell, and he made a video a long time ago, and it holds true as it did then. He said, how do you prove something to somebody? Another human being. How do you prove it to them? You demonstrate
repeat it.
Yes, a practical demonstration of the claims. And if you can't show it by practical demonstration, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said it a little worse than that, probably. But
yeah, if you can't make a layman do it, if a layman can't do it with your instructions, then you don't know what you're talking about. Just like India said.
Yep.
We're actually, Sauce, you're here at a good time because we're actually, I'm actually doing, well, anybody else can jump on the bandwagon. It's called the Year of the Observation. This year, it's cold right now, but we're going to frickin' just explode the internet with all sorts of long distance observations coming from everywhere, every direction. These so-called globe impossible observations, we're just going to flood the internet with them so that people can't keep their head buried in the sand.
They're just gonna say atmospheric refraction or whatever this is, this mirage, whatever, and that's that. And
Yeah,
then, we're gonna have to shift the goalposts.
Sauce, but then they have to claim that the entire world's an optical illusion.
And not only that,
you want to go with that? You want that your position to be? I know what reality is. It's an optical illusion. How do you know? Because I know the Earth's the globe. Because someone fixed the ground 2,000 years ago.
All I know is my fucking my eyes are fallible. That's all I know.
No,
your mind
the
is
evidence for the globe.
fallible.
The evidence for the globe is the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's it. That's the globe evidence that the Earth is flat. No, listen, your eyes are fallible, but so is your mind.
Yeah, my brain fucking without my brain, my eyes do jack shit.
But your eye, no. There's people in permanent vegetative states that freaking have sensory responses, even though they have no brain freaking waves, dude. The senses act independently of the mind.
Yeah, but to receive. Wait, what?
No, the senses act independently of the mind. We know this because people that have had brain injuries, where they have no brain function, still have the reflexes of somebody that can see, taste, touch, hear.
Yeah, but are you saying this person is processing said?
He can't tell you what they're experiencing because he has no mind, but they are taking sensory input, meaning their freaking nerve endings are firing, their photoreceptors are firing. There's there's no brain activity that you can really measure, but you can measure electrical impulses on the optical nerve, right? They're still seeing, but they have.
You can make a vegetative person flinch.
Yeah, you can make them cry. And they're legally brain dead.
How do you know this?
Because people have done it.
I worked in the emergency room.
Sick people, dude. What the fuck?
Called a permanently vegetative state. It's like a coma.
Indio, I missed you, man. I missed your warmth.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Go eat it at fucking Caesar's Pizza. So people who are in the permanently vegetative state can have sensory perceptions. Okay. The senses that you have are more reliable than your mind. Okay. This is like a silly thing that you guys do for, I don't know, whatever reason, that you try to repudiate your senses when that's the only way you even know the external world.
Yeah, but for instance, I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, but yes, you can. That's why you have rods, dude.
Okay, you're trying to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure, but but maybe you need to be more precise, right? All I'm saying is at those distances, we know that our eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
So now,
I've
the
seen
question
30
is,
miles. I don't know about you. I've seen that far.
Just because it looks hazy doesn't mean you can't see it.
Look, can I read you something about a Navy test? Well, I can just tell you what they did. Thanks, Dad. Anyway,
go ahead.
So really, really simple. The Navy did a test, right? So the test was, it's called the Horizon.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Who said that? You might as well just leave now, because I'm going to figure out who you are. I'm going to kick you out.
Just go look back at the stream. You'll see.
I'll just mute you instead. So really simple, okay? The Navy did a test called the Horizon Early Detection System, right? So what the idea is for the Navy to make an infrared camera system that would pick up missiles or whatever at the horizon as early as possible. So when they tested the distance that the furthest distance that they could pick up their test missiles, because they took a missile and they put a big thermal freaking light on it, basically a flare that emits a lot of infrared, and then they flew it, basically a cruise missile, and they tried and measured the distance at which they picked up the missile, and tried to correlate the distance of the missile with distance and atmospheric transmission, meaning how hazy the air was, right? They found that the distance had nothing to do with how far away they could pick something up. And the only thing that mattered was how transparent the air was. But according to the Globe, distance does matter, because these missiles are only 30 feet off the ground and they're picking them up 20 kilometers away. They should have been behind the curve of the earth. But the only reason they didn't pick some up was because of how opaque the air was. Because they measured that. They measured the transmission window of the air. So this is just another data point. We can't see things because of haze, because of fog, because of all sorts of things that are in the air. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. So now I'm going to look for the smart ass.
Hi.
What's up, Rockman?
What's up, G?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry, my English is not really good.
Okay, just listen then. So, one thing I want to add to everything I said, a lot of globe earthers, they have this prejudice, or people, they think of flat earth that we don't have evidence. We have tons of evidence. More evidence than you can shake a stick at. You can go on our main server, discord.gg/flat earth, and you can look through the information channels, long distance observations, laser tests, salt flats, all you name it, radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, infrared transmissions, all impossible on a globe. Distances are way impossible. 800-mile radio transmissions to sea level, 870-mile NATO communication, microwave communication system, 10,000-mile radio communication between the UK and Australia, 6,000-mile radio communication between Washington, D.C. and a plane in
but
the
there's
U.S.
satellites.
Secretary of State's plane over the. This is before satellites, buddy. Good try.
When was
before
this?
satellites? Before satellites existed.
Okay, what
They didn't exist yet.
That you know of. The government's not gonna fucking tell you.
I don't think they existed in 1918. Do you think they existed in 1918? At the end of World War One?
No, but there's also other technologies like repeaters.
There was radio was brand new. There was no repeaters. You think there was repeaters between Cornwall, UK, and Australia?
There must have been if
there must have been.
How far was
Why
that
must
distance?
there have been?
No,
How many repeaters would be needed from those two locations?
How did you
I don't know.
how did you float them in the Indian Ocean?
Well, I'm going to retract that statement. I don't know if there must have been, but like, how do you know that it doesn't? Is it just impossible because in the flat or globe Earth, 100%, you know that for a fact.
Well, it's 10,000 miles. So if the globe has a circumference of 25,000 miles, that's half the distance, right? So this is almost like being on the North Pole and talking to the South Pole. There's a big ball in the way. How are you doing that? The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Let me add this to the list. You said.
So Marconi, 1918, and a guy named Arthur Fisk. It was Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, Australia, in 1918.
Okay. Australia.
I can post the plaque, dude. Post a picture of the plaque because there's a memorial plaque, and I can post links to it.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the way they discovered it was an amateur radio operator. He started hearing radio transmissions in German. And he was like, well, we're in Australia. There ain't no Germans here. And they were picking up radio broadcasts from Berlin in Australia. So they were like, oh, I got an idea. Why don't we try to do that on purpose? And they did.
Okay.
That's
So
a
the
geometry of what the radio. I just posted in the chat a diagram of the geometry of what the radio transmission would have been.
They're saying they utilize ionospheric reflection, which is like something in the atmosphere or some shit.
Okay, that's a cool story. There's no evidence for any of that, dude. Do you know that they didn't? That hypothesis didn't even exist when they did the transmission, right? So do you know how that went? that's an ex post facto claim, meaning they did the transmission, said, "Oh, how's that possible? Earth's a globe." Well, it must have bounced off the freaking ionosphere. We'll just make some shit up on how it worked on a globe. And it couldn't work on a globe like that anyway, because when you have an inner circle and an outer circle, because of the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. The angle that the radio bounces off the outer circle, which would be the ionosphere.
Can we talk about something interesting?
In the inner circle, which would be the Earth. I am talking about something interesting. The transmission would flatten out and it would never get there, because the angle would keep tipping down, and you probably need like 300 fucking bounces to even bounce that far. And here's the other problem: is that long range transmission only happens at night. It doesn't happen during the daytime. They did these transmissions during the daytime. During the daytime, skywave ionospheric scattering only works for 500 to 700 miles. We've gone through all the objections. We've heard it all. Look, we've been doing this for quite a long time, just to be honest with you. We've heard all the objections. Like, that's why I can sit here, I just call and we talk to you, because I know there's literally nothing you could bring up. You could Google forever. We've already heard it all. We've already dealt with it all. We've already refuted it all. There's nothing. And the amazing thing is, every time, and this is like, the longer I'm in this topic, the more I'm convinced the Earth is flat, not less. Because every once in a while, a globe earther will bring something new that we've never heard before. And on the surface, it seems like on the surface, it seems like it proves a globe. But then when you drill down into the details, it's not the case. Every time.
Well, I mean, I think you should adopt a different mindset. I mean, sure, you could be pretty sure about it, but don't fucking like be so sure that you can't.
Don't tell anybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It just sounds like nothing I say will change your minds, and that's not.
No, nothing you say will make the Earth bend.
Okay, yes, things you say could change my mind, but the only thing you can say that would change my mind is some proof that is globe exclusive, meaning it would be something that could only indicate the Earth is a globe. And there's only one thing that can do that. Want to know what that is? Measuring the surface to be curving. That's it. That's the only thing that is available. Everything else is theory-laden, fanciful imaginations about how they think the Earth might work if it was a globe. But we can also concoct some freaking bullshit imaginations, just those stories about how that same phenomenon could work on a flat Earth.
There is one way, but you guys are just going to say, like, that's impossible to do. But I think
What?
it's the most
Go to
feasible.
space?
No, it's more feasible than that.
Okay.
You stay in our atmosphere, or like in the air, and you just fly in one direction and see if you land in the same spot.
Okay. How would you do that, dude?
I know but it's more feasible. Maybe going to space is more feasible. I'll take that back. Build a fucking rocket, go to space, film this shit, and yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Look at it. So the thing that you're on, you have access to, you could measure it right when you're there. Instead, you're going to go far away and look at it.
Yeah, that's because, like,
how does that make any sense?
Because, like,
I hope no one ever hires you to build a house, because you'd be right at the 2x4 and you'd have your tape measure and you'd be like, let me walk across the street and look at it.
Even in math, right? We sometimes feel that we're at the global maxima, but you could just be in the local maxima. All I'm saying is, get a bird's eye view.
You just said that even in math we feel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, can you address what I said about you going to the other side of the street to tell how long a board is?
I'm giving you like some perspective. So locally, you can see something.
I didn't say see. I said measure. See, this is where you guys get fucked up. You think we're looking at it. We're measuring it, dude.
Settle down, Indio.
I am settled down. You guys conflate calculation and looking at things with measuring what it is. You can know directly what something is by measuring it directly. I can know if you were here and I took a tape measure and measured your height, can anything change that? Any theory, any hypothesis, anybody being far away from you and looking at you, will that change the what the reading was on the tape measure? The answer is no. Okay. That's why we say measure it, because it's a definitive proof. Not
Right,
because
so
we like
basically,
it, because it's
if I fly
absolute
you,
proof.
if I fly you to space, and you see, and you go,
Didn't you just make the argument against your own senses? You literally observe the Earth flat every day, and you reject it. But you're saying you should go to space and look at the ball and accept it.
so even if you were in the
So you're in a
space
contradiction,
capsule,
bro.
well, let me just ask you this:
Yeah, you better go. You better go buy that vacuum chamber. You won't be talking about space anymore.
if you were in this, if you did it around, like you went around the Earth one time, you still wouldn't believe it. You would rather believe your calculations locally, like 30
What do you
miles.
mean they're not calculations, they're measurements.
Okay, your measurements, your local measurements, a 30-mile.
Well, does water conform into a sphere because of gravity?
I mean, if you actually see it, if you see that's the case, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
He's saying your standards are like, damn, bro.
Look, it's a logical progression. Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Whatever's water doing, the Earth is doing. So if the water is not curving, then the Earth is not a ball. It's simple logic. All those things are logical necessities of the previous premise. Right? You can't have a 75% flat ball. So if the water's flat, the Earth is flat. It's just really simple. If the water's curved, the Earth is curved. And if we went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, we should be able to come down here and measure it as a ball. It's odd that you guys are like these dual Earth theorists, man. That you guys think there's two Earths. One flat Earth that you're on and another one when you go to space.
And it changes somewhere while you're going high. It's always flat, and then poof, it turns into a ball somewhere.
Yeah, and then there's fucking machines flying around and comets and spacemen and aliens and all this magical shit. Look, you asked me, said I can't change your mind. You could if you had an actual logically sound and valid argument for the Earth being a ball. And since a ball is a claim about its geometry, you need geometric evidence. Okay? Looking at something can tell you about the geometry, but it's not the true geometry because of perspective. Railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. That's not what they're actually doing. So, because of this, we use tools to directly measure things so that we actually know exactly what they are. Things like tape measures. So, using these instruments, we can tell whether the Earth is a ball or not, or whether it's curving or not, and then infer from that curvature and the theory of gravity, of forming things into balls, that if the Earth's not curving, then it's not a ball. And that theory's crap. It's wrong.
Like
because they're just going to say,
Sauce, if I told you a hill, where if I place you in a position on Earth, and I said in that direction, you see that hill over there? You say, yeah, I see that hill over there. That hill is 6 miles away. How do we know that that hill is 6 miles away?
Rangefinder.
Rangefinder. You can like walk it out, right?
Mhm.
Like you basically go out and you make a measurement to the hill, right? To verify that it's 6 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, that object in the water is such and such miles away.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, even if I were to, they're just gonna say, yeah, it's the bending of the light, or it's.
You're going to have to prove that.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
can
but there's
we
no
can demonstrate
justification for that.
we can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface. Can you demonstrate refraction on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. If you ask them, Sauce, what's the evidence for globe refraction? What's the actual evidence for it? Want to know what their evidence is? A flat-looking Earth.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, what else is it? They say the Earth looks flat. It's got to be refraction. What else is their evidence?
Let me look into that.
How do you know it's a globe?
It gets even worse. I mean, it gets even worse than that, because what causes this refraction? The gradient, the density gradient, right? Well, what causes the density gradient? Gravity. Well, what else does gravity do? Forms the Earth into a ball. So gravity conspires to make a ball that compresses the air in such a way that when a human being looks at it, it looks flat. It's the fucking stupidest idea in human history.
Bro, there's a lot of things that are stupid, right? Like fucking.
Well, this is the pinnacle, because you have to
Platypuses are
believe that
fucking
you're
stupid.
living in
Yeah,
an
they exist.
optical fucking illusion, in that you can't trust your senses, and that nothing is real, basically.
Before I was ever a flat earther, I used to fly. I would fly some more still. Just don't have the funds for it right now. But 30 or so times that I flew prior to being a flat earther, every time I was in the air, I would say, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks flat still. Can't believe how big the Earth is. I can't see curvature." Every single time.
I flew to
You know
Chicago
you've
a
never
couple
seen-
times, man, and the Great Lakes are flat as fuck, bro.
You know you've never seen curvature. You've never seen it, except in a picture, in a book somewhere, or on video on TV for your computer screen.
No, yeah, for sure. I that's your best point, right? That's the best case for flat earthers. 100%.
You know it's flat.
No, there is no best case. It's only flat. That's the only case.
I mean, I don't know. There's like you guys have trouble explaining satellites and
No, I don't.
So
They
you
don't
want us to
exist.
explain the TV
There you
show?
go. Yeah,
You're
they don't
asking us-
exist.
You're asking us to explain the TV show, which you said was our best point, that you don't actually know any of that.
how does GPS work?
Not with a globe. It doesn't even use globe math. Did you know that?
Ground positioning work. It finds your position on the ground. It's ground positioning system.
Okay, so GPS doesn't use a globe.
No,
You
but
on
it
your
relies on
phone, look, brother. When you look at your phone, it shows you latitude and longitude, and you go, "Hey, man, it's doing that on a globe." But the actual GPS receiver, the message it gets, it's called a RINEX message. It comes down in 3 coordinates, not latitude and longitude. The X, Y, Z on a plane. That's what the math that the receiver actually does. This isn't a conspiracy theory. You can type in RINEX message data, and you can look at the fucking message data yourself. Every
Okay,
receiver
so
does
you're
this.
saying-
And hold on, to get a latitude, longitude, it does a coordinate transformation and converts the coordinates into spherical coordinates. But it's not natively in that.
But why do we need spherical coordinates if it's just If it's flat, we don't.
Because our coordinate system is stars.
Okay, so you're not saying that.
Because you could, look, this goes back to your other point about traveling in a straight line. Why you can't actually do that is because you need a spatial reference, right? That you see or you can detect.
You can just
from
have
all the
fucking
points on your from all the points on your route to know if you're going straight. Because we can't see a mountain from far away because of lots of reasons, mainly because of the air, but because we can't see a mountain from 400 miles away, we use the stars. We use the stars to navigate, and we create an entire coordinate system based upon the stars. They're not based upon a globe ground. You can't even find your latitude and longitude without using the sun and the stars. Longitude is a solar coordinate. Latitude is a celestial equator coordinate, meaning...
Bro, you guys don't even believe in the stars.
What are you talking about? We don't believe in the story of what they say they are. We see stars. Listen, just because we don't believe the story associated the story that they say associated with stars doesn't mean we don't believe in stars or that we think stars are fake. Stars are real. We can see them, but they're not made of fucking big balls of fucking gas in a vacuum burning at 1,000,000 fucking degrees. Okay? That's what they aren't.
What's the medium between us?
And the stars, we don't know.
The absolute medium, it's a variation.
Hey, Saucy, I put in the side chat a GIF.
I mean, I've heard one hypothesis of liquid helium-4.
That's a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like really testable, but it's possible. It's feasible within the paradigm of physics. It could be helium-4.
Hey, Sauce. I put a video in the side chat of a satellite. Satellites are real, bro.
So exactly. Balloons, right?
Hey, Biden shot it down, bro. It's real.
Here, I posted one talking to another one and making an alignment with it, keeping it always in view, basically.
And as I just told you, we were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918. Satellites were never necessary to exist because there's never been a ball in the way between radio transmissions.
I look up in the sky, man. I can find Regulus. I can find Polaris. I can find, the constellations. I understand those things, right? I can see Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can see Saturn. I can find them, those three personally, with the naked eye. And in certain days when Venus is in the sky, I can find that too when it's on the horizon. That doesn't make the Earth a ball, and that doesn't mean that you know what the planets or the stars are. You can see them in the sky, but what they're made out of, you have no fucking idea.
And the way celestial navigation works is you estimate how long it's going to take you to get to where you want to go. And then you read which star is going to be over that spot at that time. So
I'll give you an example of how you don't know.
Yeah, if you know that Orion's going to be over freaking wherever, Egypt, in 30 fucking days, and it takes you 30 days to hypothetically travel that far, all you have to do is follow fucking Orion, and you're going to end up in Egypt. You know that 30 days later, if the Orion's directly over your head, you're in Egypt. You know how we know that? Because that's the coordinate system we made. That's how we designated all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to...
They say Polaris is 432 light years away. How do they know that?
That's changed so many times, man.
I know. You know how far a light year is?
How many times has that changed?
Yeah.
At least 3 times that I know. No, how far away? How many miles?
I don't know. I can do the calculations real quick.
5.8 trillion miles. I'll save you the math.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine 432 times 5.8.
No, I know.
How do
I
they
know.
know that?
I know space is stupid big according to.
How do they know that?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the question we ask. They make claims, right? And we ask, how do they know it, right? And we never get an answer, even when we talk to astronomers, astrophysicists, regular physicists, mathematical, like you name it, we've talked to them. And when we ask them how they know what they're saying, I mean, I had a mathematical physicist tell me he can't prove anything exists in that, like he might not have any hands and we all might be brains in a jar. That's where he had to go because he couldn't actually back up that the Earth was a globe. This is a academic, man.
And the size that they tell us the Earth is.
You know what would be funny? Some dude just registered a Facebook live stream, right? Is the Earth flat or round? Let's find out. And he's in the middle of a fucking rocket just flying up. You know, he's looking out the window. He's like using his, there's this stick which you attach the phone to. He just holds in, just shows everyone, right? And then the big reveal, boom. End of debate.
That's the question.
There's a problem with that.
Yeah, DJ.
No, they don't do that.
I was just going to say, number one, the first question I'd be asking is, on your little rocket ship, which is a pressurized, basically, cylinder, the structure of the windows, would they be flexing out or anything, which would distort your vision? Question two, the lens on the camera.
Oh, right.
See how something so simple can totally change the game.
Yeah, look, this is the problem. They restrict people's access to how high they can go in the sky. Okay, and you can look this up yourself. It's actually called the International Outer Space Treaty. So if you want to send up something past a certain altitude, you have to get all of these permits from the government to be able to do that. And that's why nobody's ever sent up their own rocket past a certain height. No one's ever sent up their own satellite or anything like that because it's not legal. In fact, you're not even allowed to send a camera up past a certain height. It goes against the Outer Space Treaty as well. They might say it's for reasons like national security and all sorts of things like that, but the fact is no one's ever done that. The maximum height that we can get to, that we know about, is being able to send up a camera on a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. Okay, and from that height, you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, even according to astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He has a range of videos saying you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. From that height, it looks completely flat, even if it's a globe.
Yeah.
And even, so who's been higher than that we can confirm as civilians without having to put faith in NASA or something like that? Okay, we got the Blue Origin, and then we've got the Virgin Galactic trips. If they actually went to the height that they're telling us they did, that's 300,000 feet. And there's people that went up on that also said that the Earth is flat, like William Shatner. And we had an astronaut called Wally Funk who said she was disappointed. She thought she was going to get to see the curvature of the Earth, but apparently they didn't go high enough. So,
give me a second. I disconnected. Let me rejoin.
Yeah. So Rusty P, if you're listening, just while the other guy's off for a second, I can't be bothered typing this because it's obvious common sense. Yeah, I can hear you, man. Just
really sorry, I disconnected.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just addressing a guy called Rusty P. So Rusty, if you went into space and you were looking back and you could see the globe Earth, Okay, from your perspective, you could zoom in. Like, let's say you had an amazing zoom camera, and you could zoom into the top of the Earth, and you could see buildings facing one way. And then you panned the camera down, you would see upside down buildings. You would see upside down airplanes, that kind of thing. So for you to say that that's not how the globe model works, that's ridiculous, right? If you go far away from a ball, you can pan to the top and you can pan to the bottom, and you're going to see buildings facing away from each other. Right? I can't be bothered typing that because it's just basic common sense. So I don't know why you're arguing. Anyway, back to Apocalypse. Cool name.
Yeah. Thank you, dude. It's based on. Do you guys know Tupac Shakur?
Oh,
The
yeah,
rapper?
he's my friend. No, I'm joking. I don't know him. I don't know him, but I know of him.
Yeah. It's based on his first album, Tupacalypse Now, but I just removed the two.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I love the guy, man. He's used to speak about society issues and stuff until they killed him. It was.
Yep.
Yeah. One thing I wanted, I keep thinking about how to see. Normally, people would look for ways to prove their opinions, but I'm looking to ways to disprove. Globe Earth theory. And one of the things that I was thinking about, you know how the terrain of the Earth is not the terrain itself is not flat. You have mountains, you have higher levels of Earth and lower levels and stuff.
Yep.
So that needs to be accounted to when you measure stuff.
Right. That's why we would want to use a level surface, like a body of water, for example. So that's the place where you would want to do these tests: frozen lakes, or over the ocean, over salt flats, places that are flat, not over places that have topography. Obviously you have all sorts of different things to account for. So just most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. They say over 72% of the known area of the Earth is covered in water. So you would just test over water. That's the best place to do it.
You got enough space.
Yeah, lots of testing area available.
Yeah.
It's interesting because people are so used to seeing water as flat. Okay, you go to a lake, you see flat water. Go to the ocean, you see a horizontal horizon. And then when flat earthers say, well, over 20 miles distance, you should have 266 foot of curvature. It doesn't really register with people. But think about a hill that's, right? So, yeah, I made a little diagram.
I think he sent it earlier.
No, have a look in the side chat. This is a different one. I haven't sent it. So let's say that was
this one. Oh.
Much easier to follow, the one that I made here. Okay, obviously it's not to scale, but it's still the same principle. Okay, observer A, observer B, 20 miles distance between them. In between them, we have a hill that's 133 foot high at the center of the hill. Obviously, observer A can't see observer B, right? Because of the hill. And it doesn't matter if they zoom in or anything like that, right? Atmospheric refraction, there's nothing that is going to allow you to see through a hill. Okay, and
true.
That's just a fact. Now, we could just apply, so that math right there, that's the exact same math as this second diagram here. Okay, so if you're standing 20 miles away from someone at the ocean, in between observer A and observer B is 266 feet. Okay, so the sagittal would be 133 foot high. The peak of the center point of the hump of water, or in this case, the hump of the globe, would be blocking observer A from observer B. Right? This is the correct math according to the globe model. Okay, but we can go to a 20-mile distance of water and we don't see any curvature at all. We can zoom right in right in from one side, just standing above the surface of the water. Okay, we can zoom all the way across and just perfectly see the shoreline on the other side. If the conditions.
But I think that there's more. Isn't there more external things that come into play, like refraction and all of that?
Well, that's why I gave you the hill example. Do you think refraction can flatten out a 133-foot high hill? Obviously not, right?
not.
But then when it comes to water, all of a sudden people think that there's some type of magical refraction that can just flatten out a 133-foot high hill of water, right? But if you study into refraction a bit, even just your common sense should tell you that's ridiculous. How would light deviate? Okay, so this is what refraction is. It's when light deviates towards the denser air, right?
Yeah.
So if you have colder air, generally that's more dense, so the light's going to deviate towards it a bit. So it can deviate upward or it can deviate downward, depending on where the cooler air is. Now, how is that going to flatten out a whole lake that should have 266 foot of curvature? It isn't possible for that to happen because the water at 10 miles would have to be being lifted up 66 feet. The water at 20 miles would have to be lifted up exactly 266 feet. And every single bit in between that would have to be lifted up a different height to make it to give you the illusion that it's completely flat and to completely hide where the horizon should be. Because the horizon should be, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at a body of water, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Anything that goes past the horizon should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the earth. So the water, which is at water level, you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon. That's the place where the sky and the ground would meet.
If you apply it to a real-life practical situation, you actually do see like 20 miles in, right?
Yeah, we don't see any
We don't see any obstruction. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I'll give you an example. Here's an observation over a 21-mile lake on a perfectly calm, clear day. Okay, so he's just set up the camera on a tripod, 5 foot above the surface of the water. And when he zooms in, the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that's 21 miles away. 33 kilometers.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the Google Map
No
location
obstruction.
and distance. No obstruction. Okay, so he's standing at the top of that yellow line there, and then he's going to be zooming in across to the other side, the other shoreline, 21 miles away. Now, he has a friend over on the other shoreline who took some footage, just so we can get a close-up picture of what we're looking at from 21 miles away. So this is what it looks like where he's zooming in across to.
Yeah.
Okay,
This
so
is
now
the other side. This is the
other side.
Robert Fecore place,
That's
right?
right.
Robert That's cool.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so here's just a couple of screenshots. So now you can see the close-up picture. Now you can see just a screenshot from the video. Okay, so we can see the big white tower in the background. We can see the base of the tower. We can see the a bit of the shoreline there. And then he did it again at nighttime as well. So here's the nighttime shot, same position, just at nighttime. Okay, we don't see any sign of any curvature or obstruction. Now, if we have a look at the math behind this,
That should be 133 feet up in the air of obstruction.
well, even worse than that. Okay, because that would be the Sagitta height. So have a look at this. Okay, so this is just a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. You could just go on Google, type in. Yeah. All right. So we put in the eye height, 5 foot, and then we can put in the target distance, 21 miles, and then it's going to calculate the distance to the horizon, which is 2.7 miles, 4 point something kilometers. So that should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. And anything that goes beyond that is physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. And like someone walking around a corner or walking over a hill, they're physically obstructed behind physical Earth curvature at that point. So here's an analogy. Let's say we had the Titanic. It's about 175 foot tall before it sunk. So 175 foot tall boat, and let's say the boat was right next to you, and the boat was going to sail away to the other side of the. Once the boat got to the horizon at 2.7 miles, it would start to become obstructed from the bottom of the boat, and by the time it got to 10 miles across the lake, the bottom 66 feet would be missing, and then by the time it got to the other side of the lake, the entire Titanic would be hidden, completely behind the horizon. You would not be able to see even the Titanic or a cruise ship.
Yes, that's true.
Right, so it's the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 223 feet behind the curvature of the Earth.
Which, as we can see, is not factual.
Yeah, exactly. And then after they did these tests, right? So they did the zoom during the day, during the night, and then they also got a high-powered laser, and then they did a laser test where they shot the laser across the lake as well, and it also hit the target. So,
yeah,
it was a pretty good test that they did, and it's just another great example showing that there's not only no curvature, but we can see things that are orders of magnitude further than they should be able to be seen if the Earth were a globe.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely gotta research into this way more. Yeah. Thank you for the thorough explanation. Like, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, so that's where we're up to. You know, once we see hundreds of these observations, and then some of us have gone and done them themselves, like I've gone and done them myself, just to verify it for myself. And once you get to that point, you start seeking for answers from the globe side. And that's when it really starts to get interesting, because you're going to find that throughout all of history, no one's gone out and done any type of test like we're doing and validated that there's any Earth curvature. So no one can validate that that the Earth is a globe empirically. It's all based off calculations, kind of like Eratosthenes, making assumptions and then doing calculation based off assumptions, that kind of thing. Or having to have blind faith in things that you can never really go and test, like astronauts on the moon or something.
We were given the brain for a reason to think about everything we can. So what difference does it make from us and goats if we don't utilize this gift and actually think about everything around us? Try to seek answers. So yeah, I definitely agree. And I really appreciate the calm and thorough explanation.
Man, no problem. Yeah, we're not even trying to convince people. We're asking people to just, hey, check this evidence out, and put on your critical thinking cap, and then weigh up this evidence, try to debunk it, and then go look for the same kind of evidence from the globe side, and then come to your own logical conclusion. And
100%. Yeah, I joined the server.
Oh, cool. I'll send you a friend request, because I've also got a server, and my server is just kind of like a giant library. It has all of these observations. It's got information about refraction and everything that you can think of. So the home server, the 24/7 server, that also has a giant library. So in both of those servers, you'll be able to find anything that you need. If you've got a question about gravity, just go to the gravity section, and you'll have more information than you could ever get through in these servers.
All right.
All right. So I'll just send you the link just so I don't get invite to server. All right. Cool. Well, yeah. Have fun thinking about it. I'm sure you'll get. Usually, when you start thinking about it, a whole bunch of questions will start popping into your head. Well, what about gravity? What about the other planets? What about outer space? What about boats over the horizon? All of these things. And all
hey,
of
man,
those,
we all got time. I don't think we're leaving this Earth anytime soon. So,
yeah. And a lot of people say, "Oh, why does it matter? I still got to go to work." I think it's kind of important to know where we live, and I think it's also important that we don't just blindly believe everything that we get told by the mainstream.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there's a giant conspiracy personally. I think that it's more of a tradition, the globe. It's become a tradition over a long period of time. And it's more of a coordinate system that originated from the celestial sphere. And it was over time inverted into a terrestrial sphere, what the globe is. It's a spherical coordinate system mistaken for reality. I forget, I drifted off into something else halfway through my sentence.
Catch up, but yeah.
Anyway, there's lots to look into. Yeah, if you get any more questions, just let us know. There's always people in here. We got a giant server of 25,000 people at the home server, so there's always people in these little outposts like the English hub.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And no problem.
Hopefully, we talk soon.
Catch you later.
Hello, Governor.
What's up, J.E. Barrington?
Hey, just dipping in here and out here for just a quick moment. Wanted to just step in and say hi to everyone listening. Hope each and every one of you are having a great afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is, wherever you are.
Yeah, good to see you, man. A long time no here. Good to see you back.
Yeah, it's been a busy start to the year, so hopefully get to chat some more. We never did have that private chat, but we'll have to do that here in the near future.
Sure thing.
Anything good going on around here?
Yeah, we just had a good chat with the last guy.
Yeah, minutes of that, it sounded pretty good.
But yeah, I just stumbled in halfway through that conversation, so I don't know what was happening previous to that.
You finished your video yet, DJ?
Yes, it's finished. Yep, finally finished it. It was a bitch to put together. Anyway, it's done. I'm just got to render it and stuff now. Then I'll
cool.
Destroy my YouTube channel by uploading the first Flat Earth video. Probably just watch I think I've got just over 5,000 subscribers. I'll watch that just plummet over the next week or two, I guess.
Turn your comments off.
Hello, guys. No.
And I advise that because you'll get a whole heap of anti-FE clowns that'll drop in and they'll just spam your chat with dumb stuff, mate. So turn your comments off. Or
yeah, I'll probably not. Rather than turn it off, you can. I'll just set it. Just keep an eye. You can just click a button, and then they're gone.
Because it doesn't matter how good your content is. Some people, and we've actually heard people in here. Oh, what's the comments? They go through. If the comments are negative, they won't even watch the video, even if the video is perfect.
How many likes has your video got?
Yeah,
I'm not going to watch it unless it's got 1,000.
Yeah.
We will be there to counter the anti-flat earther comments for sure.
Yeah,
it is good
just
to
post
get
the link up in home server.
Yeah. It's good. The more people that comment on it, it really helps the algorithm know that your video is attracting users and creating engagement. So I'll just leave it open, see what happens. If there's any super toxic comments, you just click hide user, and it still looks like their comments there for them, but they'll wonder why it's not getting any clicks or responses because it's hidden. But yeah, only on toxic comments, Yeah, I'm wondering if it's better just to start a fresh YouTube channel or just put it on my current YouTube channel, because what happens is first YouTube, when you upload a video, they'll share it with your subscribers first. And if your subscribers like the video, then YouTube will be like, okay, this is getting a good response, and then it'll start sharing it with like-minded audience. But if you upload the video and your subscribers aren't interested in it, then YouTube will deem it as a shitty video and basically not push it any further. And then there's downsides to starting a new channel as well. So.
Rusty P, you can unmute, man, and talk to us. I mean, you're incorrect. An angular motion, right, or an angular velocity, the rim of the globe that you're supposed to be on is constantly accelerating. Plus, you're going to have to, deal with the wind that you'd be experiencing. So instead of chat skanking, just unmute your mic. We'll talk about it.
Has anyone ever spoken to Rusty P? I see Rusty P chat skanking quite often.
Yeah.
He did talk the other day.
Back.
Oh.
You say you haven't spoken to him before, DJ?
It seems extremely familiar.
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't. I'm sure you have.
Probably. What country is he from?
I don't know. Some random European country, I think.
He's from the land of Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
So what are you questioning, Rusty? Why would you feel that... I think that's supposed to be a though. Let me ask you, in what direction would you feel the Earth moving if it's rotating? Well, it's not bloody rotating. You clown shows are telling us it is.
If question.
You could think of it like, is it Germany where they do that log rolling stuff? Where do they do the log rolling? Where they put the logs on the water and they run on them? They try to balance on them. You know what I'm talking about? So anyway, if the Earth is supposed to be moving, well, let's see, it's going to be rotating from west to east, right? That's why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So think of it like a treadmill, where it's rotating that way. And if you started running, you could run in place if you were going about 1,000 miles an hour, if you were headed west.
But it's also rotating
what it is?
From a central point.
What would it feel like?
Sorry, Rusty, you carry on, mate. I was thinking out loud.
I was asking the dude because he was saying that you should feel stuff moving. Which direction would you feel it in?
It's an acceleration.
Yes, and which direction? How would you feel it? If you
ever been in a car when you're going around a corner? Kind of, we'll call it a lateral G, right? Like a lateral G. But in all reality, you'd be dealing with some kind of centrifugal force. It should be throwing everything off of it in all directions, right? So I don't know how you want to describe it.
That's what I was asking him, man. Sorry, I have a cough. That's why I was not unmuted. Again, he was saying something about how he is expecting people to feel that the Earth is spinning. I was asking him in which way he would feel that.
What do you mean in which way? Direction? How you would feel it? What do you?
Which way? Yeah, that it's a basic question.
So you would just be tumbling along the surface of the Earth, or you'd be getting thrown off of it. That kind of acceleration. I mean, isn't it spinning?
Yes.
Why? It's spinning, isn't it? And it's also orbiting the sun, and the galaxy or the solar system is hurling through the Milky Way galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through space, the universe, right? So we have 4 vectors that we should be experiencing in some form or fashion. Why don't we?
Because it's not the way you think this experiencing will work. That's why I was asking.
Well, if I may, at 2 different places on the Earth, you would experience the Earth spinning differently. If you're on the equator, as compared to, say, the North Pole, if you're on the North Pole, you're just going to be turning around over 24 hours. If you're on the equator, you're going to be spinning around laterally, like going forward in a direction around a curve. At the equator, that's the fastest speed. Move inwards towards the north, you start changing your relation to the Earth, as in not just going forward, but you're going to be spinning around a central point soon. So that orientation is going to have to change. And the surface is going to be moving at a slower rate. Yeah, it's going to be rotating in 24 hours, but as you decrease the radius, you decrease the circumference. So the distance traveled, the time, the speed decreases. So that's a decrease in acceleration, right? Move away from the north towards the equator, that would be an increase in acceleration just by you moving across a rotating surface, right? And if it's 3-dimensional, your orientation on it is going to be changing.
That's right. But you still don't. How would you feel the difference again? Which direction would you feel it in? Left to right?
Okay, so which direction? If I'm facing north, going towards the equator?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay.
East to. I'm asking you, I'm not asking you specific. I was asking the person. It was. Sorry.
Well, maybe even this isn't actually a question for us, Rusty. I guess this would be a question for you.
Yes.
How should we feel this acceleration?
No, this is not a question for me because I know it, but it was a question for someone else who was asking me in chat. And then you interjected and thought for some way to pull me in.
No, I mean, I guess it's a good question. So I have no idea. How would you feel it?
Well, if you can't answer it, then I can't. It's a question for me to the flat earthers.
Well, I don't believe I live on a sphere, but according to the idea and the concept of the sphere that is spinning on an axis, right, and then orbiting, and then hurling again, how would we detect all those different motions? How do you think we should do that?
That's a question for you again.
No, I don't believe in a globe.
Yes, but how would you think that people that think that they do would determine that? That is the whole crux of the.
That's a good question. How would they determine that? Do you need an accelerometer? Do you think that would be something that we could use?
No, it's about people apparently being able to feel that without any sort of tools.
I'll tell you how. Here you go.
Be able to feel it if it was the real.
No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. So, is the air on the Earth, is it Velcroed to the surface, meaning it's stationary, or does it not stick to anything? Is it free-flowing, moving randomly in all directions, bouncing off of every surface? What is it doing?
Relatively free-flowing.
What do you mean relatively free-flowing?
Relatively to the Earth's surface.
Okay, so it's not attached. It does. There is wind that blows and shit, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if the Earth is spinning out from underneath the air that's not attached at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, why isn't there 1,000 mile an hour wind at the equator? I should be feeling that wind, shouldn't I? Since the air is not attached to it like Velcro, it should be like sticking your hand out the window when you're driving down the highway.
It's not relatively attached to it.
Yeah, that's not how wind.
Again, it's basically stationary to the Earth, but it's spinning at the same speed. Basically,
the spinning of Earth actually has nothing to do with the wind. Actually, the wind is moving because the warm masses of air goes up and the hot ones gets down. This is how actually.
So nothing to do with any claimed rotation. So claiming rotation causes wind is just bonk straight away. That was easy. Thanks for kicking Rusty in the nuts.
What? No. Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Wait, who is talking? I'm sorry, I have to take a break. I have a bit cough. That's why I'm talking in chat. But anyway, so no, the atmosphere is not a separate system to the Earth.
Huh?
It's still connected to the Earth's spin. Like, I don't know why you would attach it. Whoever would ask. Was asking.
How?
You're double speaking, dude.
But why?
Because you just gas.
I'm sorry.
How's the gas affected by the ground beneath it?
Have you ever heard about drag? It's like do you think that the fluid
oh my gosh,
by a solid or something, for example?
Yeah, so how much drag should the Earth be experiencing since it's spinning through the medium of air? Tell me how much.
Yeah.
What is that? Is that supposed to be quantified? Like if you drag your air through your hand through the air, you don't feel any resistance?
Show the drag on the Earth.
That's what we're talking about, bro. We're talking about the drag and the resistance that you would be feeling at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This is not difficult, Rusty. You're just pretending. You're being obtuse at this point.
What am I supposed to show you, honestly?
I want you to show me why we don't experience 1,000 mile an hour drag wind on the surface at the equator.
Yeah, because the air is moving at the same speed as the ground.
Oh, so it is velcroed to it. Great. So you just went ahead and double spoke, so the air is velcroed to the surface, yes?
Oh, maybe the fact that you call
it's not moving. There is no wind.
Is kind of stupid.
So that's what you're telling me. You're saying it's moving with the Earth now. So it's not moving on the surface. We don't have wind, do we?
No, you know that is a stupid fucking way to put that.
I thought it was drag just a minute ago when you were waving. And now the air is attached to moving with my arm at all times. It's a really weird concept you've got going at the moment.
The atmosphere is a part of the planet.
Excellent, Rusty. Right. Keep that idea. So you've got a sphere that's rotating. You've got air attached to the sphere rotating at the same time. So now I want you to explain a north wind.
A north wind? What?
Yeah, wind.
a wind current that
I think
moves in the northern
you should.
hemisphere.
No, Neon.
So I'm struggling with
Yeah.
this concept of having air attached. Someone's going to have to walk me through that.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
The air
that'd
is
be nice.
attached to the Earth.
Because that's not.
That's your claim, Rusty.
About it. It's not my
Attached.
claim. There's
Oh, so what's your claim then?
also on the planet. Planet is rotating. Air is also attracted by the same force. It's also
Attracted, there we go.
rotating.
It's actually
Well, now there's an attracted.
not the spinning.
Does the air find the ball very sexy?
The air doesn't find anything sexy. What the hell?
Well, you said it was attracted to it, so I don't know what you're talking about. Attracted to? I've never seen that. Can you demonstrate for me that air is attracted to the surface of the Earth?
You're just falling.
Of course,
Yeah, no, I'm busting your dumbass. We got a new guy in here. Should we just cut it off with Rusty and talk to the new guy?
Yeah, Rusty needs to go and clear his throat. He's got a cough.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Just I was
A little bit louder,
saying
please,
that-
sir, before you continue. I'll turn you up as well. You're a bit quiet.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
You sound a little bit quiet. Could you get closer to your microphone or turn yourself up, maybe?
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me just set up my mic here. Alrighty. Is that better?
Much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying that it's related actually to the high pressure in the north that goes to the low pressure in the south. This actually keep with keep doing a circle. It's related to a lot of elements, but one thing is clear concerning the spinning. Everything actually in the surface, land, ocean, and atmosphere, and us, it's related to. It's like moving together with the Earth. Concerning actually why Earth is globe, it's like spheric. It's because the pressure on each point on the planet is equal. I'll give you a sample example that we can see.
That's not true.
I'll give you an example.
That's not true. Sir, on the surface of the Earth, the air pressure is not consistent
sorry,
on all points.
Sorry, I misexpressed. I wanted to say the gravity on Earth.
Oh,
is sorry, just
okay.
I wanted to say something.
Okay, so if we could talk about one thing before you move on, because you started this off with pressure. How do you get gas pressure?
Idea, just to finish one idea, and then I'll let you.
Well, we need to finish the idea of pressure because that was the first part of your claim.
It's
where do we get gas pressure from? I know. Where do we get gas pressure from?
Gas pressure. It's something. It's like it's a matter, right? It's gases. It's like it's the how can I say this? There's the antimatter and there's gases. Gases is just another element state of subject, right? State of matter.
Yeah, it's states of matter. I get that. So where do we get gas pressure from on the Earth? What causes gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the high pressure is related to lot of stuff. The state, the position of on the planet.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Just in general, where do we get gas pressure from? What is necessary for gas pressure to form?
A temperature and probably the sea as well plays something there.
No,
the reflection of the sun on Earth, either on the land or
no. We're not talking about the weather yet, bro. We're just talking about gas pressure. You know, like when you fill up your tire, air pressure, gas pressure. We're just talking about the pressure that you brought up. Let me change the question a little bit. What is the definition of gas pressure?
I would say that it's the atmosphere, which is like the molecules that is moving are dense in a side and lower in another side.
No.
So they move. They try
No.
to find the balance. No.
No. We're talking about gas pressure, like when you fill up your tire.
What is
when you
gas?
Gas is like air that you breathe. Well, they include it in part of particle physics. Yeah. So the idea is that there's molecules or atoms of gas, right? Yes. So it's apparently particle physics. We have gas, and what does gas do? So I mean, let's start this over. If you want to create gas pressure in any way, shape, or form, what do you need to make it work? So, do you drive a car or do you have a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you get a flat in your tire, but let's say you go down to the tire shop, or you need an inner tube, but you can't afford it, do you just tell the guy at the shop to just kind of put air around your wheel and it'll stay there and you can just ride your bike around on compressed air with no container? Does that work, or do you need a container for the air pressure?
Well, it's simple. It's when you fill it actually with gas molecules, and the particles actually are compressed in a small space, and when you open it, actually the particles try to spread all around, right?
Is the space confined? Do you have a limited volume so that you can create pressure?
I guess, yep.
Yes. So the necessary thing that you have to have for gas pressure to be created is a fixed volume with a solid barrier called a container. Yes?
That's not the only condition.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Can you demonstrate for me gas pressure without a container?
Yes, with container, of course. I said the only reason can be, how can I say this? Can be multiplied by temperature.
What? Temperature? No, I'm not talking about gaining pressure. I'm saying, how do we have pressure in the first place? To have any pressure, do you need a container to have pressure? Yes or no?
Yep. 100%.
Yes, great. So is the Earth contained because we have gas pressure on Earth?
Yep.
Okay, so the Earth is contained. So there's a solid barrier around the globe holding the gas in, yes?
The atmosphere, yeah.
No, the atmosphere is gas.
The atmosphere actually has a state, and
No, the atmosphere is oxygen and nitrogen and carbon.
No, I'm not
the
talking
atmosphere.
about particles.
Atmo meaning gas.
I'm not talking about
means air. The stuff that we breathe that decreases with altitude, that aeroplanes fly in. The atmosphere, the air that we breathe, comprised of oxygen and nitrogen. And yeah, good. So atmosphere is gas.
Same stuff you put in your car tire.
So I was trying to explain that at the limit of the atmosphere and gas, and call it whatever you want, there is the void. And that's what's the atmosphere and the container that we are talking about.
Sorry, the voids don't contain anything. Voids are nothing. That's kind of why they're called voids. But that void would be an area for the gas to fill, which we understand must occur because of the second law of thermodynamics. So in reality, no gas pressure should ever be built or can be possible on the surface of Earth if it's exposed to a large void vacuum for the gas to fill.
I've lost you there.
If you've got a vacuum outside of our air pressure without a physical barrier, like the tire around the rim of your wheel keeping the gas in, then the natural law will dictate the gas will expand into the vacuum. So there must be a physical barrier to stop gas expansion. You understand this?
A solid barrier. You're talking about
yeah.
barrier, right? So so you're not believing in gravity actually attracting all these particles
at the moment. Okay, at the moment, we're talking about gas behavior and the laws and the science and rules that govern them. Nowhere does a G apply within the, let's say, the laws that govern gas. PV equals nRT, for example, the ideal gas formula, a very good way with mathematics to explain and describe gas behavior. Now, we understand that, along with the second law of thermodynamics, will dictate that you need a barrier to stop gas expansion. By consequence of a fixed volume, you have gas pressure. If you don't have a fixed volume, a physical barrier for gas to press against, you will not have gas pressure, and the gas will continue to expand into the available volume, like entropy tells us.
So I'm still actually in the subject, but what I was explaining that the container that you are talking about is made by the gravity itself.
Okay. What is gravity?
I said gravity is actually the vector that attracts all the elements, particles to the center of Earth. The Earth gravity pulls everything towards the center, including air molecules and every molecule, oxygen, nitrogen, or wherever, and constantly pulled toward the center of Earth.
Okay. Is that what we observe? Do we see the gases on the Earth being attracted towards the center of the presupposed ball that you think that you live on? Is that happening, or is the air moving freely and randomly in all directions?
If you look, but for example, inside a room, and there's a light that crosses the room, you might see particles in the air, right? Are these particles are so neglectable? Their mass is so neglectable to stick directly to the floor. They are.
Sir, you just told me a second ago that the gas is being attracted to the surface, and now you're saying that it's not being attracted to the surface.
In a limited range, it's not like it's not letting them go like far away, but it's not letting them in the same time stick to it because their weight is neglectable.
Okay, this is in direct contradiction to second law of thermodynamics and kinetic molecular theory. Gas is being attracted to something that isn't, let's say, electrified or magnetic, and the gases aren't ionized, which we're not dealing with here. When we're talking about you saying that the Earth is attracting the gas to it, that's not true. Gases are produced on the Earth, and where they go is upwards, so we don't have the observation of gases being attracted to the Earth. What we do have is relative density. What we do have is the mixing of ideal gases. So gases mix, doesn't depend on their atomic weight. They're going to mix because that's what gases do. Gases require containment for pressure, because if there's no containment and outside the containment there's an available volume, let's say you've got a container of gas and outside the container is a vacuum, and you open the door of the container, the gas is going to expand into the volume. Now, it doesn't matter if you put a really big rock inside that container with the gas. The rock isn't going to attract the gas to it. The gas is going to expand into the available volume.
Interesting. But if we take another example, as you guys know, we have some gases that actually, if we filled a balloon with oxygen, would stay on the floor. But if we inflate it with helium or another helium, I guess, not nitrogen, helium. Yeah, if we inflate it with helium, it will float. So
why is that?
Something because there is
it confirms that gravity is not holding the gas down. That's what that confirms.
And why when we fill it with oxygen, it falls down?
Because it's a less dense gas. It's a more dense gas. So it's more about density, and we don't have any gravity yet, right?
And it's in a balloon, a container.
So the container itself, but it contains air, right?
It doesn't matter.
It's a container that contains air. because you're going to need the container to do what you need to do with it, make it drop or fall, depending on the type of gas that you put in it. But the type of gas, when you open the container, is still going to mix with all of the other gases in the atmosphere. When released to the atmosphere, the gases will expand into the available volume. They will mix.
So the density changes according to the availability of a gas inside the container, right?
No.
Yes,
Put the
Well, you're essentially. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Put the helium inside one container. Let's say the container was a vacuum before you put the helium in it. Now, is the helium going to spread out into the container?
If it was like a void inside of it, like vacuum.
Yes.
Yeah, when you say a vacuum, it's actually you are talking about water, right?
No, vacuum. A space devoid of matter.
Void,
in this instance, gas.
Void.
Yes, void.
If it was empty before, it's not gonna expand, I guess.
So if we have a void and then I put the gas into it, is the gas going to expand and fill the void?
Absolutely, but not with the same density.
Okay, dude, it's just going to spread out. Now, if I use a heavy gas, let's say butane, is it going to spread out and fill the container?
Nope. It's gonna liquefy, I guess.
Dude, we're talking about a state of gas, and that's going to be dependent on the pressure and its temperature. Yeah. What I'm trying to point out to you is when you say, well, I can put this into a balloon like oxygen and it will fall, and helium into a balloon and it will rise, that's in already existing gas, and that's going to be relative to that environment, whether the object falls or rises. But the gas, when you put it into a vacuous space, has got no directional bias other than the one given to it by its last physical collision, either that by given by the gas molecule or the walls of its container. In that direction, it's going to go. Now, there's no bias. The ground beneath the vacuum chamber, the earth, isn't making the gas want to come back to it. That would be a violation of every single law we know about gas behavior.
I totally agree with you.
Thank
you guys know probably more science than me. I'm just trying to challenge my ideas. But do you guys do not see that Earth is a little bit different because it keeps producing gases?
I hate niggers. Fuck niggers. I hate niggers, man.
Earth is a little bit different because it keeps producing oxygen on other gases in a limited way. Probably keep losing.
Sorry, could you say that one more time? Did he leave?
Did he drop out or something?
Did he get? Was that the?
Someone banned him on accident? You guys
Yeah.
banned the wrong dude if you did.
I think he was banned on accident.
Oh no, you got the right dude. The Spider-Man dude was the guy that did the N bomb.
Oh
yeah. That guy must have just dropped, I guess.
Yeah, he was halfway through his sentence and then just, gone.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, either way, maybe he'll come back.
You did get it. Hold up, T-Dub, you hit the wrong one, mate.
T-Dub.
Wait, what? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Fucking T-Dub.
I don't think so.
I do.
Let me check.
I don't
you
see
just marked the wrong one.
The Spider-Man dude is the dude that we were looking forward to ban. Which I think DJ did.
It's just a toggle, isn't it?
week.
Yeah. Whoopsies.
He was all like, "What the hell? What happened now?" I was just talking. He kept on chanting in the background during this whole N-word ordeal.
He's unbanned. Someone send a message to him so he can come back.
He's back.
It takes a... Oh, cool.
Angstrox, we're sorry.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So I said I was wondering what happened. So I was saying that on Earth, actually, the trees keeps producing oxygen and stuff like that, and maybe just a supposition, Earth keeps producing gases and keeps losing particles, of course, in while floating in the universe. And this is maybe why it stays. There's like a layer of gas that stays there, but it's not consistent. I give another example.
Sorry about that,
You are-
Angstrox.
No worries.
Mistaken identity.
No worries. I thought so. An example actually was if you run in your kitchen and you open the gas thing, in a certain time there will be gas all around you with a certain density, but it will disappear if you shut down the gas by time.
Well,
but if
it will homogenize.
Yeah.
It will homogenize within the already pressurized system. What we need to be describing is some kind of apples to apples comparison. So if you have a vacuum or a void around the globe Earth for the gas to fill, which is extremely low pressure, and any gas is created at the surface of Earth, that gas will fill the available volume and never gain pressure anywhere.
Okay. I don't know. That's the
Well, you
right
do know.
answer.
You do know. It's just common sense. Picture this. Let's say you had a big vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to use a container at all.
Okay.
And you have some gas. Are you able to make a gas pressure system that's contained inside the vacuum chamber with the gas, right? Without a container. You're going to have a container, aren't you?
Yeah. If I don't have a container, maybe I can like upgrade the density at the local area. You know what I mean? Beside, for example, a volcano, even if there is no container, the level of gases will stay the same because it keeps producing it.
I appreciate that. You're talking about gas production, right? Gas is constantly being produced. All right.
Exactly.
You're forgetting about one key factor as well, though. The other side of that, gas absorption. Gas is constantly absorbed because of the pressure. Gas is constantly cycled. Carbon is taken out of the atmosphere. We breathe, so do all of the biological, all of the chemical cycles on the earth. It's absorption and production. It is like a breathing cycle. It releases gas, takes gas back in. Now, this points to it being a very dynamic system. You pointed out earlier temperature, right? When we were talking about weather, close to the equator, this, that, and the other. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to be talking about temperature when we're talking about a state of matter that is going to be moving around. That's where thermodynamics comes into this. These laws are very well understood. To have this very complicated system and the gas not go away, it must be physically contained. Because to have gas pressure, we must have a physical container for the gas to press against. That's why it's called pressure, right? P-R-E-S-S means the gas has got to press. So without that, the gas is just going to expand into an available volume. That is a void, the void of gas, an available space for gas to fill. So for us to have this complex, very diverse gas system that we're breathing and experiencing weather and clouds and stuff, it's got to be contained, dude. Because if it wasn't contained and there was an available space, we'd all be dead.
Yeah, sure. For example, how would we explain Jupiter? It's mostly gas, and
Yeah. Well done. So you're pointing out to a contradiction, right? We know that gases only form the shape of their container. Going to need a container for the gas to form a sphere. If there's no container, the gas will expand into the volume. So how do we explain Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum? Well, we point to it and laugh. It can't be that. That's in direct contradiction to laws of nature. Yeah, there's a story that gravity is the reason why. Okay, I'm going to need a scientific demonstration of that then. Not pointing at things and saying that's a ball of gas in the sky, in the vacuum.
Yeah, it's quite challenging, I would say. But how would you actually how would you define that otherwise? How would you approach that point of view? What is your theory about it?
What about Jupiter?
Yeah.
My theory goes, well, if it's not a ball of gas, what is it? And then I stay awake at night and come up with loads of different ideas of what it could be. I've got no idea. I'm not going to be able to verify any of my nightly musings about what the hell Jupiter is. No idea, my friend.
Yeah, okay. No,
Saying Strox,
because
you were told a story about Jupiter, same as the rest of us. How did they verify, validate, or prove that what they claim about Jupiter is true and accurate? How did they know that?
I think actually there is something about a sonar that they sent, and you tried it to land it, and the sonar actually got into smoke, and then.
So it's a cool story.
I should find that.
So there's no actual validation that it is a giant gas ball, anyways.
They tried actually to do the same thing that they did with Mars, to land, and actually they got scammed, I guess, because it was actually like a small planet, with a lot of gas all around it, because it was
more cool stories.
Yeah,
Notice how
scientific stories.
They're really cool stories. Yeah, you can't verify it and prove it. Good science can be proven easily by the common man, mate. So
yeah,
as long as you follow the scientific method, yeah.
Yeah, the scientific method is sometimes actually, I don't know if we have. I think we have the tools today to actually verify some stuff. But one thing is for sure hard to share is not all the truth can be achieved and experimented in the lab for sure. We can try to extend or suppose stuff. For example, if you saw half of an apple, you can deduct actually that the other side is either cut or round. That's, I think, what is based on.
That's because you already know what apples look like.
Yeah, like it's deduction.
If you didn't know what apples already look like, and I handed you half an apple, you would only be assuming.
Yeah, of course, we kind of follow the.
That's right.
The scientific method, for sure. But I don't think we cannot take a planet to the to the lab. I cannot take Saturn to the lab. Or maybe.
Well, this is the idea of like space exploration, right? Well, if we can't build it here, we have to go to it. This is why they go to the moon and collect rocks and stuff, remote control cars on Mars and digging samples of the ground and stuff. Because yeah, we can look at stuff, but without actually going there and testing it and verifying it, running it through, tests and little scientific laboratories on the remote control cars on Mars, for example, as the story goes, then we don't know. So this is why standing on the ground and pointing at things isn't the best way to do things. It's not scientific. If you want to know what it is, you've got to go there.
Yeah, totally agree on that one. Yeah, that's actually a subject that I used to think that I understand it a little bit, but you guys have made some really relevant questions there. And yeah, you created more problems for me, so thank you. Okay.
A lot of work is done then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How long have you been looking into the subject, or is today your first conversation with a flat earth or a flat earthers?
The flat. I used to think actually that it's quite simple. The example I wanted to give earlier, it was maybe the universe itself. When I said universe, I think there is some kind of a smart design, not made by some creature like Celeste creature for sure, but made by dynamics and physics. When a drop of water falls, most of the time it takes a shape of a circle, and start to wonder if each point on the surface of that drop of water is equal, it should take the shape of a sphere, right? And that's where actually I started taking maybe it's not flat because it would be against the law of physics.
Yeah, okay. So I understand this idea of a droplet of water taking the shape of a sphere when it falls. Now, looking into just that idea alone, without anything else, you understand that that shape is going to be highly dependent on the amount of water within that droplet, because a droplet is kind of ambiguous, right? Different amounts of water, not much more or much less, will cause the water to maybe form a disc shape, right, as it falls. Maybe a little bit donut-like, where it's a little bit thinner in the middle. It forms different shapes, and sometimes it forms a teardrop shape, right? Not a sphere. That's going to be dependent on the amount of water that's held within that droplet. So that's, doesn't really show us
I'm
anything,
talking of
mate.
just density, yeah. Maybe I think what defines actually the shape as well is density. Because if we talk, for example, oil, I think if we drop an oil in void, in vacuum, or on a bottle of water, I think oil would have more shapey as a sphere, more than water. I think the density would like play something there. What do you think?
The shape that a liquid takes relative to another medium, that's going to be dependent on how the fluid is introduced, what the time scale is that you're making the observation, because I'm sure things settle over time. So again, it's fascinating, but it's never going to make the Earth to be a sphere, dude.
Yeah, sure. That's already the planet. I think it has a like lava in it, so it's a liquid. It's gonna be never gonna be 100% spheric. That's for sure.
Cool.
But yeah, but there is a
But
lot of.
if you,
Go ahead.
whatever conclusion you want to reach by what you're saying, the natural dynamics of a droplet of water is, it's going to be curved upon the surface, isn't it, over distance?
Yeah.
Yeah, something we should observe and something we should measure.
Yep.
We don't observe it, and we don't measure it, however. So, though it's interesting, the way we confirm it is measurement of the surface to see if it's that shape you propose. When we measure the surface of water, the natural dynamics of liquid, large amount of liquid, not just a droplet of water when contained and at rest, is to be horizontal upon the surface. So that's what we observe, and that's what we measure, and that's what we practically use. Liquid is a leveling tool and a level vice. Right? We make the flattest glass because when we make the glass, we rest it on molten liquid. So as it cools and flies across this molten liquid, it's flat because of the liquid that it rests upon, because liquid is horizontal on the surface.
True. This is why I talked about density earlier, because if we took why I talked about density, liquid and density, it's because the planet itself, it's not rock, it's solid. It has lava in it, and so it's like a football, like a ball full of water, just to simplify the idea. And maybe, just maybe, that helps it more to take that shape. I don't know. Maybe as well the intragalactic magnetic.
You're just talking
fields as well.
about the viscosity of the liquid. So
Yeah.
if you get a larger amount, it's still just flat on the surface. It doesn't really hold a shape unless it's extremely viscous. I don't know what's
Yeah.
that viscous, but even if you get a drop of water, and let's say you have let's say you spray water out of one of those little water sprayers onto a leaf, and it forms all the little droplets on the leaf. If you can change the density of the water, like you can just put one drop of dish soap into that spray bottle, and now when you spray the leaf, you don't get the little droplet. So it's just about viscosity. But if you pour that same water into a container, it's going to be flat across the surface.
Yeah,
Not
of course,
curving.
because of course, but he was exposed to gravity. That's why, no?
No, gravity means that the water would have to be curving. Okay, because everything would be being drawn towards the center of mass, towards the center of the globe. That means that all of the water on the surface should be curving at a specific rate, depending on how large the distance is. So let's say we have a large distance of, say, 10 miles. That water would have to be curving at about 66 feet over that 10-mile distance, which is about 20 meters. If gravity is real, and if the globe is, and it's the size that they're telling us, any body of water that's 10 miles across would have to have about 20 meters of curvature on a globe. And when we go out and test it in reality, it doesn't have that. Zero curvature. That debunks gravity right there. That debunks mass attracting mass if you think that's what gravity is.
It's hard actually to judge on that one. I don't know if it's actually debunks gravity. I would say
Well,
that
gravity
maybe
pulls
it's hard to. Yeah,
gravity pulls
maybe it's
everything
hard.
towards the center of mass, though, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
Maybe
if the
it's hard to explain how water acts actually on the planet itself.
okay,
Maybe
so
what I ask as a question.
So according to the mainstream scientists that believe the Earth's a globe, they say that 10 miles of water has to have 66 curvature because of gravity, because of the size of the globe. That's what mainstream science will teach you, right? That's what the physicists will teach you.
That's what they say.
Yeah. But when we go and test for that curvature, it's not there. There's zero curvature over 10 miles. And anyone can go and test this for themselves. We've got hundreds and hundreds of tests that have been documented, filmed in high definition, where we can zoom in across 10 miles of water and see the shoreline on the other side. Or we could shoot a laser across and hit something on the other side 10 miles away consistently. So the curvature that would have to be there. Mm-hmm.
Let's use your theory there. If you are small at the size of I don't know, a peanuts, and we have like a sphere at the size of 2 meters, for example, and no matter actually where is the point where we put that peanuts on that a huge sphere, that small peanuts will always think that it's flat. And this is how I think.
Right, but you would still exactly. But we have a good technology now, right? I don't know what access the peanuts have to technology. Okay, if they have little peanut hands and they have little peanut cameras, that they could use, because they could calculate, okay, in my little peanut world, 10 miles away in peanut miles, okay, there should be 20 peanut meters of curvature. And my little peanut friend that's 20 peanut miles away from me should be hidden behind the curvature of the peanut world. Right? It's the same thing. You can scale it up, you can scale it down. We could just use the actual Earth as the example rather than a peanut world.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Excuse me, my English is not pretty good. You say that you are talking about the distance before that an object disappears at the edge, right?
Well, yeah, things, it would disappear. Yeah, it would disappear behind another byproduct of the curvature called the horizon, geometric horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that would be at a certain distance away from you, depending on how high you are off the surface of the ground. So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles. For example.
Okay.
Like this. Here's a diagram. Tell me if you agree with the diagram. Obviously, the diagram's not quite to scale.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Yeah.
Right. So anything that goes beyond that little dot,
we cannot see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it would start to become hidden, and we can calculate how much something should be hidden beyond the dot, depending on how high it is. And that dot should be at a certain distance. And when we go and test for that in reality, it doesn't exist like that.
Okay.
For example,
markers. Can we put a markers somewhere and stay at the same place in the middle of the sea? I don't think we can keep the same place. Can we?
Well, look, this is a test we could do here. We've got a marker. So here's a test that someone did. Okay, so he just puts his camera 1 meter high above the surface of the water, and he has a marker out in the ocean, which is the windmill. All right, so the windmill, let's just focus on one of the windmills, okay, the one on the far right. Okay, that's 11.2 miles away from the observer on Google Maps.
Okay.
All right, so now we can calculate from 1 meter observer height how much of the windmill should we be able to see, and where should the horizon be. So here's the math for that, or the calculation. Okay, so we've got the distance to the object is 11.2 miles, and then we've got the eyesight level, which is 1 meter, which is the same as 3.5 feet. And then we've got the distance to the horizon, which is 2.29 miles. Okay, if you have a look at the diagram above,
Sure. Yeah.
that's where the horizon should be seen. A quarter of the distance away, a quarter of the distance to the windmill. And the bottom of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon by 52 feet. Okay, the bottom 52 feet should be hidden.
Isn't it actually? I think there is something to see there. It's the diameter of Earth that should be taken in consideration. Actually,
Well, yeah, this is the radius. So this mathematics is calculated based off the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the math, right? So based off a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon should be at 2.29 miles if you're at a 3.5 foot height above the surface of the water. Just kind of like the diagram shows there. Anything that goes beyond that should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So this isn't just a little bit further than that, right? It's a long way further.
Yeah,
and we can see
it's quite disturbing there.
Yeah. So have a look. Have a look at this picture. This is a close up of those same windmills.
It's crazy because it's quite disturbing actually to see. Sometimes we tend to take all the facts as something factual and like evident, but yeah, when you see stuff there, you start to ask questions. Yeah.
And like Rusty
Well-
P said, for this to be possible on a globe, right, you would have to have some magical refraction or something like that. Like he just said, it would have to be insane refraction for this to happen on a globe. Okay, but insane refraction doesn't look like it's just perfectly crystal clear and normal when you zoom in, like it looks like in the video.
God damn.
Okay, this is just zooming in. This is what it looks like, and he goes there on different days, and he does it again and again, and so here's two pictures of the same things on different days from the same place where he takes the observation from. So he zooms in, and we can see not just a little bit further than you should be able to see on a globe, but he can see orders of magnitude further. And this is the case whenever we go out in reality and we do these tests. We're not finding that curvature that should be there if the Earth. And you need to remember that gravity, okay, according to how gravity is described in the globe, that curvature would have to be there. It has to be there. And that horizon has to be there. And it's actually a physical geometric property of the globe is the curvature, right? Just like it would be on a basketball or something like that. That curvature has to be there. You can't just have a flat spot of water on a globe.
Oh. Yep, legit. Quite legit. Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna sleep this dump tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like that when you first hear about it.
I got to do some researches. Yeah, for sure. This is why I like. This is why I like to keep the Discord, so I can challenge my ideas. I'm a more of a IT guy, but physics and science I know a little bit, but yeah, sometimes it's quite interesting. Nice meme. DG.
I thought it would be good timing to pop that meme in the side chat.
Nice.
But yeah, come back anytime and ask questions.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate
I'm
it.
sure you'll
I'll
have a
see
lot
some,
more. What about gravity? What about all of this and that? Each thing that you think about will lead to 10 more questions. It's like a rabbit hole.
Yeah, the thing I appreciate about your answers, guys, is scientific and scientific side, because everybody can tell a story, but I think Judy who said beautiful stories, right? Don't remember who said that. When he
Yeah,
said,
once you look into the globe a bit more and how, you'll find that there's a lot of stories or calculations that are based off assumptions rather than empirical evidence like we're showing you. But you'll find that
quite
out on your own.
crazy. With all the tech that we have like artificial intelligence and we have all the stuff, but we still cannot calculate that. Crazy.
Well, they can calculate it, but they can't measure it.
Yeah, like
So
in fact, I'm talking about reality. To do it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're questioning the core variables in the globe claims. It's like, okay, so you're doing your math based off a 3959 mile radius value. How did they come up with that radius value in the first place? And that's where the globe side starts running into stories like Eratosthenes. You've probably heard of Eratosthenes, the ancient Greek that lived 500 BC or whenever, 300 BC, I think it was, allegedly. And he measured some sticks and shadows and did some calculations, pre-assuming that the Earth's a globe, pre-assuming that sun rays come in parallel. And then that's where we get this radius value from, essentially. That's what it stems back to.
Yeah, like Babylon in Iraq as well. They did the same thing. It talked about the Babylonian Empire. I think they talk about something about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really. Yeah, the one with the laser is quite intimidating.
Yeah. We've got some good laser tests. We've had
Yeah.
We've had
laser
had
that
tests.
cannot curve.
Yeah.
So Yeah.
Well, they can deviate a bit if you have some crazy conditions, but
Yeah, in like
most of the time,
black.
yeah, if you go out in good conditions, you can see the laser beam is going straight across the surface of the water. You can even film the laser from the side of the laser transit, and you can draw a perfect line across the beam of the laser, in post-production to confirm that, yeah, it was actually going straight.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got some good side views of the laser tests where you can see the beam going all the way across the surface, for 6 miles, 12 miles distance. You can see the laser the whole way.
Yeah.
Anyway, lots of info there. If you're interested, come back and ask more questions. There's always lots of people here that have been, looking into this topic for a long time. So.
Right, quite interesting. Come more often. Much as time busy, but yeah, quite interesting. Thank you guys for the information.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, sounds like some Australian accent there. Did you?
Yeah, I have an Australian accent. Yeah.
Sydney, right?
Well, I lived in Sydney for a while, but I'm from the Gold Coast. I don't know if you've heard of the Gold Coast. It's kind of near Brisbane.
Yeah, Brisbane. Very cool. Nice.
Nice.
No, noise.
Nice.
Nice.
你好，
你好，
你好吗？
你好吗？我是法国人。
你听不到哎。
No, you're not speaking Chinese. Yeah, nice meme for evolution. There's as they say, there's a lot of science that is not like distributed. Useful stuff are not distributed.
So yeah, look, I don't know if anyone explained this to you as well, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, and we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space or something. You might see that.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. You guys know physics, so I know probably.
Yeah, a lot of people that come in here, they see the memes on the internet and they think that we think some things that are completely insane, like a disk floating in space. I just like to clear that up, just in case.
No,
because sometimes
after what you explained, I know it's
yeah. Well, sometimes I'll see a conversation and I wonder, like, the flat earther will be making good points, but the globe earther's not taking anything they say seriously. And then after about 2 hours, we'll realize that they were thinking that the flat earther claims a flat disk that's floating in space with water pouring off the edges and crazy stuff.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, obviously he's not going to take anyone seriously that has that worldview.
Yeah, like the dragon hunter or stuff like that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, actually, most of the time, because people tend to simplify the subject or take the forced, like the prejudice and how to say this, the first idea that comes to mind, and from that point of view, they start to lock up to listen to any other idea. And that's why I love doubt, because even if I'm 100% sure about something, I tend to just like, shut my mouth and such like, hey, shut up and maybe you'll learn something. And most of the time it's the case because you see the point of view of other people and you start, yeah, I didn't say it that way. And yeah, maybe this is how we are, growing up. Good stuff.
Well,
Good stuff.
good to see there's a lot of people in the chat at the moment. I think it's a good time to start an event so we can bring in some more globe earthers to come in and ask questions or provide globe evidence.
Yep.
I'll start an event.
Why do flat earthers think it's flat?
Why do flat earthers think Earth is flat? How's that sound?
Clean, clear, and simple. Ask the question, and they might want to know the answer to it.
Oh man, those Hindi flat Earth songs, man, they were amazing.
I've got a whole album of those. They're pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can send me some links, because I'm actually studying Hindi right now, and
oh really?
It was amazing to listen to like both of my worlds combined.
Hey Bennett, go to DJ's server. Scroll down, you'll see what is it? Music something or other.
I think it's FE Music, Flat Earth or FE Music,
Yeah,
and then it's
Flat Earth
under
Music.
Flat Earth Music, and then it's under the DJ Rakesh. DJ Rakesh, and there's a whole album there called Bollywood Indoctrinate.
Oh, I love it! I see it here. Oh, it's just brilliant, man. I really wish they would make a Bollywood flat Earth movie. I think it would. I think it would be a great. I mean, obviously, they'd probably be an FE hit piece, but anything to get the topic out there.
If they do it, there's one condition. DJ's the lead actor, turban and all, and he's got to do the head wobble.
Oh, without a doubt.
So this question may backfire on us. We may get a lot of people coming in telling us because we're broken in the head. Oh no, this is not politics, is it? No, we're right.
Yeah. Politics is a kind of a theater. We don't know what's happening in the scenes. But Facebook.
Oh, not that politics, mate. There's a server called Politics, and yeah, we get a lot of debate bros who are only in for the art of debating. They don't really care about the subject matter, and they will pull all sorts of horrible tactics just to prove that they're right in the sense of debating, not in the sense of the matter presented.
You're seeing biases and fallacies.
It's just a very toxic environment, that's all.
Nice Indian music. You guys speak Indian?
No.
The closest to speaking Indian I could probably get is trying to mimic Apu off The Simpsons. And I don't think that counts somehow.
I've learned some words from a friend of mine, a colleague at work. Yeah, it's quite a challenging language when you see it at first, but when you start learning, it seems interesting. The most easy thing to write is the line on the top. Is there any polyglots here?
Course wars, guys. No more course wars. It's bad.
Sorry, didn't understand. Alrighty, nice to meet you, everyone. Thank you, Go. Thank you, everyone, for your explanations and point of view, and I wish you a wonderful evening. See you soon.
See you soon.
Have a good one, mate.
See you- Have a good one.
Take care.
Take care.
Cheers.
It was interesting. I got here. I came in at the very beginning of that conversation. I just got here at the very end. It was interesting to see how much his opinion changed a bit. I didn't see the conversation in between.
all these people in here, chances are somebody's going to start talking. Go ahead. The Earth is a globe. Prove me wrong.
Well, Rusty would like us to, let me read out his question. So, okay, Flat Earthers, how do you explain Sigma Octantis in relation to Polaris? Legit wanting to learn.
Bullshit!
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Matrix.
No, I was just had a cough there. Legit wanting to learn. Well, that'll be a first. What is proving that Polaris is in point A and Sigma Octantis is in point B? What has that got to do with the relationship or shape of the ground?
Yeah, exactly. So he's asked. He's written a follow-up. I'm asking what you think about them based on the fact that they clearly show a globe rotation around Earth. No, they don't. Yeah. I think he's jumped the gun a bit there and made a whole bunch of assumptions about his worldview and just assuming that it's because he's on a spinning globe that it makes it look like the stars are moving.
Now, DJ, the other day, our good friend Roots came up with a term called skip a step earther. I believe that young chap falls into that category.
Yep. Yeah, well, he says that he's made no assumptions. So he must have proof that the Earth is a globe. And that it's rotating. And that the stars are suns in a vacuum. But let's just start with the Earth being a globe. Okay, so that's a prerequisite to your claim. Right? Do you have any evidence of that? We can all see some little lights moving up in the sky. That's just looking at some little lights moving above the Earth that we all experience it as flat and measure as flat. Right? So when you look at a little light moving in the sky, you're not looking at a globe spinning. Okay, that would just be an assumption, a belief based on what you were taught growing up. In fact, there's no empirical evidence that that's something that exists in reality at all. Prove us wrong. We can make this easier for you, Rusty P. Right? We know. Like, why can't you just talk in the VC?
I'm gonna talk about. Oh, sec. Look, I'm asking the question that I asked in the voice chat. All right. There's no assumptions. No assumptions. Let's put any assumptions aside because you're making.
What?
And you're making the assumptions based on my question.
No. You said it's a fact that they clearly show globe rotation.
I did not say any fact with my question.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, so this is what you said. You said, I'm asking what you think about them based on the fact.
I said, I'm gonna reiterate my question that I posted in the chat. How do you explain?
Maybe it was an English barrier. Maybe that was the problem.
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. Okay, let me reiterate the question. How you explain that Sigma Octantis rotates in a certain way in relation to Polaris, right? That's the question I asked.
Polaris rotates? Sigma Octantis rotates? I don't know.
The celestial
the celestial objects, yes, the stars rotate around.
So there's two.
Points.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I already told you this in the side chat. Okay, so there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky that the stars appear to move around, and it happens above a flat surface that we can check to make sure it's not curving. And then what the globe side would believe, what the globe side would believe. Really, what doesn't make sense about what I just said?
You just said like that. Oh, there are two rotational points, and then but there's a flat surface, and then
yeah. So we can't test how the sky works. We just see some little lights in the sky moving. Okay, and then we can test for Earth curvature. Okay, and there's no Earth curvature. All of that is accurate.
Okay, so you have 2 points of information that you have, and then you just say, okay, that is not actually. You just discard that, and then you say, okay.
No, I don't discard it. It's not testable.
Pretty much fucking do.
Okay, so what? Okay, so how did you test it? How did you test it? Because we don't make claims about things that we can't test. Because then if I made a claim about it, you would say, "Oh, can you validate that claim? Can you back the claim up?"
What? Now, how did you test your shit?
Okay, so we can go out and we can shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of water over huge distances where there would have to be a certain amount of curvature.
Yeah. You're just talking shit. Like, how did you do it?
Okay, so you set up a laser. You set up a laser.
Did you do it?
Not with a laser. Do I have to have done every single test myself?
Yeah, did I have to do anything?
Hey, buddy. Do you need a tissue at the moment? Do you have tears streaming down your face right now? Or are you Are you going to have a chill, relaxed conversation? Or are you going to cry? Because you sound like you're crying at the moment.
No, the thing that you're saying, though, is the same thing that is put on people that believe in a globe Earth all the time.
Yep.
When I
can back what I claim up, and you can't back up that the water's curving. That's the difference.
I can basically claim. I can back it up.
Okay, go ahead.
In the same way that you can do it. Yeah, you want me to send a picture of the Earth or of a satellite picture?
No. We want you to back up your claim of curvature with measurements. DJ was speaking of measurements, so you can at least offer the same opportunity. Back it up with measurements.
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, I mean, if a photo for him is all you need, maybe he doesn't need measurements. He just needs photos.
Yeah, I mean, if you just have really strong faith, then it could be enough. This guy.
Yeah, I have really.
But you're gonna if all you have is fallacies and feelings and faith, right? When you come in here, you're gonna have to bring a box of tissues with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it's kind of like the. What do you bring with you, like in your cave?
Empirical evidence. Yeah. So I come in here.
Yeah,
right.
Empirical evidence.
Armed
then
with.
You wouldn't be a flat earther. Then you wouldn't be a flat earther.
Oh,
if
really?
You would be based on empirical evidence.
Why not? Why wouldn't I be a flat earther if I have empirical evidence showing that there's no curvature? Why would I not be a flat earther in that case?
The empirical evidence shows that the Earth is clearly fucking not flat.
Really?
Excellent. Well, present it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Present the empirical evidence in the side chat. Rusty, don't sidestep. Present your claim of empirical evidence showing it's a ball.
You want to post? You want?
No, don't have any. We want you to.
You want to post me the blue marble?
No. A picture is not empirical evidence.
Yes, but
so if I post a picture of Bigfoot,
and now he's sidestepping.
If I post a picture of Bigfoot, is that empirical evidence that Bigfoot exists?
No,
obviously not, right?
The fact that GPS exists, the fact that
stop sidestepping
GPS.
Just post the empirical evidence in the side chat. You make the claim, now back it up.
Actually, you post the fact that the Earth is flat at the side.
Don't sidestep your bullshit. Just post it. You made a clear and clean claim.
Wait a minute. I gotta search that out.
Oh, I see. What? So you don't know of any? You have to go and look for it on the spot.
Do you think I have any information on
No,
fucking
I
Locke?
don't. I think you have a bunch of fallacies. You have fallacies, feelings, and you have globe tears. Right? That's all you have. You don't have any empirical evidence, and now you're hoping that you can go look it up on the spot because you don't have any. That's pathetic. So if you want to come in here and have a good faith conversation that's polite, I can do that. But if you want to be a dick, you're probably going to be made to look like a dick, the moron that you are, with no empirical evidence whatsoever. Just fallacies
You
and
don't
feelings
have any
and globe tears.
empirical evidence either, mate.
Oh, really? Okay, well, let's go over some. I've got tons of it. See, that's
Don't let him reverse burden that bullshit, DJ. Keep railing him. Post your shit up, Rusty.
No, you're gonna post your shit first.
No, you first. No, you first. This is not kindergarten. You made a claim. We know you don't have anything. So why don't you be a man and be honest and say, yep, you called me out. Fair enough, you got me.
Yeah, well, you said all of the empirical
you're
evidence
kind of
proves
the
it's a
one that
globe.
sounds
So,
like a 12-year-old
you must
child.
have. So you said all of the empirical evidence proves that it's a globe. Okay, and then when I asked you to present it, you said you don't have any and that you have to go look it up.
The fact
So
that
right
you
there,
act like there isn't any is already enough kind of explanation that you kind
no,
of.
I already know that there isn't any.
We know there's
You're
none
not
from
going
your
to present
side.
any.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, I mean that is kind of telling, isn't it?
It's kind of
The
telling
fact
that
that
you're a liar. You buried yourself.
Yeah, the fact that you're not able to present any. Okay, that's
What
telling
happened to
in
being
itself.
honestly curious?
Any what?
What happened to being honestly curious? Oh, I just want to learn. Oh, I do. Yeah, sure. You're a liar, bro.
Full of shit. All right, so Rusty,
Is it now that
you already.
The thing is,
If you want to go look stuff up on the spot, right,
no,
this is
wait.
what's going to happen, right? Because you come in here in bad faith. Okay, if you want to get unmuted, yeah, run away. Run away, little globlin.
Did he dip?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just here to learn. Oh, what a sponge. Get out.
Why are they always running now?
Because they can't back up their claims. Yeah, it's on. They
they
come
got
in
called
here.
out.
They come in here filled with confidence. It's like false sense of confidence, and they quickly realize they don't know anything at all about our arguments or their own globe, and then they're kind of naked on the battlefield. Got to work out what to do.
Hey, I've played computer games. Less is more.
Yeah. They bring up these red herrings. It's like, hey, look what we did out in the field on the surface, like long distance observation, laser test, horizon distance measurement, whatever, right? Like, hey, look at this stuff. Like, look at the surface. And they're like, yeah, but the stars. Yeah, but the sun in Antarctica. Yeah, but the eclipse. Like, bro, like, why don't you address directly what we've just, like, showed you? Like, you got nothing to say about that?
Yeah, they just have fallacies and feelings consistently. So that's all they got. And then you get the awesome globers, like the last two people that we spoke to.
Yeah.
And they ask questions and they listen and they're just logically trying to break down what you're saying. And wow, that's interesting. I never thought about that before. Wow, that evidence, yeah, that does contradict the globe. I need to look further into that. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you for sharing this new information with me. That's how people should be when it comes to.
Yeah, could you imagine somebody like McToon saying something like that?
No. He just screams dickhead over and over again for no reason.
What are the 3Ds? Diversion, distraction, and something else? That's what McToon did to you. I'm going to yell this out. Hopefully, it's just sleight of hand. Hey, look over here. Fuck, I've got to get out of this corner.
Yeah. He got cornered with the actual observation of Indios, and his rebuttal. He tried to do like this little sneaky little switch tactic. Right when it got down to it, and he said, "Well, this observation proves the globe because you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth."
A crisp horizon on a flat Earth.
Well, first he just said horizon in general, and then he changed it to crisp once he realized how ridiculous that sounded. But yeah, zoom in on any horizon. There's nothing crisp about when you zoom in far enough.
Yeah,
That is one of the
a very sharp, crisp horizon is typically an anomaly. For the most time, it's pretty fuzzy.
Yeah. If it looks crisp, it's probably just because you're looking at it from such a long distance away.
It's probably the light angles are perfect. So it becomes
yeah, and I think most of the time when you're looking at a horizon, it falls under the classification of what would be called like a local horizon, which is actually physical obstruction of where the horizon is. Like if we have elevated land blocking the horizon, or if we have ocean swells blocking where the actual horizon is, or anything like that, then it looks crisp. Then it looks like the sun disappears bottom up, nice and uniform. But when we don't have that local horizon blocking your view of the actual horizon, right? There's nothing crisp really about that, and the sun doesn't appear to set uniformly from bottom to top when you can see the actual horizon. It kind of squishes into the vanishing zone, for lack of a better term. I spent a whole day the other day watching zoom footage on YouTube, finding every single sunset zoom footage I could find. And whenever there's not a local horizon blocking the sun, you see all sorts of crazy things happening. What happens most of the time is it just squishes, it vertically compresses into the horizon, and then it kind of just fades away.
I'm talking to Rusty right now in DMs. He wants to come back, but he's not sure what's the point if he keeps getting muted.
So he's done a hard reset to something that happened half an hour prior to him leaving.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if he'll define empirical.
Yeah, well, that'd be a good start.
I mean, it's great because the globalists like to use that word, but it falls back from the Greek language experience or something like that. Empiria, to experience. So what do you experience the Earth as? Well, as a globe. Why? Because it's flat. The more flat I experience it, the more curved that is. You can try and look up a good reference, like a online dictionary. Here, I guess just whatever, Webster. Based on, concerned with, or verified by observation and experience. Oxford.
So what was that other one based on, or?
Yeah, here, I'll post it.
Oh, man.
Let's see what he says with this. He might come back. Empirical.
Based on concerned with or verifiable by observation or experience rather than theory or pure logic. So, with his photos from space, he's verified this?
Yeah, that's not verifiable. Unless he took it. He's like, here's my photo from space, my rendition.
Well, that's a different story. Yeah, if he's done that, then all good to him.
Unless he thinks like third-party photos. You got all kinds of crazy shit at that point.
Yeah, third-party photos. Just, yep, click the internet button. Here we go.
Yeah, everything you see on the internet, just fact. Because I've experienced the logic, Bigfoot. I guess, or the reason would be, I can experience the internet. I've witnessed the miracle.
Cats.
Yeah, that's it. Like a cat playing the banjo. Yeah.
Why not? The Muppets had a frog playing a banjo. Cats, frogs.
Maybe that's why they're so into AI, because AI is like this intelligence that they think, this supreme intelligence that presents them with stuff, knowledge or understanding.
See, I don't view AI as supreme intelligence. I view AI as a hyper-fast search engine.
Oh yeah, I was talking about like kind of the steel man or their position. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get that, but that's how I see it. I just see AI as this like hyper-fast search engine. That's all. Nothing.
I've used AI to talking to globalists because they'll act like they'll play dumb when you talk to them, like absolute mongoloid. Like they don't understand a single word you said. None of it. It's all completely word soup. So you type it into AI, and the AI fully gets it. So I'm like, so are you just naturally stupid compared to the artificial intelligence? Like you couldn't parse out, you couldn't understand, you couldn't follow along anything being told to you. But if I type it into AI, this supposedly artificial intelligence, that is responding without fear, emotion, reservation, or bias, it can track just fine. So what's the problem with your ability to process information? Oh, okay. Here, Rusty, one sec. I'm not sure what's going on there. There we go. Are you good? You should be good now.
Well, you went to a lot of effort to make yourself heard. Do you have any questions for the panel?
Lame. What are Aussies doing anyway? Like spending time with family or something? You get plenty of time to do that in the afternoon after work.
Hey there. Anyone who believes there was a ball in here? No one?
I do. Yeah, there's the ball. Whoever that was.
Do you really?
Yep. What's he gonna do about it?
How do you know that?
Oh, you didn't ask me if I knew. You asked me if I believed it was a ball.
Well, I just asked you how, like 7 seconds ago.
Yeah, you asked me if I believed. You didn't ask me if I knew.
And then I asked you, how do you know?
Okay, well, you can't just ask me one question and then automatically switch it. I told you I believe the Earth is a ball. I didn't say I know it was.
Switch it.
Yeah, you asked me if I believe the Earth is a ball. I said I believe, and then you said, "How do you know?"
Then I asked you a subsequent question.
What question do you? Why do you believe? Not how do you know? Because I didn't claim that I knew.
Okay, so that's a long way of saying you don't know.
Yeah, I have no proof to give you, but you asked me if I believed it. So the follow-up question after that should be, why do you believe?
No, it was what I wanted to ask you.
Well, that's a fail.
A failure to do what you wanted, sure. The fuck? What dumbass reply is that? He sounded serious. I hope he was trolling. If he was trolling, that was a good troll. Hey, Lowen. You want to call you, or are you too busy to chit chat in VC? Well, even with that, I guess I could call you, but you could just unmute whenever you think is best. Yeah. Okay. Look at Telegram.
Hey, yo, mate. You hear me? Is there any flat Earth man to respond?
What's wrong with flat Earth?
Yo, question is like, what was the first thing that made you flat earther?
Water is flat and level.
You know, like a legit thing, like not that.
Oh, because water is
Like
flat and level when there's no wind.
No, it's like it's not that like.
That's not good enough. So what do you want? What do you want me to say?
No, like when you grew up.
When I grew up, I went to school like you did and was taught that we lived on a spinning ball in a vacuum. But because I was smart when I was little, I used to think that's retarded. How is that even possible? But then you just live with it. And then you got older and said, no, Earth is not a ball spinning in a vacuum. And that's reality. So there you go. Earth is flat.
Great. Thank you. By the way, to the people in chat, I cannot respond because I'm banned from respond.
Oh, so what you must repeat the same dumb shit over and over. That's the only reason people usually get text banned.
No, I mean, I was asking you a simple question. Right?
Yeah, I answered a super simple question. I answered a super simple question and you said, no, not that.
I didn't say anything like that, but
yeah, I said, you said, what makes you a flat earther? I said, water's flat and level. No, not that.
No, I asked you what was the first thing that kind of made you into a flat earther.
Water is flat and level.
Giga. Yeah. I get it.
Oh,
Didn't
awesome.
really answer the question. But
you can't argue with water, can you?
You didn't really answer the question.
What question? I didn't answer the question.
No, when you were a kid, like I was asking you, like, what was the first thing kind of that made you think that the Earth is flat? And then you.
Well, at 8 years old, I built my first crystal radio. I wasn't interested in that shit. I was interested in how things worked, and here we are today, building shit.
A completely different thing that wouldn't answer this question that I just asked you.
You want me to tell you why I was a flat earther, but it's something about being a kid.
No.
Dude, did you hear what you asked me?
Yes. What was the why? What was the first thing that made you into a flat earther? Like, what was the thing that
I realized that water is not curving around a ball.
And that is something that is way down the line, probably, when you are first asking some sort of question.
Well, I didn't ask questions the way a lot of the copers do. A lot of people that can't deal with reality and think that you have to live on a ball spinning in a vacuum. I was never married to that idea. So when I realized the Earth was flat, I was like, ha, I knew it. So Wasn't that hard for me? I didn't freak out and panic and now, my God, what are we going to do? Now we can't go to Mars. We can't go to the moon. We can't go live on a hotel on the moon and all that shit. I don't worry about that.
I mean, if you can't answer the question, you don't have to.
Which question? What made me a flat earther?
Yeah, for the third time, yes.
Okay, all right. So what do you think I'm going to say for the fourth time?
Nothing. I'm asking you a question.
Okay, so because I saw water is flat and level, not curving around the ball in reality. How about that wording? Does that make any sense?
Perhaps it's kind of a really dumb reason, but
so that's not a good enough reason. Got it. So what is the reason then? Tell me the reason.
No, nothing. I was asking a question.
And you didn't like my answer, right? You said now for the third time.
Your answer is perfectly fine.
But I answered it the same way every time.
You didn't.
I said, yeah, water is flat and level.
No, you made a whole fucking explanation about everything you believe in right after without...
No, I don't believe in anything.
What? Oh, no, you don't? Okay. I mean...
Yeah, I'm not a glober, dude. I don't believe in spaceman and flying rockets in a vacuum. I don't believe in that stuff. No. It's a belief system. I'm done with that.
You know stuff, right?
Yes, I know the earth is flat. If I know the earth is flat, it cannot be a ball at all.
Okay.
And if it's not a ball, it's not a ball. If it's not a ball, it's not a ball spinning in a vacuum. You got to have the ball part first. Everything else after the ball part is imaginary. After the imaginary ball is defeated, all of your other shit that you guys live for day after day and hope for your whole life that you're going to fly in outer space, that's all bullshit. That's just made up stuff, dude. Stuff for you to wonder about for your whole life. And you have been, obviously, because I told you 3 times why and you didn't even hear me.
I don't know, do you realize that the absolute majority of people that, in quotes, believe that the Earth is a globe don't really give a shit about it anyway?
Then why do you care about them?
And I just come here to listen to the arguments that flat Earthers make.
There isn't any arguments yet. Have I given you any arguments? I've given you nothing you can argue against, have you? Have I? Have I given you anything?
I'm not necessarily talking to you specific.
Are you hoping that someday a glober is going to come in here with actual globe proof so we can end this madness?
No, there's not never going to be an end to this madness.
Why? Because we don't live on a globe? I agree with you again.
No, because there's always going to be people that don't believe in.
So you got to believe in things. So you got to believe in things. Got it.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Yeah, you have to believe. You just have to believe. I believe I can float.
No. I mean, you fucking don't understand.
You do believe you can float. Don't lie to me. You think you can float. If you go high enough, you'll start floating. You think that.
No.
Yes, you do.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, if you go high enough in a rocket, you'll start floating.
Well, you got to add some information to that until.
If you go high enough, you will start floating. What other information do you need me to add into that?
Perhaps that you have to go kind of in an orbit, and did you have to go sideways? Like maybe
you have to go sideways. That's strange. So when you fly to the moon to land on the moon, you're actually flying sideways?
I mean, I don't know. Let's explain to me why you would be weightless or you would float.
Oh, you won't. Space is fake. All that shit's fake. So that won't happen.
No. It's just that you're saying it in a way that is kind of weird. Like, explain to me how people float. Like,
How do
believe
people
that
float?
they can.
They don't float. People don't float. Have you ever just been walking down the street and watched people start floating?
No, but under specific
thank you.
circumstances, can they? Under specific circumstances, like the things that you just 2 minutes ago have kind of described, they can't float?
What?
Or-
What's floating? What is floating? Going high enough, then you
That's
start
what you
floating?
think. What were you just saying 2 minutes ago?
I asked you, if you go high enough, do you think you can float?
No, I said there are different things that have to be taken into account until you can, what is colloquially...
Okay, so what causes you to
Right.
float? Moving sideways? You said moving sideways makes you float?
If you go into an orbit around the Earth, yes, then you can float.
So if we don't do an orbit, if we just shoot to Mars,
Or
a trip to Mars, we're not going to be floating anywhere. We're all just going to be walking around in a spaceship right side up, knowing that we're right side up and that our water's going to spill any second if the ship turns.
Well, let me ask, like, do you know what globe earthers actually claim about?
Yeah, they think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. And
Yes,
when you go
and
high enough,
what
you can
else?
float. They believe when you go high enough away from the Earth, you can float.
Yeah, but the underlying values that apply to, like, what the attraction of
But
gravity is.
You
and
just added shit,
everything like-
dude. You just added stuff.
Yeah, because you just say things that are
true.
Like something, yeah. I mean, you claim
Okay,
that.
thank you. I say
people
things that are true. Okay, I got it. Uh-huh.
You say things that are true. And then you
Yes,
are.
I know.
angry
Isn't that amazing? And you think you say, and the weird thing is, you say things that are not true.
Really stupid, though. But you don't understand that. That's like really stupid. What you're doing then.
So it's stupid for me to say true things. It's not stupid for you to say untrue things. It's just stupid for me to say the truth. You don't find that weird?
No, you're saying things in a mocking way without understanding.
What am I saying that's mocking?
You're saying that people just float around.
No,
from the
you're saying
perspective of,
that.
like a flat Earth person. Yeah, you see, like you're putting that on me. Yes, I can definitely describe.
I don't think people can float ever. People cannot float. Never, ever, ever. Unless you're in water, then you can float in salt water. I wouldn't recommend trying to float in Lake Erie. That's not salt water. You'll go to the bottom.
How did you do that on the flat Earth, though?
Density.
No. You can't use that because that's a globe Earth claim.
Gravity's globe Earth.
No, density and density is basically a globe Earth claim. You just can't take that.
Yeah, flat Earth was here before the globe Earth.
Bullshit.
It's always been flat.
No, that's what you claim. Prove it.
No, the Earth has always been flat. It never magically turned into a ball or magically turned
That's what
flat.
you fucking claim into your
you
brain.
think it's always been a ball and then magically turned flat in 2013?
No, that's
How
what
the
you
freaking
claim
hell
into
does
your
matter
brain.
being condensed into a specific area, like, be dictated by the Earth being a globe? Why can't that be on flat Earth? Why can't substances be constrained to specific areas or be spread out over a greater area? I don't get it.
I'm not making any claims.
So how is density globers then? How does density belong to globers? Why can't we have that? Why can't we have an amount of matter be spread differently?
Well, no, density is flat Earth because you can only have density layers. You can't have density balls.
You can't. I'm talking to triggering triangle.
Oh, he wants to talk to me. That's fine. Yeah. So density is not a globe thing.
What an idiot.
What? I'm talking
It's
to
not a globe thing.
That's an idiot thing? Okay. I'm talking to a person who's making claims. I'm making different claims.
What claim did I make?
Or what?
What claim did I make?
About density and buoyancy and shit.
I never said anything about buoyancy.
Okay, you didn't say anything about buoyancy, but you made basically claims towards it.
No.
Yes, you fucking did.
I said density.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Not anything you said. All right. Nothing. I win.
Okay. You're basically saying density and buoyancy in a
No, I said density.
way that is not saying buoyancy. All right.
Does that hurt you or something? That you're not going to win this argument?
Okay. Okay, go on. So, what's the next thing? That's proving that the Earth is fucking made.
That the Earth is what?
It's flat. That it's flat.
Oh, yeah, there's no curve.
There's no curve. Okay. So
Dude, flat Earth isn't on trial. Flat Earth is your observed experience, right? It's your observed and measured experience of reality. And you're not going to talk over the top of me, Rusty P. I don't give a fuck who you think you're talking to. All right? I'm talking now, and you'll shut up while I'm doing so, or I'll mute you. Right? So since it is the baseline experience of everybody, there's no onus on anyone to have to prove that. If you think it's something that's antithetical to your experience, then the onus is on you.
Rusty, are you still there?
Perhaps.
Listen. You've been
maybe
sitting
the
here
master of the server has shut up, and maybe now I can talk.
Just a second, okay? I want to ask you a question. You've been sitting here now for an hour arguing back and forth. Next time you hear someone says, you've asked 10 times now, why is the Earth flat? What evidence do you have? It should be your question, okay?
No,
that is your next fucking question, and then let them present it. If you're smart, that's the question you should ask. And if the answer is because water doesn't curve, then you ask for an example. Okay?
Yeah, I've been presented that. I think.
Okay, ocean, any ocean, go to any ocean. There's your evidence.
Yeah, right. The
so
problem
you think that's wrong?
Yes, of course. Like, what the fuck?
Why?
It's like a fucking caveman going to the ocean and saying, "Oh, it looks flat."
So, when did the caveman figure out he lives on a ball?
When we have fucking technology and shoot rockets into space.
So before 1958, they thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, we've got fucking Eratosthenes.
No,
proving that the Earth is fucking.
Listen, I looked on TV when you said that, and I saw a fence post sticking in the ground with a shadow. So that means that farmer that in the TV is proving the Earth is a ball because he has a fence post in his yard making a shadow.
That doesn't fucking mean that.
So what do poles in the ground mean?
Again, like you are asking me every fucking thing that humanity has produced.
Like aqueducts. What about aqueducts?
No, it doesn't.
What about the Romans' aqueducts?
What I'm going to say to you?
Were they engineering masterpieces or what? What do you think about the aqueducts? Were they engineering masterpieces of the Romans for their time? Were they cavemen? Rusty P?
No,
because I tell you what they worked off. They worked off a principle of level.
Yes, and what?
Level.
That's level.
They worked off the principle of level being horizontal, not curved.
Yes.
Horizontal. They scoffed and laughed. The engineers of the aqueducts scoffed and laughed at Eratosthenes.
And they might have, but
so where was Eratosthenes' aqueducts then?
That's level.
So how come it took flat earthers to be the engineering masters and not the globers?
Does a globe not work when you say level?
No,
level fucking works.
No, it doesn't. Earth. No, it doesn't.
How
no,
does
it doesn't.
It not? How does it not? How does it not?
Because level, right? The surface of the water being level means it's horizontal, not curving.
Yeah, but how? What does horizontal mean in that
Yeah,
context?
no, yeah, but
horizontal. What does horizontal mean?
That's it.
It means level.
And it doesn't measure the fucking Earth all the time.
What?
Oh my god.
What, dude?
So do you deny that the surface of water at rest is horizontal?
Yes, I fucking do. Of course. You have a fucking.
When do you see water curving, dude?
Level, if you have a water level, it measures horizontal. Fine. It does not mean that it measures the surface of the Earth. Like.
So water in a water level goes horizontal. Water outside of a water level sticks around a ball.
No, if you have a water level, it is measuring at one specific space which you're measuring. Like the fact that you have a water fucking level, you put it in one space. That's where you are measuring at.
And then what if we extend that level? Yeah, what if we move that level around?
If you move that measure around, you're going to have a different horizontal level.
No, horizontal is one direction. Not a million different directions. It's one. It's just horizontal, and then the other one is vertical. What do you think of that crazy shit? Have you ever heard such a crazy shit in your life? Have you ever heard of such fucking craziness, Rusty? XYZ coordinates. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, in this server, I'm hearing an insane shit.
So you've never heard of XYZ coordinates before, have you?
No, I have heard about this.
Well, that's crazy. That's crazy flat Earth measurements.
Flat Earth?
How that? Because you don't have that on a globe. Yeah, you don't have XYZ on the surface of a ball. Isn't that crazy?
How do you not have that? I think you are
because you don't have XYZ on the surface of a ball. When does X or Z or Y start curving to go around the ball?
That's what you claim. That's fucking bullshit that you claim, bro. I can make up shit every fucking day.
No, it's not. It's not what we claim. In the early 20th century, the British Parliament made it a law, right, that all railway roads and canals had to be with respect to a one long continuous horizontal datum, right? It was not allowed to deviate from that. That had to be your reference for the entire length of the railway track, tens if not hundreds of miles of railway track. Now on your ball, if that was the case, they'd be building railway track uphill.
You think that the fucking British said that the Earth is basically flat?
Yes. It doesn't matter if they said it was. It doesn't matter if they agreed that it was flat or a ball. Their standard for engineering was to maintain a horizontal level datum throughout the entirety of the project, which could extend for hundreds of miles. If that was the case, then your railway track would be being built uphill on the ball.
Okay, wait a minute. So you think?
And it wasn't going uphill.
What the fuck you think? So they took a water level at the start of where they took the measurement, put it on the fucking ground, said, okay, this horizontal, and then
he doesn't know how water level works.
No.
He's thinking of a spirit level. He's thinking of a spirit level, the flat stick you stick on the ground with one level in the middle of it.
What?
Yeah,
really? You think that's what it is? You think that's what it is?
It's
Okay,
called a spirit level.
What the fuck?
Dude, you asked me what it is. I'm telling you. Why are you yelling at me about
What is
it?
a water level then? What is a water level then?
Oh, maybe you
take a
should look it
fucking
up.
tube- You take a fucking tube of water, take it 500 fucking miles away,
And
then
it's still
say,
going to be
okay,
the same level, isn't it?
It's fucking. Oh my god, dude. No.
Did that make your head hurt?
Yeah. It.
When does the
actually
water?
did.
When does the water level start curving around the ball? Then, because I'm going to go
There's
do
no
this.
way you could prove what you think the Earth is like with a
Oh, no,
fucking
it's
we
just
can
flat.
prove it. What you can't prove is that one person's horizontal will intersect with another person's horizontal at a different location. That is the most absurd thing I've ever freaking heard. That is antithetical to everybody's natural experience and the way they utilize and measure the Earth. So you want to go ahead and prove that horizontals intersect? Go ahead.
What the fuck are you talking about? Horizontals intersect. This is the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard.
That's what you think.
Are horizontal lines parallel to each other?
Not on a fucking planet that's fucking curving.
Right. So your idea of horizontal is that two different people, like at different locations, establish horizontal, but those horizontal planes would intersect with one another. They wouldn't be parallel.
His key word was, he said, but not on a planet. And we're not on a planet. That's why we don't see that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right. So horizontal, right, means that another horizontal will be parallel. That two horizontal planes will be parallel with one another. They won't intersect. That's antithetical to the definition of horizontal.
I mean, to
in
be
fact,
honest, like,
the way
why
to tell
would you
that
even
something
use
isn't
any of
horizontal and is sloped is to see if it does intersect with your horizontal.
The thing is, like, why would you use any of this for your shit? You think the Earth is fucking flat. Why do you use any of this for your evidence? Like, there's no fucking point.
Because it's the way we measure the Earth. It's the way we experience it, and it's the way we utilize it.
Yeah, but from your
You're
perspective,
imagining
it would be wrong.
that you live on this big ball where horizontals intersect. That's crazy, bro.
No, but no. But no, but from your perspective, it doesn't fucking matter. Because the measurement wouldn't be fucking horizontal, obviously. Any measurement.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Actually, no, measurement that is actually being done would ever point out to be fucking horizontal.
Yeah, prove that a horizontal isn't horizontal. Go on. Prove it.
You do it. You do it. Because you're the fucking flat earther, mate. You try to present a different
Go out there and utilize the Earth as if it's not. Right? Go on.
Do it.
Show me practical usage of the Earth's surface as if it's curved and spinning.
Bull fucking shit. You do it.
No, I don't have to, because my natural experience is the opposite to that.
Dude, I can't prove that. Dude, I can't prove that we're on a ball and spinning. Now there's a problem. I can't do that. Now what?
I understand that. So
we already have, bro. With all the examples we're giving you.
No, you have given me no fucking example.
You've been here long enough to know all the examples.
Yeah,
all the practical usage examples in engineering and navigation, all the long distance observations, the laser tests, the horizon distance measurements, all of it. All of it. You've been privy to hearing from us, and then you dare have the audacity to turn around and tell us that we haven't given you anything? Get out, bro. Get out.
Right now? Did you give me anything? To be honest,
yeah, because flat and stationary.
I know. I have been here probably for like 10 fucking years, but
and what have you given? What have you given?
I don't have to fucking give anything. I am the part.
Yeah,
which is
you do.
Regular
you do. If
life.
you have a claim to make, then you're going to provide something
No,
for
dude. Regular life is not floating. Is when you go high, you start floating. That's imaginary, fucked up life, dude. That's
That
not
is something
regular
that's
life.
fantasy. That's a
imagine.
fantasy that you don't experience.
No, that is something that you imagine. Apparently,
No,
someone...
you imagine it. Don't project that onto
No.
me. I don't imagine
is
that I'm going to float when I go real high in the air. I don't imagine that.
And go sideways.
Okay,
You have to go really high into the air and then go sideways really fast, and you'll start floating around. Yeah, cool story, bro.
Yes. Again, yes, that's what's happening if you...
Right. We can give you practical examples of what we're talking about, things that you could go out and validate or falsify yourself. You could attempt to falsify everything that we present to you. It's within your capability. It's not outside the common human experience. What you're talking about is an extraordinary claim that if you go high enough and then go sideways fast enough, you'll start magically floating around. That's a crazy fantasy idea, like Triangles pointed out to you. That is your imagination. Give us a practical example of that. Show us how we can attempt to do that. Go.
Basic fucking understanding, if you just do the most minimal amount of research.
Okay, go ahead. Show me where I researched that at.
Google legit orbits. Let's just
look.
orbit.
Google orbits.
Yeah, just orbit.
Can you define what an orbit is so I understand it?
No, the thing is, you are asking me how the fuck people.
I asked you for something falsifiable, bro.
Then you wanted us to read words on a screen.
Okay. You just want to palm your story off, right, to somebody else to tell us the same story. Google's just going to tell us the same story you're telling us. That's not what we're asking for, Rusty P. We're asking for verifiability or falsifiability of your claim.
Yeah,
how do we falsify your claim? How do we falsify your claim, Rusty? How do we attempt to falsify your claim?
You shoot one of you motherfuckers into the fucking...
No, that shooting things up in the air doesn't count. You said, if you go high enough, will you start floating, Rusty?
No, you don't fucking start floating.
So no matter if we shoot a rocket up in the air and we go to Mars, on a rocket, are we going to float while we're on our way to Mars?
I got a thing. There's something called parabol flight.
Yeah, that's not floating in space.
That's not going sideways and floating.
That's called parachuting safely inside a plane.
No, you don't.
Yes, that's called parachuting safely. That's called falling without a parachute inside a plane.
But again, you would be stupid to not understand that there's like kind of a similar thing